Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The Central and South Asia regional competition features 5 teams: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Uzbekistan. Let's eagerly await the thrilling performances these teams in store for us. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
Welcome to the 2022 RDAG Regionals in Central Asia, the central region of the continent that acts as a transportation gateway between Asia and Europe. It is also the heart of the Silk Road in ancient times. Surrounded by plains and hills, Central Asia has abundant mineral resources. Central Asians have cultivated a rich and diversified culture that stems from their ancestry as steppe nomads. As esports in Central Asia continues to grow, we hope to see more tournaments held here. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. The Khan Shatter is an architectural wonder built with a distinctive neo-futuristic style, a feature often seen in Kazakh players' skills. Kyrgyzstan, known as the Water Tower of Central Asia, is well known for its honey production. Their players are ready to taste the sweetness of success. The undulating cotton fields of Uzbekistan are a sight to behold. Will esports cement its stature in another epic scene in this country? We hope Central Asian players make new acquaintances and have a great time during the 2022 RDAG Regionals. Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in South Asia. South Asia is located between the central and southwest parts of the Himalayas and the Indian Ocean. It has an area of around 4.3 million square kilometers and shelters more than 20% of the world's population. The esports industry in South Asia is expanding rapidly, and the region has also held many esports events. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Nepal and Sri Lanka teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. Nepal, the Mountain Kingdom, features 8 peaks over 8,000 meters above sea level, thus giving their players the courage to surmount any difficulties in the world. Sri Lanka's Ceylon black tea and gems are remarkable. Their players' performances will be similarly unforgettable. Here's to South Asian players having a great time at the 2022 RDAG Regionals and impressing the rest of Asia with their talents.
Team Kazakhstan now. They can start their engine, but look at Team Nepal overtaking Team Kazakhstan. Only 2 points left, and now they're starting to move. Looks like Team Nepal will be able to complete the challenge and definitely will secure the #1 spot in track #1.
But for them, if they finish before 40 minutes and 30 seconds, which they have only 4 more others to go, they can actually do have the fastest time yet to finish by the finish line.
Right now, it's I don't think they're gonna make it in time. Really, I think they're probably gonna lose the checkpoint at around the 40 minutes, 40-second mark. Because the tempo and they're actually accumulating. It's just not optimal.
And Team Lao and Team Thailand, they are just next to each other. Team Myanmar on the other hand, low bottom ranking behind, but Team Malaysia having a hard time to have those speed boosters, which is quite difficult for the other teams, including Team Singapore and Myanmar to catch up. But here comes the platform, flew over the tree, another one to jump, and they do have a better lead when it comes to Team PUBG, but Team Myanmar can actually catch up.
Hello, my name is Santon, my nickname Naft. I'm from Team Kyrgyzstan. I am 25 years old and I am captain of my team.
Hello everyone, my name is Shokhruz. My nickname is Yakudza. I'm 18 years old. I came from Uzbekistan and the position in my game is supporter.
Hi everybody, my name is Rizni Azmi and my in-game name is Razor, and I am from Team Sri Lanka and my role is support fragger.
Hello everybody, my name is Batar. I am captain from the national team Kazakhstan.
Hello everyone, my name is Subin Kumar Bezavati. I am from Team Nepal. My in-game name is DRS Rules. I am the in-game leader of the DRS.
This is part of my life. For a long time I tried to reach great heights. This is a story about struggle as in many lives of other people.
Our advantages is our aim is on the high level, and we had the experience on the first 10 and we came here and we are ready.
I think the player to watch out for in our rival team Nepal is Rules. I think it's because he's very competitive compared to the others, and yes, looking forward to facing him.
We are looking for our Kazakhstan team. I think they have good style to play pattern.
I think that the goal of any team is first place. We prepared well and we will try to show our best game in this tournament.
RDAG, ASIA+SOUTH.
RDAG. Кыргызстан готов к азиатским играм. Алга.
In the air I bounce, we're hailing home. It's a lot, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, universe, it's a large new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting close to while we're stronger. Losing the era side by bus. No, we were never
Asia-wide eSport Days from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The Central and South Asia regional competition features 5 teams: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Uzbekistan. Let's eagerly await the thrilling performances these teams have in store for us. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。爱酷11系列，标配2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。 全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。爱酷11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
for e-trons, their brand new luxury SUV line. There's a reason why I always sit on this table, and that's because it is the one representing Audi in the background.
I wish we have a call by the end of the show. But also, speaking of next, also we have to special thanks to iQOO11, the official mobile game equipment for the Road to Asian Games 2022, and the professional choice to empower your victory with the embrace of the thrill of control, because I saw just now with 2K resolution, 144 Hz. I mean, we saw the hand cams of the player POV, right? It was amazing.
Unfortunately, if you don't like a small screen, we can make it bigger with the brand new Omen 16. New journey to Road to Asian Games 2022. Omen as the official supporter for this event.
And also, we want to thank you, our official supporter, Autofull M6, which is going to be our official gaming chair partner of the Road to Asian Games. You can be your own hero by sitting on that remarkable gaming chair.
And next on the list has to be the official supporter, East Rock, here for their support, keeping us energized, keeping us awake throughout this long drawn hours here in the Asian Games, Road to Asian Games 2022.
And also, nonetheless, we want to also thank our official broadcasting platform, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Miku Video channels, and Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for all their supports. Without them, all of them, none of this can actually up to this level and accomplish. And speaking of our today's matches, and also coming up for all the finals here today, we've seen yesterday's when it comes to the seeding towards the finals. It was a lot of ups and downs and crushes here and there. Hopefully today it will be a different start and a very strong one for all the teams.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things to look forward to today as well here with the Central and South Asia regional finals, and later on today the Southeast Asia regional final stage, is the teams that are being brought in which we have not seen played before, that mainly being Team Sri Lanka themselves.
That's kind of true. They are the one that seeded in advance for the finals. But speaking of which, will it be an advantage or disadvantage since they played lesser tracks compared to teams like Kazakhstan, Nepal, and Kyrgyzstan? Coming up from Sri Lanka, they are joining in with the rest of the teams in this particular region. I do want to see how well can they go.
Well, that is always going to be up there in the ether as a surprise or a wild card. But one thing to consider that might be a handicap towards Team Sri Lanka is that they are the first seeded teams, which means they played in a format within the lobby for time without any other teams within them. So it's a total different ball game when you're now up against competition, competing for the same target points.
Yeah, I do worry for them because that's what happened to previous ones, right? Including like Bahrain we've seen before. But we're coming on to our first track as per usual. We're coming up from the Los Eagle area. Then we're going to go our first checkpoint around Monte Nuevo, cutting across Belgrade and St. Martin, where we land on top of Picado for a retracting target, a second objective of the checkpoint. After we're done with the retracting target, we just jump over to another section, cutting across Minas Generales and Lambedita on top of Los Leones, where the special mission will commence for our final checkpoint. Then we'll head over to our finishing line around Puerto Paraiso.
That is the name of the game. I guess that is the formula within this entire tournament. I know it can be a bit monotonous here, but the fun really does come in when it, especially within this next region, Central and South Asia.
Your favorite, by the way.
My favorite, because it is all about the drive. At this rate, not even the checkpoints is something that I'm looking for, because let's be honest, these raw, unfiltered, unrefined driving capabilities just create a whole nuances of possibilities that even ourselves cannot have seen coming. So
it's a lot of awkward position for these guys. They're happy to stuck themselves here sometimes. Where we never seen the places that you have a potential stuck or accident or crashes happen before. But speaking of which, I agree. It's not about the checkpoints when it comes to this particular region, because they are a bit extraordinarily entertaining when it comes to their driving and their journey to those checkpoints, which we do anticipate most.
Yeah, but just to reflect on what you said yesterday, Are they just holding back, or could they have done their homework and refined on it comes today itself? So I would be, well, I guess neutral, not happy, neither sad, because number one, we get a more high-performing performance. Number two, my favorite aspect within this region is now disappeared, if that was to happen.
Oh yeah, that's kind of true. But at the same time, you talked about how they have been refining themselves, polishing the edges of the skills of driving, especially coming from Team Kazakhstan. We can see they really learned a lot coming up from the previous finals of East Asia before, and just cutting corners when needed, shave off those minutes away, and making lesser mistake in the last few tracks we witnessed before. So I just hope they do have those momentum going for Team Kazakhstan. If they do, they might actually ended up as the #1 by the end of this final.
They have the potential, that's for sure. I mean, they are #1 yesterday. Can they do that again now with Team Sri Lanka in the mix is going to be quite the wild card, which we're all trying to anticipate here. But I guess it's just guesswork from now on. Also, I think I'm in place for an apology within the whole bracket. So my understanding within the Southeast Asia format was a bit different, right?
Yeah.
So yesterday we saw round 1 when they played here. Philippines is not eliminated. They were put up against within the entire overall to see their overall time, and within the Southeast Asia, that's why you see that they're still here in the mix within the top 4.
And speaking of which, another round yesterday from Southeast Asia actually did commence on the other group after the reshuffle, and due to the overall standings, then everything will be accumulated, not based on the group. It's going to be the overall both group added up together for their overall accumulated time, and hence we got our final 4, because nobody knows until today.
Yeah.
Because it's not broadcasted, by the way. So congratulations to all 4 teams of South Asia who finally made it into finals. But sadly, we don't see Myanmar in the mix because they came back, but maybe just cutting a little short in the very last minute when it comes to the overall standings, because it drags all the way, right? Your round 1 and round 2 of all 8 tracks will be detrimental even if you messed up one track.
Yeah, and if we're being completely honest, should that format remained with the format I understood wrongly, then Team Malaysia might have had a chance to qualify through as well. But I guess that's not happening. There's no point crying over spilled milk. Talking about spilled milk, spoiled milk is yogurt, and Sir Cloud has got feelings within his guts, which is more often than not wrong. So he needs some probiotic for that one. I don't even know where I was heading with this train of thoughts, to be honest.
That was quite random. That was a real total segue we had just now. But for the next one, I do want to see back towards our Central Asia and South Asia, right? We don't have the sort of a different track when it comes to the finals. They're going to be the same track, but when it comes to different openings, he may say something, there's no more luck in this one, it's based on your skills, but at the same time, you have to snatch the target with the different openings entirely who might have better reflex than your team. Because we saw a lot of cases in final checkpoints, especially the third one in the flying object. If you are having a slower reflex, even though you dished out quite a number of damage to shoot down all those flying objects, it might be stolen away in the very last minute by another team next to you. That's why we see a lot of teams kind of have a stagnation towards their scores. Might be like around a minute or 2 without gaining anything at that point.
Yeah, because the rules are simple. The flying discs are limited in numbers, and so if one team is heavily accumulating, which means there isn't enough around to go for the rest of the teams trying to accumulate those points too. So they have to be the ones who shoot it first. The earliest bird will get the worm, they say. And right now, today, these are the earliest of teams to wake up and get into competition mode to maybe perhaps win their region.
Thank you so much for match technical officials, and also we need to thank all of our auxiliary technician, all our production team, everyone involved, the referees, the marshals, every single person, including your observers. you guys are awesome. You know, it has been a very long road to Asian Games. It's called Road to Asian Games because it's a long journey indeed. And also, thank you for all the athletes for participating as well. They have been playing their heart out for the sake of their pride as well. But coming back towards this region for the finals, I want to point out about their average so far. And we did mention about Team Kazakhstan might have potentially the biggest win and the biggest potential that might have the first place, right? But if we look at the past result coming up from Team Kazakhstan, their first round of track didn't fare so well. They were quite consistently getting themselves at first and second, but when it comes to the track 3 and 4, yesterday it was not so great. But they came back and bounced back when it comes to the second round because that's where they get all number 1 after that. But I just hope today they already familiarized themselves in that case. But at the same time, we don't see enough from Sri Lanka yet.
Which is going to be the wild card factor within this entire dynamics, because if everything, assuming things stays the same status quo, then Team Kazakhstan would remain at number 1. And they're really, all they have to do is to pretty much gauge on the power levels of Team Sri Lanka and top that. So it's simple for them, but it all lies on the optimistic thought that maybe Team Sri Lanka is someone they can beat. So it all comes down here in track number 1 itself. We can finally see the power levels. That is Team Sri Lanka for the very first time here in match number 1.
Let's head into our finals of the Central Asia and South Asia Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Game version, with teams coming out from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Nepal, as well as Sri Lanka. Heading over to track 1, starting off around Valdemar and at Puerto Paraiso. It's all down to the first landing. All teams taking all their vehicles. It's going to be an Audi flash for you. But coming up when it comes to getting on the first checkpoint, so far track 2 is track 1 will be the most smoothest track for most of the teams down there that hardly get any sort of crashes or not the longest time of all any other tracks. So far, track 1 is the one they want to set up a tone and build out the momentum, so it will last for the entire day here today.
Yeah, and it's usually within these first few minutes that this game gets into its most exciting, especially within this region, because it is drive time. Right now, Team Kazakhstan, again, just echoing onto our sentiment about them being the potential number 1 here, taking the lead, but right behind them it is the team from Sri Lanka as well. So this is the power mismatch that I have been talking about. They do not know what the capabilities are within Team Sri Lanka, and that is going to be Team Sri Lanka's biggest strength.
And that's the thing, you're a wildcard, nobody knows about you just yet. But coming up from the side of Team Kazakhstan, they definitely have a lot of revision done based on how they rotate themselves. On the side of Team Sri Lanka, this is what we mentioned before. They have not played as much as all the other teams, so they don't know where to cut the corners. They're taking the rotations or the journey towards the first checkpoint like how it is. It's not wrong, great, but it's just taking an extra couple of seconds in there. On the side of Team Kazakhstan, this is already a huge lead for them in the first place, but not too far behind, around 5 to 10 seconds gap is going to be Team Sri Lanka. And so far, every single team, I do want to say they didn't have any crash, but it happened.
Well, there's no crash onto the side of Team Kazakhstan, which is very, very impressive for them. They've been driving really, really smooth across this entire valley here, and I think they have been the first to walk into this first checkpoint already.
Now, speaking of the first checkpoint, how much point can they garner before the start of the mission? I'm loving this. This is like respectively one of the most, how do I say, aware driver across all the teams down there, because we do know it's only requiring one driver to actually go and fill up the gas tank, and they definitely know exactly the time that should be done by that, not by the end of when you finish your checkpoint, because you know for a fact you need to salvage whatever time you have left, and you should have first and foremost go and fill in your gas tank before everything else happen, while the other two try to find their target down. But coming up from the other teams on the other end, so far Team Kazakhstan taking the lead, but surprisingly for me, even though they haven't played as much as the other team, Team Sri Lanka actually catch up pretty well.
They are 58 right now in terms of the point built in, and Team Kazakhstan obviously inching a little bit just because they were first movers on the inside. But it's going to be here where we decide who gets to find their first exit outside of this checkpoint through the 4-color targets. It has begun, and I like that camera work earlier on. If we finally see a first-hand perspective on what a driver's role is immediately after filling up those tanks, it is the driver's role to go around and hunt those on-ground and available targets. And so a little bit of clarity in the contribution in that sense. But right now, talking about the scores here, Team Kazakhstan closer to us at 300 points, only less than half away. Following them is their counterpart here, Team Kyrgyzstan instead.
Coming up from Team Nepal, having a lot of catching up to do. The only team without any 200 marks so far. But coming up from all the other teams, on the other hand, some of them are starting to leave now. But will they leave at the same time? Because we do witness just now all three, Team Kazakhstan, Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Sri Lanka, happen to be having almost the same points. But Team Kazakhstan, I feel like, surprisingly, of any other regions compared with East Asia, this is the closest one. They're getting the same goal standard, like we said before, 4 minutes on each checkpoint.
4 minute each checkpoint, and also a gaming flagship here, IQ 11. That's exactly what they're using to hit this number. So if you're ever aspiring to be just as good as them, might want to look into that. Now going back onto Team Kazakhstan here, they did average out at about 70 points as a lead before each activity begins, which is putting themselves up there along the likes of Team Thailand.
I'm not surprised if by end of this one, it depends on their second and third checkpoint, especially second checkpoint. If they can actually get out of the second checkpoint within 8 minutes, still not even reaching out the 9 minutes, then they actually are doing better from the South Asia region, because usually it takes a bit longer for South Asia region to complete their second objectives, which are around 9 minutes-ish. And if they can get lesser, just like below 9 minutes, that's already even better.
The main objectives here is to be able to finish much like in a better half of the average score. So we're talking about 15 minutes and under. If you could do that, then I think they're setting themselves up for a great run here today for the regional finals here in Central and South Asia. But we have to see this thing play out. Right now, a very comfortable lead for Team Kazakhstan. I think with them already being deployed within compound, they should be able to rake up the points needed to exacerbate that lead even further.
All three teams already parked themselves inside of the second checkpoint now. Can they reach the 100 point before the activity begins? Because if they can actually execute that, they might even reach the goal standard. We do know it's going to be 12 minutes. Now, if they can reach that, they are arguably one of the best teams next to East Asia.
Yeah, I mean, 12 minutes, the average for East Asia has got to be 13. So if you are finishing games at 12 minutes, and mind you, this is track number 1, not a short version of track 2, then you would, I would even argue, be better than some of the teams over in East Asia.
So far, they're trying to make use of all the 120 seconds downtime and not getting too much, but at least enough to have a really good start. Team Kazakhstan, they know exactly where the spawns are, and they know how to play alongside with their strength. They knew for the fact that some targets they will try to avoid, knowing that they will not hit it anyway, but here comes the retracting target. I want to see, will they divide into quadrants there when it comes to their POV?
Well, we can only see and take a look. It seems like this player from Team Sri Lanka is doing that, taking one half of this entire plane. You can tell because he's not shifting his crosshairs onto the other end, and it's just fixated towards what seems to be his area of responsibilities.
Same goes for the others. I feel like they really learn a lot here. It's such an improvement, and it just more time saving than have to swing, and you might even miss it when you swing it too far. They know what's at stake. It's easy to just got over 8 windows for each players, or even around more than that, 12 windows, because we do have 4 rows of 10 windows, of total 40 windows. I did count by the one by one, but speaking of which, Team Kazakhstan still taking the lead. We're still under 8 minutes here.
Team Kazakhstan, 324 right now, accumulating as fast as the eyes could blink here. Almost just 50 points away, and they might find themselves again setting themselves up for better position comes the late game, and that is checkpoint number 3. Now we know that checkpoint number 3 is an obstacle that people do struggle in with, and one of the ways to counteract that is to make sure you have enough lead time for the potential margin of error that could occur.
One more point to go. And finally, well, Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan both finish at the same time. Now they are leaving this vicinity under 9-minute mark. Now that's already a big improvement and achievement if you ask me. And coming up towards the next checkpoint, can they finish it below 50 minutes mark? Because it's all down to the final checkpoint. We do know for a fact the flying target is more difficult than the first and second checkpoint. Do they know how to control the recoil? Can they track down the flying objects flawlessly and not waste their ammunition?
I would give them the standing ovation even just below 16 minutes, right? Because perhaps a bit too much to expect them to finish below 15, given that the average within this region plays around the 19 to the 20th of minutes. So if they could even just match the likes of some of the averages out there, but
here we go.
Just talking about a time waster right now, Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan still not refined in the driving just yet.
At least it's way better than before. It feels like just a minor bump instead of a detrimental one. Yes, it actually bought them like extra 5 seconds to reposition those entire vehicle to move towards the final checkpoint. But I have to say, their average before was way different than now. But by the end of the day, we have to wait until they actually did touch the finishing line. If not, it's still not counted, regardless of how fast they can finish off the first and second checkpoint. But Team Kazakhstan once more stuck themselves, not enough speed boost. But I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to have a mid-air jump. But they did swerve, have a bit of drift. But lucky enough, they got themselves stuck in another tree. But at the same time, they still are in the lead.
Yeah, Team Kazakhstan, they had a great start, but they really have to avoid these small mistakes here, because that is pretty detrimental to be having way too often of a crash, especially one that keeps you, destroys your momentum and stops your speed towards a certain objective and checkpoint.
Coming up, Team Sri Lanka and Team Nepal on the other end in the contention of trying to get the third and fourth place. But from the other two sides, Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, both teams already in the final checkpoint, placing themselves for the ground targets to get themselves an advantage and a head start when it comes to their special mission on top of that checkpoint. How much can they gain, can they score themselves when it comes to the initial scores before the checkpoint actually activated? Now, we haven't got the scores yet. And so far, if they can hit the almost 100 target, that's already a huge advantage. But now, right now, they do have in the 20s, which lead by the side of Team Kyrgyzstan. But Team Kazakhstan is catching up as well.
Team Kazakhstan, they're positioning themselves. They understand that for these fast-moving targets, it's much better to do it point blank, and they will take some points across the board here. 34 now within the lead that was built. I do not know how many seconds do they have left before these activity does count down to 0, and that is happening right now. Actually, 2 seconds and 1 left on the clock. This is begun.
The moment you saw all the players running, it's going to be less than 5 seconds, or around 5 seconds. I can assume that much now. But at the same time, it's all down to how well can they track down these objects and not wasting their ammunition. Because so many times, oftentimes, we see teams from South Asia, particularly on that region, they overuse their ammunition in not actually trading well with these flying objects. And that wasted so much of their time to replenish their resources instead. But so far, Team Kazakhstan taking the lead once more with over 100 points so far. But Team Kyrgyzstan is not too far behind as well. As Team Sri Lanka, we can see this is where they struggle now.
Struggle, as they may say, and this is where the handicap comes in. It just so happens that during the seeding stage, all these teams that have made record time and have been seeded were playing as an individual team within each lobby, playing for time to get seeded, and so this might have robbed them the experience of being a bit more competitive within this entire lobby itself, and it shows a lot of the seeded teams just come in short.
30 minutes clocked in, 200, it's not even half. Can they really finish under the 15-minute mark here? Because the average before was around 7 and 18, that's going to be the most. And the usual middle average is going to be around 19. So if they finish off under 15, that's going to be yet their best record around this track so far, especially in the Central Asia and South Asia region.
I think 16 and up, that's still very impressive. Again, like you said, the average is 19 minutes. 16 minutes from the 19 is still significant time shaved off from previous performance. So I think that's something they can still look forward to. Plus, 16 minutes just puts you in average to some of the regions like West Asia. So that would be one step towards trying to compete against the likes of East Asia eventually.
We have to look at the average by track per track, right? Because it's not fair for us to put an average across all the track here. So I assume for track 1, the number 1 usually ends up just under 17 minutes, which can be around 60 minute 40-ish seconds, around 60 minute 40 seconds. If we put up both for track 1 before. Was Nepal taking the lead at first? Team Kazakhstan are having a bit of a tough time at first in their first round in the very first day. But when it comes to second round, that's where they start to come back here. But in the meantime, definitely they spend way more time here than the rest. But Nepal, I have a feeling, they do have the final target or the final objectives way better than all the other teams. They can catch up from the very last place before up to the first place now.
Team Nepal, they're looking pretty solid right now, but I still say this is neck and neck. Look at that. Just as we were talking about it, Team Kazakhstan takes back onto the lead. It could either go all 3 ways here, with the exception of Team Sri Lanka. It looks like it's a race towards the finish line for Team Kazakhstan, Team Nepal, and Team Kyrgyzstan. Only very fractional marginal difference. Only 2 points away for Nepal, and they will take on the lead at 474, closer towards the 500 mark.
Took them around 5 to 6 minutes to end this final checkpoint. You have to add another 30 seconds on top of it, just to finish off at the finishing line here for the race. But on the side of Team Kazakhstan and Team Nepal, both are trying to leave the vicinity, knowing for the fact they completed their task. Same goes for Team Kyrgyzstan here. But in the meantime, who will actually ends at number 1? Because the other teams, Team Kazakhstan taking the lead for driving, Kyrgyzstan follow pursuit on second, and Team Nepal will place themselves at 3rd place for now. But Team Kazakhstan, this is going to be a detrimental crash if that happens.
Team Kazakhstan right now has got the clearest chance towards victory here, with only Team Kyrgyzstan right behind them and significantly far apart. Now, they do still have the stretcher road to go through. Team Nepal finally joining in this race, which is quite surprising given the fact that they were so close towards that 500 points. But in with Team Kazakhstan, a stretch down the road. Surely this is theirs to win, taking home the top 1 position at 16 minutes and 39 seconds.
We didn't mention about 60 minutes, 40 seconds is going to be the usual average in number 1 spot, and not too far off coming up from Kyrgyzstan, just 4 seconds away here. Both teams having a very good start of the day, but they can do better. It's just they spend too much time when it comes to the final objective. The average spent on other regions is going to be around 5 minutes. A bit extra here coming up from the side of team from South Asia and Central Asia, around 6 minutes-ish. So if only they can just have those ground target early on a bit more, it might cut short their time as well by the end of this track.
I also have to point out, if we are talking about inefficiencies, Team Nepal, they fumbled that ball. It was theirs to win. They were so close towards the 500 mark, but this comes down to understanding the timing in which you can accumulate. They sent all 3 members down at 486 score thinking which shows confidence, number one. But how is one member going to play the flying target to rake in the difference of at least 14 points? And that was when they dropped the ball. That was when they had to resend everyone back up onto the podium while everyone else complete the scores and jump down into evacuation.
You know, I mean, like that's something that I think miscommunications between the teams and how too much trust that you put up to your team, that one particular teammate. But we're watching the IQ highlight between the Central and South Asia region finals here right now. So far, track number one, even though they have a faster average in the first and second checkpoint compared to all the other regions, they are pretty much upstandard towards this Asia region when it comes to the first two checkpoints. But the one that's stopping them and hold them back is going to be the final one, because that's going to be how they spend too much, 6 minutes or more, just to finish off their quest in the final checkpoint just now. But like you mentioned before, it was Nepal's ball and just dropped it.
Yeah, but still, take a look at all these results here. Definitely a huge step up from what they performed yesterday. Less mistakes within the drive, faster timing finish, no longer looking like a team who would conclude things at 19 minutes-ish. So that 16 minutes run across the board, only with one, Team Sri Lanka at 17, definitely shows potential. Take a look at the Audi Super A player.
Yep, 2 players come out from the Team Sri Lanka, one from Kyrgyzstan and another one from Kazakhstan. So far, no players from Nepal, Team Nepal. Yeah, I think it's because they do have an average of the same, pretty much distributing almost the same amount of it. But sadly, they were in the lead. But, you know, if you have not completed the mission at its maximum score, it's best not to assume you can randomly find another target within a couple of seconds, because for a person to find that one flying object fighting against all the other players, around 12 of them, that's why it's going to be hard for you to pin at least one down, just one more.
Yeah, and that was the most frustrating thing, right? We saw Team Nepal becoming the first to move. They were the ones in blue, in case you forget. They jumped down straight, but then there were no ones hitting that target to close in that gap. And immediately you see the rest of the other teams, Team Kazakhstan, Team Kyrgyzstan, still 3 members shooting. And only then when they were done, they left that podium. And so Team Nepal had to crawl their way back up, so which just feels bad, man.
I did not forget. I was assuming that all 3 are going out together, because I was saying all 3 teams finish up together because the scores then slide out, right? Because we saw all of them starting to jump into their vehicles. But then I'm surprised what took them so long to get out from there. And then the score pops again. They did not even complete their target yet.
Yeah.
They should have, 100% we're completed then. Okay, let's go jump into the car.
But I kind of get the thought process, right? Usually when it's just a fractional difference, let's say you have 494 out of 500, then maybe some of them will make the move already. But at least leave 2 people on the top side. I
mean, like, usually when you start to move is where there's only 2 points need to be garnered in the last minute, because that's where you can find the ground target. It costs you 2 points. But for more than 2 points, I think you still need to shoot a flying object. One flying object costs 10.
Yeah.
So might as well just shoot one instead of trying to find like 6 more to, just fully get your scores there. But coming up for our number 2 track, we do know this is going to be one of the shortest track down there, but the obstacles, on the other hand, is a bit...
I mean, it's a fun one, especially now that we still see a little bit of sloppy driving still persist within
this is where you like it most.
DNA. Yeah, and so Team Kazakhstan, thankfully, they got away with, despite a few mishaps driving within this entire track number 1. Thankfully, Team Kyrgyzstan as well got into the same crash when Team Kazakhstan do. And now the worry becomes this. They got lucky this time around in terms of, that situation. What if this time in track number 2, a team crashes and the rest makes a bypass ahead? So they cannot let that happen.
Well, I think the one that closest to do so is going to be Team Nepal for now, because we can see how familiarized they are when it comes to the track itself. But for the side of Team Sri Lanka, we can see how unfamiliar they are with those tracks before. They are a bit... they're taking a bit of a longer rotation instead of going for the corners that they can just cut across. But if they figure that one out, I am not surprised they can actually catch up when it comes to round 2. Because right now it feels like they're just starting to familiarize themselves with Team Sri Lanka because of how the number of games is not as much as the others. But the side of Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan on the other hand, feels like these two, even though they always take the lead, they always happen to crash when both are taking the lead. So Team Nepal can catch up, but I think they're still going to take the lead anyways.
So I guess one conclusion can be drawn from that statement is that Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan, both looking like the higher performer within this group, both sharing the same travel path, which results in the same crashes. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because that's what the same crash happened in a very small compound just now. And it is what it is. But coming up from Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan, they are one of the most closest. One would thank you. We love you too. For good luck, all the best for all the athletes. But coming up for the next one, can Team Nepal catch up? Can Team Sri Lanka adapt faster? Because they need to know every single rotation, every single route towards the next checkpoint. But if they don't know all the bumpy roads, then they might be flying with the wheels up on the air instead.
Yeah, and that's always the most unfortunate things. But it's based on our experience and history and potential setbacks that we've seen within this game mode. You being tipped over is never really as bad as running out of gas, so let's hope
that's the worst case scenario.
Also doesn't happen here.
Well, we do have substitution coming in, which is going to be Sri Lanka player. Reza will be stepping in this time. So it seems like he's get up and ready. Look at the focus from all these athletes. They are piercing their gazes into the IQ 11 because of how amazing the screen is right now.
Touch and feel the performance itself. Same can be said with Audi, but I guess that's no surprise, being such a huge brand within the automotive scene for a very long time. And so, you know, with the Q4 e-tron, they're gonna get that one right. Just like some of these teams who has got to get things right within this track number 2 of match number 1 here. We have 2 sets to be played. We are still within the first, and now track 2 is on its way.
Now, what we worry most when it comes to track 2 is going to be the journey or the section 2, where you know for a fact the first to the second checkpoint around the platform area, if you know how to play around those walls, then the timing of the speed booster is so crucial. If you overboost yourself on top of that platform, we've seen the worst of the worst happen before.
Yeah, you could potentially, well, flip your car around, especially because at the other end waiting for you is a minor, I would say it's a minor hill or a mountain, but the gradient works against you. And so you don't want to be boosting yourself into, for lack of a better word, smack dab onto a wall.
That's usually the case. Or a tree, if it's not a wall. A tree is actually tougher than your vehicles in this case, yeah. But so far, Kazakhstan, as per usual, they do take the lead, but the boost coming out from Team Nepal. Now they want to take the lead instead. You know, we're gonna prove you what we have. But Kyrgyzstan, they cannot be too reckless. They got themselves boosted up even more. We are looking at a very good race, but this is where it lies.
Aww.
Can they land on 4 wheels?
They could try and make the attempt to land on 4 wheels, but right now Team Nepal just fumbling it all. Team Kyrgyzstan finds their way forward. Team Kazakhstan unfortunately did not get the chance to try and land on 4 wheels as they crashed face first onto one of the hay bales, and they were held back for a significant period of time.
We do have Team Nepal catching up at the back. I think Team Kazakhstan, even though they had the lead, now they've fallen off to the last one. But it's still not too detrimental because it's still not reaching up to the first checkpoint. We do know everybody can catch up, but the most important one is how fast can they clear those grounds before the mission starts?
That is going to be one of those factors in play here, but for the time being, a lot of grounds to cover by some at all, and all of these teams playing within these hills of Miramar. I do see Team Kazakhstan just fumbling their way through. Not so much of a pressure now that they're playing from behind. It is, that one goes to the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, who's trying to fend their position, keeping their nose front and forward against Team Nepal, who has taken the lead.
I was so worried they might clash next to each other just now and might miss the checkpoint if that happens. But Gladly and happily see that they both make it in time and didn't miss. Imagine if you have to make a U-turn if you missed that checkpoint just now. But coming on the back, it's going to be the third and fourth place for now, which is going to be Team Sri Lanka and Team Kazakhstan. But Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal cannot be complacent, knowing for the fact they're not too far off between the gaps here. It's all about finding those ground targets as fast as they can before being snatched away by the other team.
They're going to try, but they see members already within this compound immediately, only deploying one member just so they can avoid, you know, overcommitting time in this place. But they both have similar ideas, and that is to scale up onto the top floor here, but unfortunately it fits only two. Fighting for the same target. This man right here in purple, team from Kazakhstan. They're going up against the team Sri Lanka, who has already gotten top floor from the get-go. So that's going to be a bit of a questionable approach, since you're only reaching the target points after Team Sri Lanka takes it.
First come, first serve, man. And, you know, for me, that's going to be a waste of time, since they do have two more players and more players on firepower on that side. So since they're already occupied, they might as well just find a different area for the ground target instead, because there's no way for you to actually get those points early on. But Team Nepal taking the lead this time with 54 points. But Team Sri Lanka showing their strength as well, as they are leading on second. But Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan, on the other hand, now slowly climb up, and it feels like it's going to be three teams going a full contest here, except for Team Kazakhstan still fall back behind. Surprisingly, they're always taking the lead, but now they are catching up.
And this is where we finally see the real advantage in being the first movers into compound here. This time, Team Kazakhstan, they were the last one in, and they had to try and compete for the same prime location and prime targets, and they did not accumulate the scores they needed before this challenge began. They only had 30, while the likes of Team Sri Lanka and even Team Nepal had about 40 to 50 points to get on with, and so they will suffer the wrath right now, as some of these teams already hit that 300 mark, and Team Kazakhstan would have to play it back.
Oh, man, I think this can be one of the first few times that we're looking at Team Kazakhstan getting it quite later than the others. But I do want to see if Team Nepal can actually try to finish on first, because they did in the previous qualifier stage. But can they do it again? Because Team Kazakhstan is a team that a little bit of a late bloomer. Usually they come back on the second round instead of first one. But coming up for the other three teams, they all exit out from the first checkpoint at the same time. So we can assume, and safe to assume, with this POV of the player's handcam from IQ11, just see how composed they are when it comes to crossing this platform. But they're taking it super slow, and finally boosted up in the last minute, hoping to land with 4 wheels. But I'm not sure about this. Kyrgyzstan still have to work on those landing, but this given an opportunity for the other three teams to catch up.
Yeah, this is why that movement is not efficient. You are, number one, dropping onto a wall in front of you. And number two, you have to make a horizontal movement. Meanwhile, take a look at what Team Kazakhstan's doing. This is a straight displacement towards that direction, and immediately not losing any momentum in that process. They will now climb their way, I think, into number 2 within this race itself. Team Kyrgyzstan, though, now doing stunts and backflips, and they will find their car in, well, I guess not in commission right now. They have to hit the reset. Surely, why are you sending members on forward to try and make things your way? But it will be Team Kazakhstan now taking that lead because of the fumble that they have there.
The safest route, yeah, even though it looks like something that might not even airborne just now, but it was actually one of the shortest route and most stable one that will not cost you too much of a time to get there. But coming up from Team Nepal, they stumbled at the back line just now. A lot of team having a bit of a stumble moment when it comes to those platforms, like we mentioned, from first to second checkpoint there. That was detrimental if they flipped too long. But gladly, all 4 teams ready in the second checkpoint, safe and sound. So, but at the same time, all teams happen to be having the same number of targets, regardless of how Kazakhstan actually the first one to get into it first.
Well, I do believe that there's always going to be a first mover advantage here, and that would be reflected across the board. Team Kazakhstan finally playing in a position more comfortable to what they do know, and that is playing from the front side. Let's see if they can capitalize further of this advantage, or will Team Kyrgyzstan, despite that sticky situation earlier on, still beat them in the game?
Was initially Kazakhstan taking the lead, but now Kyrgyzstan also want to show their prowess and just keep it going. But we do know the moment we saw all the players and the athletes start running, it shows that the timer only left with 5 seconds. Everybody just plays themselves on the platform. Feels like they are definitely more organized, and they got themselves an airdrop. Which team is this? It's going to be a team coming up from Sri Lanka, and that's going to be a huge leap for them when it comes to their scores. But Team Kyrgyzstan taking the triple digit now. But at the same time, from Team Nepal, they are pretty good when it comes to shooting down the target as well.
They are raking in these numbers here, but Team Nepal still barely struggling actually, trying to break into the 100 pointers, and they finally do that. But it is Team Sri Lanka now up on a rise, trying to take over the spot in which Team Kazakhstan currently positions themselves. But Team Kyrgyzstan is the one who might just walk away the ultimate victor. More than 50% through already, reaching into that 300 mark. That is going to put them at least 70% across the board.
We always mention about how Kazakhstan really learned so well and adapt themselves in a very short amount of time. But you have to give credit to Kyrgyzstan. If they finish off this track once more, they are having the most consistency when it comes to getting themselves at number one. And not just that, if they can keep it under 16 minutes. Now, do note that track 2 is shorter than track 1. Usually it will be last 2 minutes than the track number 1. If they can finish around under 15 minutes, it's already a new number coming up from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan.
Team Kyrgyzstan definitely is out there. Like I said, it's one of the top twos, Team Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, especially within this region. But you also have to factor in that Team Kazakhstan did make a lot of blunders throughout track number 2, but still faring pretty evenly against the likes of Team Kyrgyzstan itself. It's not even a safe assumption to say that Team Kyrgyzstan would be the first one out, because they might potentially get undertook or overtook later on in checkpoint 3.
But all two teams now leaving at the same time as Kyrgyzstan, even though they have the lead. But we all worry about their driving skills, because as per usual, the small compounds and the small corners, that's where they get stuck sometimes. But Team Nepal and Team Kazakhstan already leave by and left with only Team Sri Lanka still on top of checkpoint number 2. But coming up from Team Kyrgyzstan, can they keep the lead? Because it's really unpredictable, extremely unpredictable with this region when it comes to their driving. When it's really crucial for them not to make mistakes, that's where crash happens.
I think for Team Kyrgyzstan, the objective is simple. All they have to do is make it as clean as possible, because we know when you're playing in second place, that's where the pressure is on, and the temptation for you to just boost on forward is at its strongest, and that usually opens you to so many potential mistakes. Maybe overshooting a turn, maybe overshooting a beach flag, or maybe just tumbling down as in general. And so that is the mentality in which Team Kazakhstan will have to play from.
I just hope nobody actually forgot about the patrol station. That's it. Because that's going to be the worst case scenario, the most punishing mistake ever in any track that we witnessed before. But here comes Team Nepal marching in as third. Just maybe 2 to 5 seconds difference between Team Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan. Coming up back to Team Sri Lanka. Follow pursuit very closely behind, so I guess it's not too far off. It's all down to the accuracy and this downtime of 120 seconds. How much can they just accumulate their points before it even started for their mission?
Well, that's exactly what they will have to try and strive for here, Team Kazakhstan, if they're looking to make the biggest of difference and still end up in another top 1 position. Right now, 32 out of the 500, just trailing behind Team Kyrgyzstan. But they will eventually take the lead. But can they hit into, at the very least, just for this region's sake, the 80 points in which they were able to do so previous round?
You know for a fact, it's going to be hold you for a long time for those flying objects. This is where you want to get and redeem yourself, you know, to compensate the time needed to spend on those flying objects, because these objects are easy to spot on and easy to shoot down compared to those flying ones, which have a smaller box, target box. But back towards our final checkpoint here, we get a flying object commence as Team Kazakhstan just taking the lead once more. But we do know for a fact, Team Nepal, when it comes to the final checkpoint, they can catch up, as long as they're not repeating the same mistake just now again.
That is definitely potentially even their forte here, but we'll have to see how they fare out once again with the judgment on the timings. But it is Team Kazakhstan, the only one with the 100+ pointers, and that is going to give them a head start towards reaching that 500 points. Trailing in second place is either Nepal or Team Kyrgyzstan itself, but it is Team Nepal who hits the 100 pointers far earlier than Team Kyrgyzstan, who now is in #1 spot.
I'm still waiting for Team Nepal to just overtake all these two teams right now, hoping for them to have a very fashion ending. But so far, still taking the lead. It's going to be Team Kyrgyzstan, taking almost all 200 points here, but just 2 points different between Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Coming up from Team Scott Preferred, this time you have to give it to Zariche, who's taking the lead for Team Kyrgyzstan, same goes for Ifak. But now, it's like almost evenly distributed between all the players or the athletes of Team Kyrgyzstan. Coming up from Team Kazakhstan, on the other hand, they're taking the lead, but it's just too small of a gap. For Team Kazakhstan, Salkech and Rebel Sky already kind of taking the first two spots, but Fache and Batter taking 16% as well, even though he's a driver. But back to the side of Team Nepal, this is their forte, you were right. They were catching up, and they are still catching up from final place, or the fourth place just now, going up to the third, then now climbing up to might even the first one. But it's all down to the final few targets. They cannot afford to not shoot the one target if they don't have enough. Like, even if it's 2 points left, then they can try to find the ground targets. If not, if it's more than that, just keep on shooting the flying ones.
Team Nepal, surely they've learned their mistakes from the first one. I would like to think that they will not make the same mistakes twice and actually stick on it, because look at how fast they're accumulating those points here. Potential #1 spot winner, leaving even the likes of Team Kazakhstan in a back seat for the time being at third place. They have to look to make the climb, but Team Kyrgyzstan, consistent through and through, a second place finish in track #1 could look towards a top 1 finish here in track #2, and that's just only going to contribute better in terms of the overall timings for them comes the end of the game of track #8.
But Team Sri Lanka, they're not too far off either, but it's just the moment they have three teams is way faster than you when it comes to the reaction time shooting those objects. It's just really difficult for the last team to catch up here. All three teams leaving almost at the same time. Even Team Sri Lanka is now leaving as well. This is one of the closest teams that we have. And I love how the progress they made so far. But lucky enough, the one that actually leading is Team Nepal, because Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Kazakhstan just now blocked themselves from getting into the vehicle on time.
Yeah, but that is also, you can't blame them for blocking each other, because Team Nepal did finish a second, a tad bit earlier than the rest of those teams. So that gave them their way into the #1 spot. And I think Team Nepal would be really kicking themselves in the foot, knowing that that could have been them in track #1 as well, if they had stuck around and finished the job before they tried to book that exit.
14 seconds and 90 seconds. That's going to be like 5 seconds apart between Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan here. But coming up from Team Nepal, I love they managed to finish off first. Their forte really is to find a checkpoint. All they need to do is just focus on those checkpoints and make sure not making the same mistake. They definitely did not do that. And what's more important is going to be how you park your vehicle during the final checkpoint, because you don't want to block yourself from getting out. That's the case of Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan just now that caused them to drop themselves in the second and third place.
Unfortunate it may be. I'm pretty sure there were rules in terms of blocking, but unless you park yourself into a blockade, then you're just setting yourself up to fail. But right now, Team Nepal, they understand what it's going to take for them to end up in top 1 position, and that is just to finish the job, get it done, and then make sure they're across the finish line.
I have to say they have improved tremendously if you compare with today here, because their average back then, like the fastest even, was just 16 minutes or 17 even. But I would worry for track 3 here, because track 3 definitely one of the worst time or the longest time required for all the teams in this region. If they can break the barrier, getting 16 or even 15 on track 3, pretty much they are on a higher level standard of player for both Central and South Asia region. Now we're going to check out the IQ highlight just to relive our moment a bit more.
So steadily across the board here, everyone 15 minutes, maybe with the exception of Team Sri Lanka again, just probably a minute off the league, and that is just going to build into their entire overall. Take a look at that result. It is 15:38 for Team Nepal, 15:52 for Team Kazakhstan, and 15:57 for Team Kyrgyzstan, who had the lead for the most time, just fell off a little bit towards checkpoint number 3. And in fact, checkpoint number 3, I would argue that they finished as well first against Team Kazakhstan, but then because of the blockade, they are where they are.
I mean, like, they parked there where it's kind of difficult for them to actually get out in the first place. So when it comes to the RD Super A player, we do have these top 4 players coming up from Kyrgyzstan, which is going to be Zeriche, coming up from Sri Lanka, Jimmy, Lucifer from Team Sri Lanka as well, and from Team Kazakhstan, which is going to be Sorkash. Now, I have huge respect for Team Sri Lanka, provided they don't have enough track to play, just like how Team Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Nepal did before. But they just flawlessly, seamlessly gel well and adapt accordingly when needed, and they can catch up. I'm not surprised by second round here if they can actually maintain at number 1 even.
Which one we're talking about? Sri Lanka?
Yeah, Team Sri Lanka.
Well, we'll have to see, because I reserve some sort of thoughts on this situation, but before I share that one out, we've got more time later on. But for now, a quick break from Choo Choo and myself. We'll see you in the next one.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰。有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影响电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Life itself is a learning curve, and this guy is learning faster than any other human being exists in the world right now. We do know you guys are watching into the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version with me, Choo Choo, and I'm just gonna
there we go. Finding
Keith.
problem to find compliment. That's what happens when you keep throwing compliments across every single time you open the show. You're eventually gonna run out. You know, there's even a little doubt in me that believes that you don't even believe the compliments you've been thrown all over. So it's all right. You can spare me the details. But talking about learning curve, loving curves. That's totally out there. Learning curves. These players will have to learn how to tackle those curves, because right now driving seems to be still the issue at large.
You broke me. We talked about Team Sri Lanka before. Like you mentioned, they seeded into the finals way advanced than all the other teams, but the disadvantage will be their lack of experience with these tracks, because they haven't experienced this kind of format as a full team here just yet. So the athletes so far from Sri Lanka, personally, I feel like they are sort of similar like Team Kazakhstan in day one, and like in the day one for their qualifiers, which was yesterday, right? They're having some time to readjust themselves, but when it comes to the second round, they shoot up and consistently getting themselves in the first place. And also, this is quite a good feature coming up from Team Sri Lanka. Even though this is their first to actually get into all 4 tracks with all 4 athletes, they already can catch up, not even up to a minute difference between the teams. So I have a feeling when they get the gist out of it, all they need to do is just rinse and repeat, and their muscle memory at work. That's it.
Yeah, but something is also worrying if we're ever going to talk about about the country, or no, not the country, the team Sri Lanka here, because let's be real, right? Numbers don't lie. Trend lines are based on numbers itself, and Team Sri Lanka is always in the back foot, even after the starting point. Like, there was not a single point in the entire game that we have played in which Team Sri Lanka looked like they were strong competitors in taking the lead.
But it's not that too far of a lead. That's the thing. If it's like 2 minutes lead, then I have to say maybe they might need to take more time to actually catch up here. But because we are walking into track number 3, which happens to be the most time needed for this track to finish, and this is going to be even for the teams, and the sake of Team Nepal, Team Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan took a longer time before. Now to recap what really happened in the qualifier, first time they entered track 3, even Team Kazakhstan need 25 minutes to finish it off. And if you compare their second time after they kind of get the familiarized with the track itself, they cut almost half of it, up to 17 minutes. Imagine if it's the third time. Third time's the charm, right? So coming up from Team Sri Lanka, I have a feeling they know what's at stake here. So they know that maybe if we learn this and try to memorize as fast as we can with the time given, they can make a comeback on the second round.
Now, the issue with that apple-to-apple comparison is that it's not an apple-to-apple comparison. Remember, Team Kazakhstan only had a 25-minute round because they ran out of gas and had to walk. So sure, everything looks like a plus side comparative to that one unfortunate event. So I wouldn't use that as a standard of what you will have to pass, because I think in this level of the competition, you will only hit the 20-ish minute mark if something unfortunate happens.
Well, that's on them then, because numbers don't lie. It shows that how much they are not familiar with what they have to counter if they, miscalculate certain resources and it took it lightly. But from the side of Team Nepal, they're taking the lead once more this time, having a good start. All they need to do is not crashing into unfortunate corners. That's usually the case for the side of Team Nepal, but so far things has been going very smoothly. But this is the platform that they have to make sure they can stably land on all 4 wheels. I happen to be okay for now, but I'm kind of worried with this bumpy road, and even the tree, they swerve a bit of a shaky there, but they made it through.
Team Nepal, they're the ones that holds that promise, right? Despite being robbed off from the top 1 position in track number 1. They claimed it back in track number 2, and they did it so stylistically, and it looks like, again, this time around in track number 3, with the lead that they've built up, being the first one within compound, it seems like they might just be that one person or that one team again to take that top 1 position.
But here goes where we want to see one of the most crucial time on the 120-second downtime. You mentioned about this before when we were first starting out. This is the downtime like we didn't see when it wasn't East China East Asia play yet during that time, Team China. You don't see the perks of this 120-second downtime. Once we saw, if you hit that 100-point mark, it's an advantage if you can actually do that, because the time required for you to do the missions will be cut into half. And not just that, for you to wait for the target to flip, it took you around 2 seconds already. So if you can cut the time short on that, we're finding all this target early on, why not?
Now, talking about building that lead, Team Sri Lanka finally, maybe Al to prove me a little wrong here with the a premature statement, but I will stick onto it until things differs within the overall results. But Team Sri Lanka had the lead for a small period of time, but right now trailing at second place, 44 already. But with all the players running towards the center of the beacon, it seems like it is the cutoff time and it's time to focus on the actual objectives.
Now here comes the mission needed to be done for all the teams. So far, Team Sri Lanka taking the lead with 78 points, but Team Kyrgyzstan just catching up. Team Nepal, on the other hand, when it comes to precision and timing, they have been flawlessly delivering. But it's all about the timing with those vehicles are so crucial, because every single time, every single second, every single millisecond, it's a dime for them. They have to make sure they cannot afford to make any small mistakes there, because it will be detrimental for the entire team. It will drag out through the entire course. On the side of Team Nepal, they kind of been hitting a plateau while Team Kazakhstan catch up to 251, but the points is just too close right now.
266, 286, 294, but it is Team Kazakhstan who actually walks out despite that neck-to-neck performance, and now just shortly after the rest of the teams within this entire region would have to make that exit towards the checkpoint 2. So still neck and neck, marginal difference for at least the top 3 teams, excluding Team Sri Lanka here, who would find their way a couple of seconds slower than the others. But Team Kazakhstan nearly swerved into demise. They find themselves still in the game. A smooth run so far.
Yeah, but they're cutting all the corners as much as they can. Now going to it as those high grounds from the first to second checkpoint. Usually the course of the track a bit too challenging, because there's a lot of high mountains and high platform usually between the first and second checkpoint. Yeah, and this is where a lot of people get stuck, but they made it through right in between the fence in the nick of time even, and flawlessly getting themselves into the second checkpoint. But I may speak too early. We just have to wait and see, because it's still gonna be halfway to go for them to get into the second checkpoint.
That was a close call for Team Kazakhstan. Really, if they really want to polish their performance here, that is one of the things they should look into. And another team, it was Team Sri Lanka, get held back as well, fumbling it right after that drop. But the lead is onto the side of Team Kazakhstan. Very comfortably, they are ahead of the pack here, looking to break into checkpoint number 2 and soon enough.
But not that too far off. It's going to be coming up from Team Kyrgyzstan as always. Yeah, closest team to actually following pursuit. And so far, Team Kazakhstan not making any mistake. Hopefully that will be the case here, and just flawlessly going at the finishing line by the end of the day. But Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal is too close between these two teams. Less than a second as a gap. On the side of Team Kazakhstan, they are having a very good day, getting themselves the second checkpoint in advantage of taking those ground target first.
Those ground targets is going to prove them super resourceful, but let's take a look at these neck and neck here between both the blue and the yellow. That is Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal trying to break it through, but it will be Team Kyrgyzstan who expand the lead even further. The competition really relies within the top 3 teams right now. Team Sri Lanka, Choo has got some optimistic things to say, but right now they're waiting to just go out and release that potential that was mentioned.
You really have to punch me in the face now, don't you? With your words. But yeah, I do believe that Team Sri Lanka, because despite, even though they are not familiar with all these tracks, they still managed to deliver with not that big of a gap. Now, it will not be detrimental if you actually do count for their overall scoreboard later on, because if they can make it back to the round 10, got themselves consistently as number 1, they might actually end up in the middle pack, or even at number 1 if they have a shorter course of time compared to this first round here between all these 4 tracks. But on the other hand, Team Kazakhstan, they know what at stake. They know how we will cost them if they don't use whatever time there is in this downtime of 120 seconds at its best. And they try to make use of it and be proactive as much as possible. But we do know the time on the clock will now open up the platform towards the retracting targets.
Team Kazakhstan, the only one who built the lead before this began. 70 pointers. Sure, Team Sri Lanka had 10 on the dot already before this countdown happened, but that's not significant from the number 0, and so Team Kazakhstan would be running away with the largest of leads right now, setting themselves up for greater success comes the checkpoint number 3, and which is where they also have to look towards exacerbating that lead in that third checkpoint with the sure knowledge that Team Nepal could very well overtake them in that platform.
So far, Team Kazakhstan still leading off with 200 points. Team Kyrgyzstan still catching up that same amount of point here. With when it comes to Team Score Preferred, everyone pulling up their own weight for each of the players and each of the athletes for both teams, and Team Kyrgyzstan as well. But in fact, and once more Zariche taking the lead with only 1 point of a difference. But from the side of Team Nepal, everyone is almost the same amount of points. When it comes to Team Nepal, I love how well they control their recoils and their barrels and their reflex as well. But Team Sri Lanka, on the other hand, do have 1 extra ace player, but the rest of it not pulling off all the weight because of how they have to try and snatch all the target away from all the other opponents.
Team Kazakhstan will be the first to hit that 400 pointers and make their way to the next checkpoint. Next to them potentially is Team Kyrgyzstan, and it's a pretty decent gap to be built here from the bottom 2 teams, as last we checked they were only hovering at the plus 200-ish pointers. So you talked about a gap not being more than a minute, but this one right here might just very well do that.
Well, not really so much, because Team Kyrgyzstan just leave the second checkpoint as well. It feels like Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan just having the same mindset, having the same rotation and route of when it comes to their section to section from one checkpoint to the other. And when it comes to their firepower and accuracy, pretty much almost the same. It all differs down towards their driving skills there. And so far, Team Kazakhstan is going to be a fast learner, not repeating the same mistake too many times.
It is Team Kazakhstan still number 1 in the pack, and right now another blunder being made by them again, just letting go of these moments, short moments that cost them so dearly. They really have to look to make more refined maneuvers here, as if they really want to be the ultimate number 1. But thankfully for all these teams within this region, nobody will get relegated comes the actual Asian games.
Yep, when it comes to whoever is on the top, well, we're looking forward for them to actually be in the Asian games itself, but so far it's one step to the other. Team Kazakhstan now trying to take the lead even further. While the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, on the other hand, where are they? They were chasing just back-to-back with Team Kazakhstan just now. They got stuck around the ramp and around the small tunnel, and it will be costly for them because they are letting all the other teams catching up to them. But so far, Team Kazakhstan, they're ready themselves in the final checkpoint. They have to make the gap, because we do know this is the forte for Team Nepal, and they love this platform more than the other 2.
So thankfully for the top 2 teams here, Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan, they will have that head start of 30 to 40 seconds in total to perhaps build the lead they need and use the remaining of timer to maybe hit that 100 markers to set themselves up for success and leave the rest in the dust here. It still goes down to the overall finish, not really how much time has been spent within checkpoints, and so that counter has begun for the likes of checkpoint 3.
Usually when it comes to track 3, the finish line where we do have the average of 17 to 18 minutes, I do hope we have a shorter time. But based on our previous data of the final checkpoint itself, it requires 5 to 6 minutes for all the teams to finish off their mission. And they even got stuck here for the side of Team Nepal, but at least it's not that detrimental yet because they are already in the site. But all they need to do is just finding their perfect spot to find all those hidden target and the ground target.
Yeah, I think Team Nepal intentionally crashed onto that wall just to drop this one person here. So these teams see the entire map. They've studied the location of all these ground targets, and they will deploy each and one of those members within those key checkpoints to perhaps build in that lead. And that's why the 120 seconds is very crucial for their end.
Nobody's on the platform.
Yeah, and right now that countdown has turned down to 0, and Team Kazakhstan only 50 pointers as a lead here, but still 50 comparatively to the rest who only had about 10 to 0 to start off with. Is going to be a slower grind for them into the 500 total.
I think that's the first time ever when the countdown finished and the platform already activated. There's nobody there. I think everybody miscalculated the timing just now, but gladly there's going to be 2 players who are entering without any problems. But coming from Team Kazakhstan, they're putting all 4 men here. It's all down to your IGL. How do you want to divide and conquer this final checkpoint? Well, to put only 2 players to go for the flying target, but I personally feels like it's best to put up all 4. You have more eyes set onto the target, more firepower to finish off the final bullet to explode those flying objects, and not just that. The others, if there's going to be like, 2-4 remaining points later on, they can scatter about to find the remaining ground targets. But what's more important, it's going to be just trying to take the lead as much as possible here.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, having more members on these platforms means more firepower shooting from their end, which also increases the chance of success. And as we live and breathe here, Team Nepal is actually struggling with the flying target counts. They've already sent 1 member to try and rake in and make the difference up from the ground targets itself. And so that is the equivalent of a team waving the white flag here, opting out for a different strategy. Now Team Kazakhstan is the first to hit that 400, and they might just create a big enough leadway moving into the checkpoint.
Now, if only can find 9 more targets, this is arguably the shortest time ever in track number 3. The only track that gives so much problem for Team Kazakhstan by far, and possibly one of the longest track they keep their numbers up there. And this is one of the worst track as well. Last time we remembered about the gas issue, which was 25 minutes. But this time they're trying to redeem themselves, 50 minutes on the clock, but they're still having a bit of a problem and hitting a plateau when it comes to hitting almost at the end of the finishing line in this final checkpoint.
Now, mind you, this is Team Kazakhstan who's crawled their way up from the bottom here because of that gas issue previously in the first round that they played yesterday. They nearly got relegated out of it. And so this is them proving up to the entire world that they were supposed to qualify in the get-go. 500 already for Team Kazakhstan.
Look at Team Sri Lanka. I'm not being optimistic. It is what it is. They are adapting, adjusting so well. They are in the 400s, but hopefully they finish off, because no matter how much you are in the lead, but if you don't finish your scores, it's pretty much pointless. But Team Kazakhstan still will be the first one to live, but who will follow next? We have to wait and see. And so far they got themselves a huge lead. Since nobody's still living out of the compound of checkpoint 3, that's going to be like around 20 seconds lead in their hands.
20 seconds is a lot when it comes down to making that final decision. And just to echo on that sentiment, it doesn't matter if Team Sri Lanka is just a small fraction away from the others here. Marginal difference, they are still not fast enough to beat them in the placement. And so Team Sri Lanka will really have to amp the ante here if they really want to take something home.
Do you hope they break their own record for the side of Team Kazakhstan? Their best time just yet. It was 17 minutes 08, and they making another record for themselves. 16 minute and 46 second. They are definitely getting way better ahead this time around.
That is insane coming from these teams here. Team Kazakhstan, who would have thought they were so close in getting eliminated, but by the skin of it, they clutched their way through and made it into this round, and right now they are wiping the floors with the rest of the world.
Team Sri Lanka on the other end catching up to second place, but they finished within 17 minutes, which is going to be less than a minute difference between them and Team Kazakhstan. Almost even, maybe around 30 seconds or 40 seconds of gap. It's going to be 42 seconds, and they ended on second. They are halfway through there. They're getting way better placement this time. But Kyrgyzstan fall just slightly bit short with only almost 10 seconds of a difference, make it 12. But finally, we do have Team Nepal, who happen to be struggling when it comes to this third track right now.
Team Nepal, they were #1 before, and this finish might be eating into their victories. So they have to be careful, because right now, whatever lead that they've included within themselves in their past performance will not be reflected, as it, well, one thing cancels out the other. And now they find themselves again trying to play catch up. No lead was made for the likes of Team Nepal.
Now it feels like we do not know who will take the #1 so far, but we can say that Team Kazakhstan is kind of consistent, but it's a bit too soon for us to say that, since we saw how Team Sri Lanka now start to have that tempo and also get familiarized and kind of getting used to the tracks and the objectives. But let's look out for our IQ highlight between the Central and South Asia region for their finals right now. When it comes to the second section, this is actually kind of still fair ground and fair play for all the teams. You see everybody kind of getting out from first and second checkpoint almost at the same time. The one that really make a big difference is going to be the final checkpoint, which is a bit detrimental at this stage, since everyone pretty much have the same standard.
Talking about standard, Nepal did not meet them right now. 18 minutes. That is a huge gap from the first place. Nearly 3 minutes. Okay, 2-ish plus. And then you're 1+-ish minutes from second, third, and fourth.
Honestly, what happened to them? They're supposed to be their forte when it comes to the final checkpoint. I'm surprised they couldn't catch up in the last minute, because they were having some sort of a leap halfway through. But back towards our Audi Super A play, we do have our 4 amazing players here, which are going to be coming up from Team Kyrgyzstan. Zariche, this guy delivers every single time. He's the first one to contribute towards the team. Coming up from Team Sri Lanka, Tota, coming out with 416. While Team Nepal, we do have Shahaz with 396 scores. And last but not least, once more, Team Kazakhstan, Sarkesh, always the first one to give so many points. But even though they do have lesser point, but we do know for a fact the trend is in the Audi Super A players, the lesser you have the number is actually better for the entire team, which means everybody pretty much contributing the same amount of scores.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of team contribution, that it shows that way. But one cannot say, if everyone contributes, let's say, but this one player still contributes far more, it isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? In the end of the day, a full contributing team, yes, is the team that would win, but if you have an outstanding player in a fully functional team, then you're just weapons of mass destruction, pretty much.
But for now that we saw the trend, it's going to be the team that having a longer time to finish do have the highest number for their Audi Super A players by far.
Yeah, but in that context, that doesn't mean they have a fully functional team. They have a fully functional member who's doing all the points for that team. And that, unfortunately, is not enough to bring the rest. So it's more of carrying dead weight rather than actually standing out from the rest.
That's kind of true. If only everybody kind of distributed around 400 points, now that's going to be a lot for the entire team. And so far, the trend is, so even if you are the lowest number when it comes to the top 4 Super A players from Audi Super A players, it's not really a bad thing, because usually that's going to be the team that's taking the #1 spot most of the time. Well, vice versa, and also maybe same or not so same it depends on the entire team as well. I mean, like, if all 4 players, if it's really a fully functional team, all 4 players are coming out from all the same team. Kind of makes sense now.
Sorry, you have to backtrack on that?
Like, example, you mentioned about maybe that one player. It doesn't mean like the entire team is not super functional, right?
So no, it could go 2 ways. It's either this player is outstanding in his strong team, or everyone else is just weaker that he stands out. That was my point.
Oh, okay. My point is, right, because if it's like really a super strong A team and everybody contributes evenly, then all 4 of them will be deserving on the all the Super A players. And so far, we haven't got that much just yet. Maybe 2 players at the same time on top of a bird, on the board from one team. 2 players from one team. So yeah.
Actually, I think Team China has got it.
All 4.
It's okay. All 4, maybe not so. Where's the fun in that now? That wouldn't make up for entertainment value itself. And so, yeah. So that was my point, because what in the Audi Super A player, what's in consideration? Total number of points, right?
Sure.
And if you take a look at a game, what is capped and fixed? Total number of points. So within, for example, checkpoint 3, within 500 points, who within your teammates delivers the most? And if everyone does it, then nobody's a standout Super A player as an individual.
But if you're really like outstanding, extraordinary, extreme Super A players, right? Then all 4 of them will be having all 400 scores.
No, but because you can't have more than 500.
But the thing is that the accumulation of just one checkpoint or all around of all checkpoints?
So in general, when you accumulate, let's say checkpoint 2, 3,
okay,
and 4. Let's say the 3.
5, 3, and 2.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 1,000.
Yeah.
So the most you can distribute if it's evenly.
Divide it by 4.
So it's going to be what? 250.
Then that would be baseline.
So nobody will stand up
no
into
one
the...
would stand right. Exactly.
So it's actually not a bad thing then.
So that's why that's my point. Like, it's either number 1, you're an outstanding player in a strong team, or nobody else is pulling in the points and it's just you, because you can never get more than 1,000 points in total for a team.
Imagine if you actually pulled that off, right? It is not just super. That is extremely superb Super A player. But speaking of our final track here, you know what? Last track we saw just now, definitely an improvement coming up from the side of Central Asia and South Asia teams. But this time when it comes to track number 4, we will have a bit of a shorter time for the ending, but it all down to can they make it to the last bridge. We've seen that multiple times, and that's where you crack yourself so hard. Last time we saw it.
I mean, we've seen numerous ways on how teams could potentially play that wrongly and fail, right? You have, on one hand, teams who does not time the boost right and ends up short, hitting into the curb before and not actually landing on top of the platform itself. That's number 1. Number 2, then you have teams who use the boost, I don't know, they didn't time the boost too well again, but finds themselves shooting towards the skies and hitting onto the barriers, the scaffoldings of that bridge itself. And then number 3, you have teams who chooses against using that bridge, make their way onto the ground side, and get hit by obstacles as well. So there's just a million and the one things that can go wrong in just that one specific juncture.
Yeah, some of the teams manage to make all the way all to the bridges, but when they land down, they happen to be tumbled down as well. So I mean, like, even you made it through the bridge, it doesn't mean it's still safe. And that's the fun of this map and this track as well. I mean, like, we're waiting and looking if they learn from the mistakes and what is the shortest amount of time that they can actually accomplish for all the players and athletes. But so far, the average we've seen by far when it comes to today's performance and all across the track is going to be 15 to 16 minutes, right? But when it comes to track number 4, in the previous data, the longest time taken by the side of Team Kazakhstan was 19 minutes. That's definitely not the one they're running out of gas, but I think they kind of crash into the bridge.
Yeah. Yep, that's just them tumbling a lot, and yeah, we've seen it over and over again. And even today itself, I don't think they've had a clean run so far.
I think last one they did.
No, they definitely crashed.
That one was Kyrgyzstan, I think. The one that actually stuck around the tunnel, right? That was Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan actually, Team Kazakhstan made it through. but they just slowed down a bit and lost their momentum. But some bombs that we kind of missed, they're kind of shaky, but well, we're almost done for round 1 in the finals of South Asia and Central Asia between these 4 teams, Team Kazakhstan, Team Kyrgyzstan, Team Sri Lanka and Team Nepal. Can they redeem themselves after some loss in the last 3 tracks before we heading into second round? They need to close up the first round here.
Well, they have to close that chapter so we can conclude match 1 of the qualifier finals or regional finals here in the Road to Asian Games 2022 for Central and South Asia. They will be deployed onto vehicles, and this is where most of the fun begins within this region, on wheels and on all fours.
Now I remember. It was Team Kazakhstan, right, who jumped onto the other team's vehicle when they ran out of gas. And teams got separated because of how they've been dragged away, miles away apart from each other. I'm reliving my nightmare. But when it comes to the start, when it comes to this final track itself, it feels that all 4 teams having a very good start. Never they happen to be bombed into anything just yet, but we may say it too soon. We're gonna have to wait and see, because when it comes to the track number 4, it's a bit shorter than track 3, but there will be more obstacles here.
Yeah, it's a lot of sharp turns, and that usually eats into the timings, right? Because most players, if you're not well equipped to tackle turns, you are going to lose a lot of momentum slowing down just to make sure you don't lose out of control. So the team who could steer their way into victory is the team who could kind of shave down those.
This is where everybody gets stuck.
Yeah, no, we were just talking about it, where the fun begins within this region. Already a collision happens.
Oh man, Team Sri Lanka got stuck, and there's going to be another team just behind them who happen to be stuck at the same time as well. And this giving an opportunity for Team Kazakhstan to take the lead, because that was a very small road, like it or not. Everyone have to pass through this very same entry. On the side of Team Kazakhstan, they're making their way into the first checkpoint flawlessly, and then a flawless run here. But at the same time, the haystack, sometimes it got caught in between.
Oh, there we go. Grazed it by the edge and into a halt. That hay bale is made of iron. I don't know what they're hiding on the underneath, but it won't budge somehow.
Oh man, if only that thing budged. At least it's like just slows you down instead of putting you at a halt, right? But at least all the teams, and it's not too detrimental when it comes to the first checkpoint. We know that for a fact, because everybody have an equal fair ground, and when it comes to this first checkpoint, it's still something that mendable for these teams. But everyone is already inside the first checkpoint. All they need to do right now is try to get as much point as possible while waiting for the 120 seconds downtime.
But one thing is true. Team Kazakhstan now does not have a clean run here. That's a bump already. No clean run.
I give you that, yeah.
So that the likelihood of them getting a bump in a previous round probably we missed out on, but I'm pretty sure it's there.
Okay, maybe you're right. But on the side of Team Nepal, I do want to see, because they do have what it takes there. Well, it's always those minor mistakes that's giving such an impact for the entire team to just be falling off from the top 2. So far, they're getting great when it comes to their pre-mission scores, getting those numbers up closely behind Team Kazakhstan. But when it comes to exiting out the checkpoint, usually that's the case from Team Nepal. They have a bit of a problem with their parkings. Maybe they're trying to pay the ticket first, couldn't find the auto-pay machine, you know.
I guess, you know, parkings are out there in large quantities too, but some of these teams, they're a bit of a VIP syndrome here. They'd like it to be right at the doorstep as they make the exit, and I kind of understand. That's why we'd rather take 20 rounds around parking malls to make sure that we have the one parking in front of the door.
Well, the door is nowhere to be seen because it's an open space for now. Hopefully they just make sure that nothing is in between them when they're getting out of the checkpoint. It seems like Team Kazakhstan is per usual taking the lead, but Team Nepal will be next in contention. Team Kyrgyzstan, on the other hand, is going to be on third. So far, Team Sri Lanka haven't got themselves a good start with any first checkpoint, but they do catch up on the second.
That is expected. I think some of these teams will have their own forte, and if your strategy is to come in a little bit later, maybe it could also be a tell that perhaps Sri Lanka, their weakest suit might be in the drive itself, since they can never overtake teams during those transition periods between checkpoints. So maybe it's moving and shooting and trying to secure that speed up boosters is what maybe they're lacking.
That's kind of true. Now, you mentioned about the speed boosters, right? Surprisingly, when it comes to the Central Asia and South Asia, the numbers of boosters being shot down is not as much as we've seen before. The average number we've seen quite in the high volume is going to be around the 40s in the per user standard. But during the stage of the Central Asia and South Asia finals, the standard number is around 20-ish, not even reaching around the 40s.
Remember Team China's record with the speed boosters?
It was 60-ish, right?
89.
Holy smoke. It's not even half.
They were taking everything for themselves, and so understanding that, that itself is pretty much a testament that one team could potentially get 80+ speed boosters. If you're ending it at 20, 30, then you know it's probably not being fully utilized by your end. And that could be what makes the difference between them having the lead during these transitionary periods.
That's what makes them the difference. I mean, like, if you have every single speed booster actually shot down, that shave off at least like 5 seconds off the clock, around there somewhere. So if you got yourself almost 80, now imagine if one speed booster is around 5 seconds, right? How many minutes is there? Around 400 seconds. 400 seconds it is.
That's significant.
That's a lot. That's pretty much minutes, maybe even 5.
That's longer than
5 minutes. It's longer than 5 minutes. That's a lot.
Yeah. Which is why they kind of have to take notice, right? Because think about it. Each checkpoint, 120 seconds, time 3. Is that 400? That's barely even 400 now, is it? 246. That's 360.
Yeah, that's not even 400.
That's not even 400. And that felt like eternity waiting for the checkpoints to come online.
And that's where you actually make up for the downtime of that 2 minutes. But Team Sri Lanka happened to be fumbling, and they are the last one to enter in the second checkpoint. And they even make a mistake entering there. This is not giving them enough time to find a ground target. And that's actually the one that actually make up for the loss of that downtime then.
Perhaps so, but I don't think it's a 5-second shave off with the speed booster. At best, 2 seconds per booster. Yeah, I think 400 is a bit ridiculous.
Okay, you have to remember the booster do give the velocity of the car a bit more. So it increases around maybe 200 miles per hour. Then the standard 100 over. That's quite a number still.
Yeah, no, I don't deny it's significant, but is it game-breaking like that? I'm not too sure.
Is. That's why they got the average of around 12 minutes on the East Asia region.
Yeah, 12, 13 minutes, yeah. Pretty significant shave-off right there, but they don't have to worry about them just yet. That one only happens, the cross-regional Asian... How do I say that? The crossover between regional Asian places.
The Asian games.
The Asian games, right? When they do actually cross over, that only happens in Asian games. So not right now. So I guess they can find solace in that. But they still have to, you know, pretty much do the best they can right here, because the rest of the world is watching them. And what stories do you want to bring home? That really depends on each and every one of these teams.
Yeah, that's kind of true, especially towards your parents, where they do support you these days when it comes to the esports. Team Kazakhstan now taking the lead with almost reaching up to the target with only 4 more points to go. Team Nepal, this is where they start to catch up. This is where they start to show their strength. But in the meantime, they have to make sure they don't stumble in the last minute here. While the side of Team Kazakhstan will be the first one to leave again and taking the front lead, and a head start once more. Will be a gap in between, yes, because no other team will follow pursuit this time.
Team Kazakhstan finds they were comfortably ahead here, more lead. They have been taking the lead since checkpoint 1, now taking the lead again comes in checkpoint number 2, moving into checkpoint 3, looking like they're setting themselves up for success here. Now, mind you, Team Kazakhstan. I believe their track record was a first place in top 1 and top 1 in track number 3, and now about to look like set themselves up for track number 4 with another top 1 finish. So if we're talking about the realm of match 1, almost confirm is going to be them in the top 1 position, hands down.
I don't want to say that too soon. It's too early to say that because we don't forget about the bridge yet. Because that's where they stumbled last time. Even though they got the lead before, because of how many times they stumbled during downside of the bridge, it was a 3 gap between those bridges. They stumbled all those gaps in between and caught them extra 3 minutes where they placed last. Last time we saw them the first time, but they placed first, yes, within 15 minutes, under 16 minutes, 15 minutes 42 seconds was their record for Team Kazakhstan on the last time we saw them in this final track. Now, can they break their own record, or will it be a longer record than before, even though they do have the lead? Because when it comes to not crossing that bridge yet, don't say it out loud.
Don't want to really jinx it, but man, if that would have happened, then I guess Team Kazakhstan has got no one else to blame but themselves. It is, after all, a game of mechanical testaments here, and if they fumble that, that's really, they would be the ones who deserve it. That's all we could say. But right now, it doesn't seem like they're about to make this mistake. They will play their hearts out, especially towards this very end. They are the first movers into the checkpoint. I would like to see how much points they've been able to accumulate thus far.
And we haven't seen the points just yet. Coming up from Sri Lanka as per usual, they're going to be the last one to leave here. But at the same time, you still can catch them when it comes to the points in the last minute here. Team Nepal, on the other hand, they did manage to take a lead once in track number 2. Now, can they take the lead again when it comes to track number 4? Because they are pretty darn good when it comes to getting those targets down, even though they're a bit later when it comes to their driving.
Bit late, but better late than never, they say. However, that late comes with a huge price to pay. Team Kazakhstan already 60+ points accumulated just before this activity begins, and now the countdown from 3 seconds began. 70 out of 500. That is the record for Team Thailand. They may not have beaten the likes of Teams East Asian region with a 100-pointer, but 70 is a good start.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a sort of, it's still in the high bar standards instead of the average one, because the average we do have around 50 and 60s, right? When you reach 70, even the 100 over, the most we got is around 150, right? 170 or 80 for the Team China. We've seen it before.
So I'm not too sure, but Sir Cloud did mention that there was a point in time where they could accumulate 200 before.
Yeah. It was almost 200, not exactly 200. It was around 180 something during that time. So close enough. I mean, like, if you even almost reaching 100, that's already a very good start because they open up so much lead for the team. But Team Kazakhstan, even though they had the lead before, Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal is really good in this shooting, but this one is going to be a bit tougher for them. Like I mentioned before, the visualization on those targets, it's super difficult because of the background itself. You hardly can see the flying objects because how it blends with the mountain behind it.
Blend indeed. That's how most people who's health conscious like their food, but that is not what's happening right now. Full of flavors across these areas. Neck and neck between these regions. Team Kazakhstan, Team Nepal, and even Team Kyrgyzstan. Again, we see them as a triple threat way in potentially ending things in the #1 position. Team Nepal, despite coming in much third place, last I checked, Gediar standing in its second, closing that gap ever so slightly, 1 bullet at a time.
Almost hitching up to 300 right now for Team Kazakhstan, but Team Nepal is per usual. This is going to be the forte, but sometimes you just hit this plateau for a long time, and this is one of those times because the number stuck at 244, around 10 seconds or so. For the side of Team Kazakhstan, it suddenly shoot up to 300. Can Team Nepal catch up? Can they finish off first again? Because if they do, and they did, it's pretty hard to call who's actually #1 because they have been alternating within these two teams who gets first and second. But it's just Team Kyrgyzstan on the other hand also will be pushed down then. On the side of Team Kyrgyzstan plays themselves as third place against once more, but on the side of Team Kazakhstan, all they need to find is another 2 target and they can leave. Hopefully nothing happens afterwards.
Well, Right now, they're in the first 400 marks out of the 500, so they are decently at least 100 over than the second place. So that lead is there, but I wouldn't disregard 100 points as an impossible wall to climb. We've seen how one stagnation could easily give way for the others to climb up and take over the #1 spot. So Team Kazakhstan, they're trying to be as consistent as possible. 50 more points to go before they book their ticket out of there, and they have to make this last one count. 72 already, 472, 482, and counting. 2 more targets to hit, and that would be officially the 500 marks.
So Keshike might be our Super Super 8 player since he's leading in the side of Team Kazakhstan on side of Team Nepal. It's going to be chance once more possibly. Team Kazakhstan only 1 more point to go, but look at Team Nepal closing up the gap. But they need to stop Team Kazakhstan from shooting those targets by taking those targets down first. They are catching up. Team Kazakhstan now running and leaving as the yellow team park themselves nearby, hop onto it. But can Team Nepal catch up? And if anything happens on top of that bridge, that's going to be detrimental now.
Team Kazakhstan makes the first breakaway in towards the checkered flag here, and that is going to be significant enough for them to solidify again a lot of these top 1 finishers, and they attempt on the bridge, skids a little bit by the side, but still recoverable. I think they will make it. Second bridge down, comes the third, comes the final leap of faith on top of the entire patrol station. No, not really. Right in front of them.
Oh, they almost swerved in the last minute. That was a flawless end of the track for Team Kazakhstan. And this is yet their fastest time on track number 4. Not really. The second fast, because they had it faster before, which was 15 minutes 42 seconds. But still, this is within that target, around 16 minutes and 5 seconds.
They are definitely looking competition ready here, averaging all their matches at 16 minutes. And coming in second is Team Kyrgyzstan itself, 16 and 24. And Team Nepal coming in third place at 16:33.
You can see how perplexed my face is right now, because we saw the numbers going up at the checkpoint before. It was supposed to be Team Nepal closest to catching up to us, Team Kazakhstan. What happened there? Why is it always whenever they try to close up the gap, whenever they try to catch up and finish off their 500 scores, they have some difficulty to find at least 1 more target to go?
I guess the equation or the answer to that one is pretty simple. Maybe they jumped the gun once again before actually finishing the job, and therefore buying a lot of time wasted. I guess having to redeploy those manpower over onto the podium stage and try and shoot down those flying targets. So, well, the most consistent across the board right now, Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan, always within the top 2 finish, and Team Kazakhstan 3 tracks in the top 1 finish. So it is undisputed at this point on who is going to be the overall fastest within match number 1, but we still have another set of 4 tracks comes in match 2.
I have to disagree on the side of Team Kyrgyzstan on the other hand, because yes, they do have quite consistency on second place, because there's always closely behind towards Team Kazakhstan. But we're going to watch IQ highlight while we're talking about what really happened across all the 4 tracks just now. Well, the thing is, they fall off into third place on the second and third track. Was it the second and third track just now? So they have been alternating between these 2 teams of Team Nepal as well. But I think so far they're pretty still sits on second place, but they cannot be complacent. Did I got that wrong?
I'm not sure, but I guess we'll have to just see the overall here, because I do believe there was at least second place in track number 2.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Kazakhstan got a second place on track number 2 because Team Nepal got first at 1.
Yeah, so that means that's 3 different tracks in which they got top 1, right?
Who?
Kazakhstan.
No, I'm talking Kyrgyzstan.
Oh. Well, you got 1 bad track for Team Kyrgyzstan, and immediately that's going to shift their movement. I don't think so. But what movement is going to shift this towards the Audi Super 8 player here? I know they do sound pretty much phonetically the same, so I guess maybe the miscommunication here.
Sometimes it's confusing. But when it comes to all the Super A players coming up from all the regions, we do have coming up from Kyrgyzstan with 2 players this time, which are going to be Zari Che and Efak. Come out from Shahaz from Team Nepal and also Lucifer from Sri Lanka. So far nobody from Kazakhstan here, surprisingly, even though we do see a lot of the player's name is pretty difficult to pronounce. Again, I have to refer that once more. But for coming up from Team Kazakhstan, Sorkish, there you go. Sorkish always takes the lead, right? But speaking of second and third place, I think it's going to be a tight race once more when it comes to Central Asia and South Asia here.
And I think because overall they are playing for the overall timing. So this is match 1, the first set of 4 tracks. Later on, they're going to play another set of 4 tracks, and that's where the timing really matters as an overall. So for some of these teams, okay, just to put the benefit into your place, your benefit of your doubt, Team Sri Lanka not being too far behind means that they can make up the difference in track number 4. I mean, in the next 4 sets of tracks.
Okay, if we look across the board here just now, is let's put it in like a minute gap for every single track, right? So they have to make up for 4 minutes behind if they want to target themselves on the first place in this case. So they have to make up those 4 minutes and every single track to make it easy, even solidify their placement if they want to get number 1 here. They have to pull up 2 minutes lead like we mentioned yesterday. So in this case, I'm not sure if Team Sri Lanka actually can pull it off because we have seen Team Kazakhstan have been very consistent the entire day. And so far, yes, undeniably they are number 1 right now. But the second and third place between Team Nepal and Team Kyrgyzstan, now this is going to be a tough one.
No, I think Team Kyrgyzstan is almost very consistent in second place.
Hear me out, because there's one time in track 2, Team Nepal placed first. And yeah, the gap is not too far, but Team Kyrgyzstan actually placed third. And these teams has been alternating between these two, so it's just, you know, there's one time they got first, but the gap is not too far between all these teams.
Exactly. So that track 2 right there is only by a few seconds. Track 3, unfortunately, Team Nepal draw off very far behind. But enough of that one, because we've got an interview with the players. I believe that will be by Tash Bunny. Whenever you're ready, please take it away.
Thank you very much, casters. And indeed, it has been a very competitive day. Speaking of which, I'm joined by from Team Kyrgyzstan. And it's been very, as I said before, very competitive today. And how's your team's feelings like today?
We are feeling good today. We have some rest yesterday. And I think we prepared well.
And you guys definitely did. Currently right behind another team, so very close. And speaking of that, because it's been so very close, what do you think is the overall performance for all the teams today?
I think that all the teams take their best today, and they better than yesterday. I think so, and I think we will play good next match.
Definitely going to be seeing that. Okay, let's talk about confidence levels. Between a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being least confident, how would you rate your team's confidence levels?
I think about 8 and 9.
8 and 9. So 8 and 9 is pretty confident, and I have to say that other teams should be worried because they are feeling very good today. Regardless, gonna go toss it back to the casters. We'll see you guys in a little while. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that settles that conversation, right? Because they're feeling like a 9 or 10. I'm pretty sure that's going to be in the results too.
But at the same time, we still have halfway to go. So anything can change, but here comes our current standing. If you look at the gap here, like I mentioned before, Sri Lanka do have 4 minutes, almost 4 minutes, exactly what we mentioned against Team Kazakhstan, but it's just almost not even a minute difference if you compare with Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Kazakhstan there.
Yeah, but like I say, Team Kyrgyzstan definitely showed more consistency. That's why they're here in second place. The lead that Team Nepal made was negated with that track number 3 because they ended pretty badly. Look at that, 18 minutes compared to the average 16, 17.
But you have to look at the total time here. We're 67 minutes and 13 seconds and 66 minutes and 42 seconds. That is around 30 seconds
30 seconds is a long time, and especially when in MOBA, getting stunned by 4 feels like forever. So we're going to get into more games later on. That's the second set of 4 tracks for the Central and South Asia region. But for now, a quick break from us. This is Choo Choo. My name is Keith. I'll see you right after the break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my alumni partner here.
We're all rocking stripes. I actually don't know what these fabrics called, but I always see it, students within Oxford wearing these, and so today we are not casters, we are intellectuals.
Because we're doing our PhD now, right? We are still doing our PhD because with every game, we're trying to analyze, trying to understand, trying to break down everything in this new game mode.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than meets the eye, man. Remember when day one, when we first get a glimpse of this game, our understanding and viewpoints from then has taken tremendous shift to what we know today, right now, this many moment. And it's only been 3 days, but a couple of hours in.
Yeah, can you imagine that? Like, I think by now we'll be able to write a book about it. Yes, to the extent. But you know who else can write a book as well? It's going to be our athletes. They have been putting in the grind. Like, they're the ones actually executing everything inside the game. And, well, I guess there's still more for us to discover.
Yeah, I mean, for the time being, what these athletes should be striving for is not to write a book about the mechanics of the game, but a biopic of their success here in the Asian Games, or at least the Road to Asian Games, which eventually leads to that.
Yeah, but also shout out to our match technical officials behind the scenes. Got the names coming out there. Adrian Hendricks is back.
Oh, Adrian Hendricks?
Yeah. Oh,
you mean the guy who has been giving out referee notice?
Oh,
Adrian Hendricks?
The Adrian Hendricks we're talking about here.
That spells Adrian Hendricks on Facebook, right?
That spells Adrian Hendricks with an H.
Ah, well, he's a pretty famous guy. Go look him up and find out his technical knowledge behind the game here.
Yeah, he's been the one, together with his team as well. So shout out to his team of ITOs and NTOs that have been working hard behind the scenes to ensure all of our athletes get the best experience possible. And speaking about the best experience, we are having the best of experience here so far at the Road to Asian Games 2022. And this will be the final stretch for these teams before we crown the champions for this region. And also what's going to be important, who's going to be the MVP?
Yeah, Central and South Asia, this is their time to shine. But I have to jump back onto Adrian Hendricks, though. I've noticed there's not much referee notice this time around. Is he doing his job?
Oh, he's doing an amazing job, man. He's keeping everything in check before it even comes up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it. We cannot see it, and we have no eyes onto the back lines, but we will have eyes to what's happening in front of these games. Off we go. It's track one, the beginning of match number 2.
Here we go. Valodemar. This will be the second time this group will play inside of this track. So what I do notice is that there is an optimal way to start. And one of the optimal ways is actually being used by some of these teams. The driver gets the car, but 3 of the other athletes drop in the buildings in front. So the driver starts the car. By the time he reaches the 3 other athletes, they would have been done with their looting and they can straight move on to the first checkpoint.
And that would shave at least about like 20 milliseconds or something, right? Just being as efficient as possible. I mean, when it comes down to this sort of game and its concept, things go down in a very, very micro level that they have to consider. Even right now, with Team Kyrgyzstan crashing onto those barricades, that's going to eat away within their chances towards heading towards a top 1 finish.
Oh yeah, a little bit of a bumpy start there for them, but nevertheless, I think we can see the trends right now. The trend is always at the checkpoints, but there's one variable though. If you're able to get to the checkpoints first, you're able to steal away or cancel out the opportunities for the other teams to gain starting points or to gain the ground targets. And of course, you get to somewhat pick wherever that you want to be first. But if you arrive last, well, whatever there's left, you have to work with it, including the remaining ground targets. But speaking of the teams that's currently doing well, Sri Lanka leading the pack.
Team Sri Lanka, now they've had a rough match number 1 here. I think their closest towards the top 1 finish was a top 2 finish over in track number 3. Now, can they look to make and do that one again and perhaps inject a little bit more consistency across the board? Well, that isn't an option at this rate. They kind of have to. So they will arrive within this checkpoint. So is all the other different teams, and this is why the first man advantage is such a big deal. With the moment you arrive, that 120 seconds counter starts running the clock. And so with 120 seconds, a lot can be done. And what these teams usually do is park a couple of their members into key prime location within this compound that oversees a bunch of these targets for them to pretty much bring in the accumulated points and give them a lead before the activity begins.
All right, I have additional information regarding some of the game mechanics that I can share. Since I spent some time with the teams, so the static targets actually provide lesser points as compared to the moving targets.
Oh.
Yeah. So there are some teams who actually optimize. Well, we're talking about optimizing, right? Like because you have X number of bullets. So do you want to spend those bullets onto a static target that gives you lesser reward? Or do you want to spend those bullets on a moving target that gives you more rewards? But of course, the trade-off is the difficulty level.
Yeah, and that could also potentially means that are you willing to spare bullets onto not getting any points in return because it's a potential miss and it's a high percentage of it.
Yeah, so far for the high-performing teams, they ignore the static targets.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the observation. So they focus on the moving targets, but of course they have to miss. They have to hit their shots. But when we talk about those kind of teams, so they're like Team China and so on and so forth, and missing their shots not an option.
I guess that makes sense in a way because although you could say, do I shoot 2 bullets and get X amount of small points, or do I shoot 1 and get a bigger point? When you look at it on a more holistic level, if you go for the ground targets, the static ground targets, you now have to shift to the next static ground targets, and that requires you to walk and waste a little bit more time. So maybe overall, it is still more efficient to go with the moving targets instead.
Yeah, probably the trade-off of potentially missing is worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that seems to be like, well, we are studying all the best practices around, right? So that's why this is like a PhD class here, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm sure this will be continued to refine by these teams as well. But speaking about the teams, so far we do see that Team Kazakhstan will be the first team to leave checkpoint number 1.
That they do, and this is not news to them. They've been performing absolutely incredible this time round because they remember to fill up their petrols and so on and so forth. So they're doing definitely better numbers across the board. But what is impressive is that towards the first set of all the 4 tracks that they played, it was averaging out around the 16 minutes, which previously this region is known to be around the 18-19 minute mark. So that's about 4 minutes shaved off, if not 3.
Yeah, so a good amount of improvement, I must say. So now they are putting themselves like in comparison with at least the West Asian teams in about a number, and some of the Southeast Asian teams as well. So they are starting to be at least the midpoint, or at least the standard practice. And if they continue to learn more and to refine, they can move on to the gold standard practice.
I mean, that gold standard is another 3 more minutes than what they were in, which is quite hard to do, especially when they have not nailed the driving mechanics, which seems to be the reoccurring theme here within the Central and South Asia.
Yeah, it's still something they need to work on, but when it comes to the checkpoints, seems to be doing well for them. But speaking about the checkpoints, so now some of the teams reach checkpoint number 2, and it's going to be the same thing. Okay, so one thing that's going to be the variable, because in every track you will get different towns. So different towns have different building placements. Hence, it also means that different target placements. This is where the teams will need to find the most optimal way or optimal site for them to be at. So, okay, so you remember that the other day, I believe it was, Team Brunei, right? So Team Brunei, when they played, they ran out of gas, right? So one of the reasons why they ran out of gas, just to give a little bit more detail, is that they had a plan A originally to land at spot A.
Okay.
But when, for some reason, when the time came, they choose to go for plan B, which is to go further, like to go to the inner side of the compound. Yeah. So when they went in further, they dropped their athletes. Then the driver has to go and refuel. When the driver needed to go to refuel, there wasn't enough gas.
Oh, that sucks.
So it's like you kind of need to decide, like, do you want to drop first? But if you drop early, there could be other teams as well that already looted that spot. So what is the sweet spot? What is the plan if you are the first team to arrive there? Or what is the plan if you are the second or third team or the fourth team to arrive? So that will be the variable.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen time and time again, this happens more often than not, and hopefully some of those teams that you mentioned pretty much brush up on that sort of resource management, to put it out simply. But unfortunately, Team Brunei, they will not be within the Southeast Asian region stack here. They will have to strive towards the next time this event come around, but that can be said for the likes of Team Kazakhstan, who most likely see themselves into the next round, although all members here, all teams here would still get seeded forward to the actual Asian Games main event. But Team Kazakhstan, they are hungry for more and they want to be the overall champions within the qualifier finals, the regional finals.
And of course to take home the prestigious ring, the MVP, thanks to Audi as well. And now speaking about Team Kazakhstan, again, way ahead of the other teams. Now starting to move on to section number 3. And section number 3 is always a blocker for the teams, in which most of the teams have yet to crack the code.
Have yet to crack, but I think Team Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and also Team Nepal did so very fluidly. It seems like it's no trouble to them, always neck and neck towards it. However, Team Sri Lanka is the one that always ends up kind of the weaker link comes checkpoint number 3. And the driving falls still happens, the driving pitfalls here. Again, Team Kazakhstan just throwing leads away with that sort of fumble and maneuvers.
Yeah, that could probably have cost them like a couple of seconds, although it's not significant because of their current lead, but still, at some point, they're going to meet up with the other regions. And some of the other regions are flawless when it comes to driving. So that is where they still need to refine and redo, and it seems to be another sticky situation. Okay,
oh, no.
Do they have the vehicle in there, inside of the building or on the outside?
They had to reset because their vehicle was inside the borders. There was no way they could go out on that one. And now, because they reset with the members not in the vehicle, they have to drive down, get this member on board, and then proceed with the move again. Look at that.
Wait.
They have catched up and only just left this entire compound. And so, you were mentioning about how it wouldn't be detrimental. All it takes is 2 seconds to get a point across the board by hitting the on-ground targets. And right now, it might even just lose the lead in general to Team Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, and now they will. Oh, man. They had a good, nice, comfortable lead until all of that happened. So this just shows that what is the impact of such consequences. Now they're trying to get back their lead again. They're trying to chase up. They're trying to maintain it. But again, it's not the smoothest of ride. Happened to be for both teams.
Happened to be for the entire region, I might add. Yeah, it's a reoccurring theme. But this just creates another layer of competition, right? Because if both these, or all the entire region is very unrefined in the driving, then I guess nobody really have an advantage, and it still swings 50-50.
Yeah, so it kind of like how do you say, cancel out each other or trade off with each other, something like that. But of course, at the end of the day, it's about how do you fare against the other regions as well, because the gold medal at Asian Games, that is the ultimate goal for all these teams. And today, of course, it is also to get a good seeding, that's one, but at the end of the day, it's all about that. But they will have a couple of months to actually revise how they actually do or lead to that.
Yeah, that is the month in which they need to exert the most amount of growth. That is not even an option. It's expected for them to kind of grow better, especially knowing that the standards out there is the 13-minute mark. I believe these teams will not stop until they finally figure out how, and thankfully for them, this is live on all digital platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and so on and so forth, with the official broadcasting partners, which means they can look back and revise and figure out what Team China is doing better than the rest.
Yep. There will be a lot of study, definitely, probably even more than our PhD study of this game. Now, look at the timer. Okay, so this is a trade-off, right? So if you decide to trade off bullets for ground targets, especially for the static ground targets, meaning that when this main objective starts, you would have lesser bullets than potentially those who just don't shoot ground targets. So, I mean, that's like the math of the trade-off, right? And that would also mean that when you're in this objective, your possibility of needing to reload is higher than those teams.
Oh. Yeah, I really need to get into the mechanics of the gun works here. Like, is reload something that you can just readily access to, or just like the actual game, or is it necessary for you to finish a clip?
Okay, so there's a very interesting mechanic, which is actually the same with the full version of the game.
Okay.
So if you reload when you're 0, it actually takes you more seconds to reload. But if you reload with at least 1 bullet in the chamber, your reload time is faster. So they cannot empty their magazine and reload. They have to like fully maximize, maybe leave it with, of course, the most optimal is 1 before they reload. So that is also another mechanic that they need to be aware of during this kind of stage.
So I guess then that pretty much solves the problem. They could always still go towards those ground targets or so on and so forth, but reload before you get into here.
Right. So whether you're talking about reload in terms of overall ammunition or reload the magazine that you currently have in your weapon, like the 30 bullets. Yeah, the 30 bullets is the one that if you go to 0, you reload, you take more time.
Cool.
Yeah. That's your PhD class for today.
Right there.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I just got certified by Sir Cloud themselves. Hopefully we can pass that certification to some of these teams, or maybe an award, which would be appreciated even better for possibly even Team Sri Lanka right now in leading the charts. Now this is unheard of. At least for the past 4 tracks that were played, in no instance did Team Sri Lanka close the checkpoint number 3 as the first one out. Sure, they did go into neck-and-neck situation that's happening right now, but can they actually close it out at the 500? That one is unheard of and has not been done before.
Oh, okay. But they're getting close there. But we have seen multiple times that teams can overtake teams at the top, especially at this stage where the points are really, really close to each other. So far, Team Kazakhstan seems to be the one to be able to challenge, but maybe Team Kyrgyzstan could pull off a surprise. Team Sri Lanka seems to be having a platoon and not moving their number.
Yeah, and that has cost them dearly because now Team Kazakhstan takes the lead, but back at it again with Team Sri Lanka only by a small margin, 486 to the 496. Actually, Team Sri Lanka, the first one out, 500 pointers. First time since forever. Perfect play by them. Might look to finish the game here as the top 1 finish. This is going to be very good moving on to the second match of the regional finals, because this is also, they have been struggling for so long in the first set, always being in the bottom.
Yeah, I guess, well, I always say this, right? As gamers, if you don't do well in your early stage of the game, you'll be like, warm up, guys, warm up. We're getting into the game, right? And I guess right now, after the 4 tracks, well, now that they've repeated the first track, this is where they say, well, I'm done warming up. This is what I can do. So you guys better be ready for the next track.
Yeah, that is true, but do they have the leeway to be a bit more lackluster for the first set, though? Because that is also numbers that would be tallying into the overall.
Yeah, true. So we also have seen like teams, like they don't do well the first 4 tracks, but when it comes to the second set of tracks, they do decent. But that is not enough because the gap is just too far away. So in essence, in general thought, is that for Sri Lanka to really catch up to number 1, they have to do way better than all the other opponents.
Yeah, I mean, I think the simple rule of thumb is if you're doing underwhelmingly well in the first set, you have to be an extraordinaire to be able to make up that difference and create lead for you to ensure the top one finish. And right now, with the top one finisher in track number 1, they could be a good start to a new chapter of their story.
Yeah, I really would like to see like a comeback story, right? Like it's always nice for us to see those Cinderella comeback stories that people don't expect. But what we do expect is the highlights. Thank you to Aiku. This is the Central and South Asia regional finals, and we are in game number 5. And this looks like a starting of a comeback maybe for Sri Lanka.
Well, you could say starting a comeback, or we could also say that they have got a window of opportunity because Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan just getting punished in the way they travel and rotate, very unrefined, getting into blockades and then causing them to fall off and fall short here. So instead of being the first to arrive and tallying in some of the lead points that they would have had, they have negated that lead, and now that made it more possible for Team Sri Lanka to bypass.
Aha! And not only the first place, but also for the FAW Audi Super A player, a representative from Team Sri Lanka, Lucifer, is the MVP for this round. Now, each team has their own MVP. We've got Zeriche, we've got Gante, and we've got Batia. So all of them up there with 400 plus points. And what I do notice from the previous graphics stat is that, interestingly, again, the Sri Lankan Team Sri Lanka, they have the least amount of speed ups. So I'm still trying to see that correlation between like speed ups and also the placement for that particular round or in a certain round.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chu and myself talked about it just briefly. I feel that this region, in particular, Central and South Asia, since we're talking about optimizing the process here, speed ups, boosters are something that they do not utilize to the fullest. I think they average out with the least amount of speed ups used. I mean, we remember Team China with the 89 boosters being utilized in a single track itself.
That is everything like check.
Right?
Yeah.
So if they were to actually utilize even more and hit their target onto more speed up boosters, there's potential for them to shave down whatever timing that they already have, which is not bad, by the way, at 16 minutes. Potentially shave that down to 15.
Yeah, potentially. That kind of makes, that does make logical sense. So I had a preview of how like from the athlete's view from their phone of how like the aerial targets looks like, the boosters especially, the speed boost. It's a dot from their view. Like from our view, from the observer's view, we get to see like a whole drone, right? But for their view, it's like a dot and it just goes past by because like you're racing at the same time, right? So it's really, really hard to hit.
So you blink and you miss, and
absolutely.
Immediately it's gone. I honestly don't even know how to combat that besides slowing down time or memorizing each and one of those locations and placing throughout the entire course.
Yeah.
But that's ludicrous, you know.
Well,
but then again, gamers in the top level who are now considered athletes are ludicrous in general.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, you really need to have all those, right? Yeah. But I think that's quite true as well because as they were traveling, and if we are able to have like the team comms, like they will have the reminder of like, okay, the boost will spawn left or right, something like that. So they'll be prepared on where they want to aim first or pre-aim before they shoot, and that's how they have a better chance of hitting the target. Rather than, oh, it's coming, then you start to aim.
Yeah,
there you go.
Now that sounds harder. So essentially what you're saying is this game, I should not touch it because driving the cars is hard, trying to do things as a drivers are hard, the tempo and all the, necessity being a driver is just far too difficult, and now shooting things is also difficult at this point. I'll just stay to watch, man.
That's why we are here casting and talking about it, and they are playing it. Yeah. So I guess we'll be happy here.
I guess that also answers the question, right? A lot of people within the comments and chats of this broadcast asking, if it will ever be available for them to play. And the real answer is you don't want to anyway.
Well, I wouldn't mind actually trying it, you know, like on a regular basis just to see how far I can go.
Okay.
I know it's really, really challenging, not gonna lie, but I think if any regular player want to try and challenge themselves, I think it will be a good flex if they'll be able to get good at it.
I mean, you'd be still able to play. It's just that we'll probably clock things in at 27 minutes as the best time or something.
Or maybe 30 minutes and you don't even get to checkpoint number 3.
And we can finally find out what happens once it hits 30. Does the game immediately end, or will it just stay stagnant and then you can complete the rest?
And the timer just doesn't move,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Oh, actually, that's a good point. We don't know because none of them get anywhere close to that 30-point mark because these athletes are awesome. I mean, they're trained for it. They have the mechanical skills. They have it all. Checklist. And that's why they're doing really, really well. So what else is doing well? Of course, is our prestige sponsor. There's the Audi Q4 that you can see on screen here. Apparently, if I'm not mistaken, so what I heard is that the MVP also gets to bring back one of these models.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, now I want one.
Maybe as a side thing. You know.
So who do I talk to be able to strike a side deal and take the figurine home for myself?
Ben!
Oh, what, did you just say Ben?
Who?
Well, I guess, I mean, we have one right in front of our desk here. So, I mean, if Audi's not counting inventories towards the end of the tournament, and if they do not need it back, then perhaps we could, I mean, I could have one for myself.
Well,
That's not enough for both of us.
Well, I mean, if there's extra, we could have to save some storage space, you know. Just saying, just putting it out there.
But unfortunate for both of us, after today, there's still going to be esports titles that will be playing here for the road to Asian Games 2022. So they're probably going to need it too, so they can, you know, talk about how wonderful Audi is and their Q4 and the e-tron, and it's all electric and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If this was the last show, then maybe we have a better chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. But nevertheless, we're going to jump into the next game as the athletes hold up their phones, meaning that it's going to be about time before they get into track number 2, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, the timing is just right. The graphic is up. Track number 2. Here we go.
It's a good thing that you activated into this game here. I thought you were about to say they were holding their phones up to look at Doyun.
Oh.
Watching themselves. That would be
yeah.
kind of vain.
Honestly, athletes do watch themselves. Like, okay, of course, for research purpose, that's one.
That's watching the game, watching
the game. Okay, for research purpose, that's one. And of course, to know what do people think about their performances. Yeah, like what do the fans think? So you guys out there watching this live stream at whichever channel that you're at, do leave comments for the athletes. Do leave positive comments. Do show them support because in reality, they do read your comments. So yeah, put it in. Be positive because all these athletes are positive as well as they will head onto the track. And now all 4 teams are on the road. Not too much of a difference, but of course, it's just a starting point.
Maybe that's why a lot of the teams here love you, Sir Cloud.
Ooh.
So, well, I never put that into consideration. Actually, I did. I just don't care. Because I've been brutally honest with a lot of these athletes. I mean, I just call it out as I see on the screen. Hey, my views are not paid for, so. Right now, a little bit of a stumbling block here. Team Nepal actually got held back and then starts tumbling down again. So it's 2 stumbling blocks in just a minute within the game here. They are going to suffer the brunt of it, while Team Kazakhstan tries to further the lead against Team Sri Lanka, who has got a top 1 finish in their last round. Could look to maybe get the top 1 again this round because we've talked about this. They have to be extraordinary to be able to close in on the gap they did. They fell behind in the first match.
Since you mentioned about Team Nepal, right? So, going to share a fun fact. Okay, so, and we talked about fans earlier on, right? Actually, the concierge that's helping us to be at the door to assist, he's actually Nepalese.
Oh.
Yeah, and he knows these players. He knows them. They're from pro teams, T2K, DRS, and the athletes from Team Nepal. They actually play in the global stage. So the guy out there is a big fan, looking at them in front of him. I mean, he's having a good time.
Wait. So wait.
Yeah.
Two things. Two things.
There you go.
Number one. Is that how you address them? Nepalis?
Is it?
I don't know. Nepalians? No, that's not
that is to my general understanding. Unless if I got it wrong, I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. But
I'm not sure. I'm asking.
Okay,
I'm genuinely curious. I don't know.
But if there's a correction there, I apologize. But do put it in the comment section so we all learn something new every day.
Because that's cool. Nepalis.
Yeah.
And number two.
All right.
Get that man in. Have he shaken hands? Has he gotten the jersey? What are we doing about it? That's a big fan out there waiting by the doorstep.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to let the team manager know.
Now
okay.
you're doing something about it. Sir
all
Cloud,
right,
Sir
all
Cloud.
right. Okay, I mean...
people love him because of who he is, but he keeps that love for himself.
Oh, man. I mean, self-love is important too, right?
We're getting to dark territory right now. But on brighter note here, we have Team Kazakhstan already 60 out of the 300. So if they can breach into the 100, which less likely than some, I don't think they've hit that sort of optimized efficiency just yet. But they will strive for it. 70 is the standard that they have so far in every checkpoint.
Okay, how often do you see the athletes aiming for the static ground targets? Most of them would aim for the moving targets, right? So I think that's starting to be a trend on it, and they're starting to discover as well that it's more worthwhile for them to aim for that instead of the static targets that give them lesser rewards.
Fair enough. I mean, we talked about it. The risk-reward ratio.
Oh, yeah.
It's just better to hit the moving targets itself. But we will now go see into the 4-color targets. We've said the word target so many times, something is about to appear in the mirror at night. But Team Kazakhstan right now, 200 and plus, about to hit that 300 marker, could be looking to be the first one to maybe book an exit out of here.
Oh yes, Team Kazakhstan, they're looking to take back their throne. So let's see here. So far so good for Team Kazakhstan. They'll be the first team to leave. Whereas for Team Sri Lanka, we're still waiting for them to make the move. For Team Nepal, still here, finding the points. And it does look like the other teams have left.
They have made an exit here. The first one will be the ones in red, so that's Team Kazakhstan. Have the lead, but again, can they maintain it? Because we saw even in previous track, they had the lead but fumbled a little bit too hard and gave opportunity to even Team Kyrgyzstan and surprisingly Team Sri Lanka to even that gap. But first, look forward to the future because the gaming flagship is IQ 11.
Really, really nice there. I mean, we have an actual IQ 11 right in front of us, so we can testify for it. It does look really, really good. But what's not looking good is for Team Kazakhstan. I think they really wanted to go through this route. Like, it was intentional. It's just that it's not as smooth as they would have thought.
They could have definitely done it a smoother job in trying to cross. Now, people who make that jump, see, this is the risk. This is why. It's a trap, right? And the moment you're here, it's to no avail because you now have to move horizontally towards the right to hit that beach flag and then start your journey again. So that's just really not the most efficient way to take that route. That jump right there is a bait.
Yeah, I mean, the whole logic of physics, right? I mean, you can't apply 100% in the game, but, you know, to a certain extent you can. Like, the jump is just too far or too deep. And by the moment you land, it's like, it's hard to land on all fours and be stable.
Well, maybe you could if the ground was flat, but in front of you is another hill, an opposing force, so you'll be smack dab into a wall, essentially.
Yeah, so that's why we can see the gold standard team, Team China, just avoids that entirely. They're like, okay, nope, that's a bait, that's a trap. Nope, just don't do it. Just follow the side and go all the way down, and they'll be okay. And they still shave time because a general view of the angle, it does look like if you draw a straight line, that is even closer to the checkpoint.
Yeah, the displacement theory.
Yeah.
And, well, Team Kazakhstan will find their way in. by taking that pathway, which also, by the way, does not slow you down in the momentum once executed right. So that's also another factor in, because if you take a jump and you do crash, you slow down drastically. You're at halted 0 speed.
Yeah, so then there's a possibility for other teams to actually catch up onto you. But for Team Kazakhstan, now in section number 2, still waiting to see if they can break that 100 barrier mark, because we now know that at least the goal standard is to get 100 and above, and if you can achieve that, well, you're pretty good. But looks like they've got to set up for 80 and now refocus themselves onto the main objective. The targets that appear randomly on this window, and this is where it's just pure mechanics for you to flick. At the same time, hope that your other opponents don't steal your targets away.
Yeah, it's Team Kyrgyzstan right now who's playing the 50-50 divide and conquer strategy here. As you can see, within their scopes, it's hyper-focused towards one side of this entire building. And we've seen teams go as far to even split it into quadrants, but Team Sri Lanka, never have they closed in at number 1 during checkpoint 3 until in the previous track. And right now, they might set themselves up again to break that record here for the first time for checkpoint 2.
Oh yeah, but okay. I'm starting to see a trend here for this region, at least for the finals, right? For every section, they're pretty close. Like if one team reaches 200, couple of seconds, the other team reaches 200 and so on and so forth. And that's not like that one team is just too far away.
Their gun power is matched to a level. Now, would we say that they are matched on a higher end of things or they're matched on the lower end? I don't know. But again, much like you're driving, if everyone is at the same par, then there's no advantage to any one of these teams. And that's why they are down to a single moment of clarity here. 400 first achieved by Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah, followed by Team Sri Lanka. The last we saw they had 389, so it should be okay. It should be easy for them to get the remaining numbers. And true enough, Team Sri Lanka is on a roll now, but the fact is that Team Kazakhstan will be the first team to leave checkpoint number 2, moving on to the granddaddy checkpoint 3.
Checkpoint 3, this is the make or break moment, or the granddaddy as Sir Cloud calls it. They have to be able to really get that one in the bag here, because there are not many flying objects or flying targets to go about. If one team is accumulating such a big lead, you know for a fact the rest of the 3 other teams will be on a plateau and stagnate in their progress.
Now this seems to be a perfect scenario for Team Kazakhstan now. They have the most speed out targets hits as of now, and they are the first team to leave every checkpoint as of now, so it looks like they are on a perfect roll. We can expect them to finish first, but it's always the final challenge that's going to be sticky like this.
Oh my god, Team Kazakhstan, again, they really have to be composed in some of these corners and curves. The game is to optimize, and every, misalignment towards optimization is seconds put onto your timer, which could very well make or break your position from top 1.
Yeah, so as we speak about optimization, Team Kyrgyzstan happen to be stuck in a similar sticky situation, so that's gonna cost them a good couple of seconds there. But anyway, they are still at number 3. Trailing behind them is going to be Team Nepal coming into the checkpoint. Now all 4 teams are officially in it, and the countdown has begun earlier on, meaning that they probably have about like 80 more seconds to go before they prepare themselves for the granddaddy objective.
80 seconds could be a plenty here, enough at the very least for Team Kazakhstan to rake in those pointers. Already looking to breach in 60 now for them. I guess it's a small victory to hit at least the 80th point mark. That puts them in par to even the likes of the best team in Southeast Asia so far, Team Thailand. And so with that 80 lead, they could make the difference here. But if they can strive for 100, that's effectively shaving things down by nearly 30% of the progress.
And speaking about shaving things down, looks like not as shaved as before. They will need to be complacent with 76 points while the main objective comes up, and this is going to be the toughest challenge of them all. From our view, it looks like a clear target, clear enough for us to see. But if you're playing from an athlete's view on the phone, it's a tiny bit of dust.
Speck of dust. How they shoot it, I don't even know. It's barely even there. Luckily for some of these players, they do have the 3x scope, which does serve to them in that favor, in that regard. But people with the iron sight and the red dot sight, I don't know why they're even making an attempt instead of going around looking for ground targets, because that right there just looks like a single dot that you don't even bat on.
Yeah, so I guess that's still a question mark, right? Like, what's the best scope to use here? Is it a 3 times? Is it a red dot? Is it a 5 times? There's still no pattern to that yet. It really depends on your personal preference. So I guess that's still yet to be discovered. But I guess to answer your question as well, is that maybe as they were trying to loot for scopes, they couldn't find the scope that they like, so they need to make do with whatever that they have, instead of spending time trying to find the scopes while everyone else is collecting points.
You know what they say? To echo the likes of Bruce Lee, I do not fear the man who excels in one scope, but I fear the man who could use multiple different scopes and
sounds like Bruce Lee.
Yeah, he actually said scope, I think.
Yeah, sounds like Bruce Lee. Or is it Keith's brother called Bruce Lee? I'm not sure.
So I've got a brother, Bruce. My surname is Lee, so...
oh, there you go. Now we know which Bruce Lee this is.
I'm kidding. I don't have a brother named Bruce.
We'll background check that later on, ladies and gentlemen. He ain't getting away. But for the team that's getting away right now, it seems to be Sri Lanka, as they are currently at the #1 spot, catching up again. As we always talk about Section 3, it's always the granddaddy round, and which teams are able to come back if they have the right mechanical skills, just like Sri Lanka.
Team Sri Lanka, where were this before? They needed this sort of run in match #1 and now need it even more desperately in match #2. If they performed the way they did right now, this was a guaranteed top 1 finish. They're beating even the likes of Team Kazakhstan. Well, as I say that, plateau seems to hit. Accumulation going on the second station. Team Kazakhstan tries to inch and close in on the gap. Only about 1 disc away, 2 now. But it is Team Sri Lanka who makes the first exit here. 2 more for the likes of Team Kazakhstan. We might see ourselves a nose-to-nose finish here by the checking line.
Wow, look at the percentage there for Team Sri Lanka. The driver doesn't even have a number. So they were dependent on 3 athletes to bring in the points and can still be the first team to achieve it. That is something that we have not seen before.
Looks like my hope to be part of these games still live. I don't need to shoot. That's one problem out of the way. There is a role for me after all, but it is Team Sri Lanka who clocks in top 1 position, and right in the second part, we will have just about 7 seconds apart. It is Team Kazakhstan now rising to the occasion. Still, across all the games that they have played, the most consistent will be Team Kazakhstan. Well, actually, that's not saying much, because consistently down below also was Team Sri Lanka, and now they are consistently on top. And so this game, it's a game of consistency, I guess.
Yeah, it is. It is a game of consistency, a game of focus, because if you play this sort of heavy mechanic sort of game mode, like for a long period, I mean, your eyes get strained and all that, the normal human anatomy starts to kick in, and that is where your level of consistency will be tested. Can you imagine being one of the athletes who actually play this like back-to-back, like 2 games, and you need to strain your eyes for like up to 20 minutes or so? I mean, it's physically taxing.
You want to hear what's impressive about that entire statement?
Right.
That sounded like we fit the bill. You want to know how many games we watch every single day since we got here? That means we are extraordinary, Sir Cloud, I guess. Congratulations is in place for us, the both of us, performing for so long in 3 days, watching these games non-stop, back-to-back. But I guess we'll give them the consolation, at least to Team Sri Lanka, who got themselves the top 1 position again. Well, congrats to you guys.
Yep, congratulations to them for Team Sri Lanka. 2 back-to-backs that we're talking about here. And we're going to talk about like the possibility of a comeback overall. But because of, I would say, Team Kazakhstan's fairly consistent performance, it's quite hard to catch up. I worry that the gap is just too big.
Well, yeah. I mean, because we're looking at pretty much the regional finals, right? They call it. And so nobody's getting relegated. You are only playing for a top 1, and that standard should be towards the top 1 competitors. And you're right in that regard, because Team Kazakhstan, they haven't slowed down since the first match coming into halfway. The second match, still in the top 2 finishes. The overall might still favor towards them.
Yeah, number 1 here and there. If not number 1, number 2. You just make a logical average. But you kind of know by now, right? With 2 games left. But we still need to go through the numbers. And Team Sri Lanka, 22 speed up. Still the lowest, but the first one to complete everything.
Yeah, I mean, they make the comeback always within checkpoint 3. So I think if everyone wants to keep them in check, they would have to figure out how to potentially outgun Team Sri Lanka when it comes to the spot of shooting the flying targets.
And speaking about the athletes from Team Sri Lanka, so it looks like we have 2 of them. We have Tauder as well as Lucifer as part of the FAW Audi Super A player. And not to forget as well, 2 athletes from Team Kazakhstan. We have Zeri, we have Ifak, so both of them up there. So we got only representatives on 2 teams taking home majority of the points.
Which is a good thing for them in regards to earning those rings by Audi themselves, which will be happening towards the end of the next 2 games that we will be playing, right? Because that would be the end of the regional finals, which means it's a wartime. And before we do get there, I guess a quick break is in place. But once again, this is Sir Cloud. My name is Keith. A quick break before we get back into more action here in Road to Asian Games 2022. We'll see you in just a bit.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
The final stretch, ladies and gentlemen. 2 more tracks to go for this region before we crown the champion. This is the Road to Asia Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Together with us, your PhD holders. My name is Cloud. Together with Keith, we'll be breaking down more of the game action for you guys.
Yeah, but do not take that one to the bank here because the name PhD in our sense does not stand for anything. So please take it with a grain of salt. I know you understand, what's the word here? Humor, right? That's the word. But what we're not joking about and we're not humorous about is the fact that this is the last stretch here for Central and South Asia to finally close things out, to set themselves apart from the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 more games to go, right? Because we don't get like the overall from game to game, so it's anyone's guess who will actually be the #1 by the end of the day. And of course, who will be the top MVP. But so far, based on all logical rankings, Team Kazakhstan is looking to do well. But for Team Sri Lanka, because of their back-to-back first place finish, who knows? It could be a surprise ranking for them.
Yeah, they could just push themselves up all the way to the 2nd spot here, as now the initial 2nd spot holder goes to the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, who arguably is less than 1 minute away in terms of the overall. So with this back-to-back performance by Team Sri Lanka of a top 1 finish, that is looking very likely we might have ourselves a new 2nd place team.
Oh, and we love drama. We love the comeback stories. We love all these kind of stories. It's going to be interesting for us to tell as well for our viewers to watch, because I'm sure a lot of people at home are anticipating to know who will exactly be the winners or who will actually take what place as we head on to track number 3. The track that start off with 2 bridges as a choke point. Here we go.
This bridges will serve to them as the thing that propels them towards the #1 spot or potentially hold them back. It really depends on how they play this thing out. But one thing that we can expect, I do expect to see Team Kazakhstan to lead in the front, especially during these travels. Team Sri Lanka, great in checkpoint 3, but in the other checkpoints or even the travel towards said checkpoints, almost always they find themselves trailing behind the rest.
Yeah, kind of bumpy when it comes to like the earlier stages. It kind of reminds me of Team Palestine, whereby when it comes to the 3rd checkpoint, they excel. But before that, it's just okay for them. But that's also their secret to success, and they top the regional charts. And that is where all matters at this point. It's all about playing objectively.
And talking about being objective, Team Kazakhstan has to ingrain themselves with the objective of optimizing their travels. So far, they are the team that is taking the lead, but then always fumbles it down within these travels and make way for others to try and overtake. And this time round, surprise, surprise, Team Kazakhstan trails behind. It is Team Nepal in the lead together with Team Sri Lanka.
Oh, despite Team Kazakhstan having the most speed-up targets, but maybe when they use the speed-up targets, it's not at the right timing. So that is something that the teams will also need to work on. As for the team in the forefront, Team Nepal, not the highest, only 4, but in front. At the end of the day, it's all about that. It doesn't matter how many speed-up targets that you hit, but if you're in the front somehow, that is all that matters.
Yep, that is all that matters, or at least towards creating that lead into the next checkpoint. That is where, honestly, most of these seconds really does count. You want to be the first within checkpoints to be able to rake up enough lead and set you up greatly for the next. And that is exactly what these teams are trying to perpetuate and do upon themselves. Easier said than done. And now, whoop, it seems like the ones in yellow here, Team Kyrgyzstan, might just find themselves into a stumbling block.
Oh, yes, but an opportunity here for Team Sri Lanka to overtake the 3rd place, which was Team Nepal. Now they are at 2nd place. But then again, the gap is not that far as all these teams arrive onto the 1st checkpoint in about the same timing.
Yeah, Team Kazakhstan will get to exercise their plan A, being the first within the entire compound, drop key members within key locations that oversees some of these rotating targets or fixed on-ground fixtures here that they can pretty much build a lead from the get-go.
Okay, there you go. The designated drivers are all fueling up, because that's also very, very important. We saw that a couple of times before when the designated drivers fail to fuel up the vehicles as when they want to move to the checkpoint, which is, for the most case, from checkpoint number 3 to the finish line. That always seems to be that always seems to happen. I wonder why that particular checkpoint as compared to the others. It's still something for us to discover.
Yeah, that is when you gotta really dissect the entire map layout to be able to find the answer to that one. And so I think this is where I will be returning my PhD onto Sir Cloud. That's not the kind of homework I would want to take home, but hey, if you want to do your own take-home study test, you're welcome to do so. Understand the game a little bit more further. But what I do understand is they need to capitalize 120 seconds before this is activated to set them up for better position, and it is Team Kyrgyzstan, despite being the last one in, getting the most of the work done in 120 seconds.
Oh yeah, so let's see if we can get a new challenger into the overall charts here. Team Kyrgyzstan now trailing behind Team Kazakhstan as they overtake Team Kyrgyzstan, probably because they managed to shoot down one of the mini objectives here, which is the airdrop that can bring them 40 points. And that is quite, that is a lot there. So from what I've observed as well from the other teams, they will always have this designated shooter because the airdrop will always appear at the start. So that one person will be designated to take down the airdrop first. But of course, you need to get the person who has probably the fastest flick. Yeah, fastest flick, fastest reaction time, because you're competing with the other teams to get that airdrop.
And when you're talking about the fastest flick, you need to acknowledge the fastest team right now. I'm sure some of the translations will go there in terms of the mechanical performance and competency, and that looks more likely than not. Team Kazakhstan already making their way into the next checkpoint. And when you're talking about the flicks, I believe we should have, honestly, a statistics that shows the percentage on which a team secures a loot box for themselves, because that would be a difference maker.
That would be an interesting stat to have. And another stat, if we have that opportunity, right, is I would like to see like accuracy versus points collected.
Oh.
Yeah. Like
shots fired versus shots hit.
Shots fired versus shots hit. Yeah, that could be one as well. Yeah, that could be. So just to see how efficient they are in terms of utilizing their bullets. Because especially on the moving targets, that is where most of the bullets will be expanded, including the final challenge.
That's actually a good idea. We've just bypassed PhD into product developers themselves.
Oh! I mean, if it shows up in the future, you know where it came from, right?
You know where it came from. It came from here first, regardless of what date it was conceptualized according to the back-end work, you know.
We're going to stamp it now, right? Stamp it.
But we can't stamp anything just yet until Team Kazakhstan officially walks past the checkered flag finish line, in which they will still have to go through checkpoint 2 and 3 to get there. And so they will now advance towards checkpoint 2. First one in. What can they do within 120 seconds?
Oh, 120 seconds. Well, if it's the gold standard, of course, it's going to be 100 points and above. But averagely, I always see in this region, probably range around like a 60, 70, maybe even 80. And that is for the most. There's probably only once we saw 100-ish points. So it's a rare occasion, but based on the practice of this region, if any team were to be able to hit, like, let's say 80, I think they would have hit at least the regional standard.
Okay, so let's call it right here, right now. 100 is the gold standard.
Yep.
80 and up is the silver standard.
All right.
Anything less than that, bronze standard.
Man, this is the Keithologgy.
This is the, I don't know, this is labeling scorist, I guess. Well, we'll see where they fare in terms of that standards being put down here, as now Team Kazakhstan, the ones in red, yes, they will be going towards the moving target. And you mentioned this is where the most points within targets are being allocated for.
Yep, it doesn't matter which angle that you take. Even if you want to try and utilize that sort of angle whereby if you stand on a straight line, it looks like it's not moving. It's fine. It's still worth the same amount of points. Even if you want to challenge yourself to shoot this far, it's still the same amount of points. But that could be the strategy why he positioned himself that far is because he's closer to the platform where the main objective comes.
Yeah, and well, that clocks hit Team Kazakhstan with a bronze standard lead building here in checkpoint number 2. So maybe not the most ideal of starts, but same can be said to the rest of the teams starting with a bronze standard lead. Now they will have to go against head-to-head to try and make in that difference here. 132 out of the 400 already, but right behind them, Team Sri Lanka looking again very scary with the consistency they're pulling out. This is a total revamp of the team that was before.
Yes. This seems to be like the team that, well, we didn't get to watch the broadcast in which they played the close qualifiers and took that and got that #1 spot to qualify directly onto the finals. Looking good so far for Team Sri Lanka, but Team Kazakhstan is still giving them the challenge. They got number 2 twice in a row. They want that #1 spot back, and they will want to take it right now with the points collected based on how they're currently performing.
They're performing spectacularly, but that lead can only be there for so long. Right now, 290 already in the points. Neck and neck with the accruing scoreboards. 7 points away. Now take that down to 2. Team Sri Lanka, they are looking to make that bypass really soon, and it's going to happen if Team Kazakhstan doesn't expedite the lead even further. But they will be the ones first with the 400 markings. There's some downtime still in which Team Sri Lanka has yet to hit that 400 mark, and so they have to try and make the gap right here, right now.
Okay, here we go. The first team to officially leave the challenge is going to be Team Kazakhstan, challenge number 2, heading on to challenge number 3. So this track is arguably one of the rockiest tracks. As you can see on the minimap itself, there are 2 sharp corners between track 2 and track 3, as now they will need to go past by all those corners to meet to reach the next objective. As for the other teams, looks like everyone's done. And we got 2 teams here side by side. There's going to be Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal neck to neck with each other.
Neck to neck, you do not really want to see that happen here, especially if you're the team who is looking to maintain your lead onto the top end or even looking to bypass. You want to be taking them by the mile, but this is going to impede on that objective.
Again, the trend for this region is pretty much the same. There's always mishaps when it comes to driving for some reason.
Oh my god, again.
Well, yeah, as when we were talking about it, another one had to happen. So, I don't know. There needs to be a lot of study for this region, especially when it comes to competing with the others. But,
there we go.
Yeah, in one sentence, you get 3. How about that?
Back to back, they just starts to crumble, fumble things up here. I mean, I'd like to think that they're on the joystick, but they're really not, and that's exactly why they're probably just fumbling all these I guess, rotations, you could call them. I wonder why that is, but I could also say that maybe because they're not on a queue for e-tron by Audi.
Oh, yeah. Maybe in the next, when it comes to the Asian games, it would be nice to have that skin. So at least they'll be actually driving that, at least in game, and get the full experience. And that could probably save them a couple of flips.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it'd be pretty handsome to have the skin on top of these vehicles. Make it an official vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
Here for this this league this time around, the Road to Asian Games 2022. Or by then, the actual Asian Games 2022.
Yes. So that's another idea. Just putting it out there. You know, if it happens.
Came here first.
Came here first. I'm going to seal the deal. The copyright papers are signed. But for the other athletes, well, they need to make do with whatever that they have. And for all you know, right, if you change the skin to an Audi, maybe the game mechanics will change as well. Like, because the shape of it is different. Like, the size is different. So the way you land may be different. Like, teams need to relearn everything again. Wait,
so the actual shape plays into the physics?
Well,
Did they actually go in that deep within this game?
Well, yes, I would say.
Really?
Yeah, I would say yes. It's because like, okay, can you imagine like if it's the body of the vehicle is longer, right? Can you imagine? Okay.
Okay. If it's longer, I get it.
You're right.
But is the game code looking at it as a box that's moving? Or do they actually trace the shapes and dynamics?
I guess this is where the question of the hitbox that only the developers can tell us. But from a viewer's perspective, I would say it would.
Okay.
Yeah, but of course, until it's actually done and it's experimented, then, well, we'll never know.
But we would never know and never have seen this coming as well. That is Team Sri Lanka once again, 3 games in a row. Surely this is not the same thing that we're looking at here. They hit the 100 already in the mark here. First one there, which means all the rest of the other teams not getting there just yet.
Dude, I have a feeling that Team Kazakhstan is out of gas. Like that athlete had the vehicle just in front of the gas station, but he stopped. And he stopped for quite a while on visual. So this could be an indicator that, okay, this is the one. He can't start his vehicle. He's out of gas.
No.
Team Kazakhstan, no.
Team Kazakhstan, really? At this very moment, you literally had 2 more games to go. Where did it went wrong?
Oh no, that means irregardless, if it is true that they're out of gas, they will be on foot till the finish line.
This chapter number 3, this checkpoint 3, I swear, Team Kazakhstan, why do you keep doing this to yourself? Yesterday when they played during the qualifying seeding stage, the same thing happened. Track number 3, they were with a 25 minutes because they ran out of resources or petrol and fuel, and right now, if this is the case, they are definitely going to lose the number 1 spot because last I checked, the differences between the overalls were at least less than 5 minutes apart.
Ooh, okay, so it doesn't help as well that they're currently at number 4 in the points collected. So the time is going to drag even further because of that. Now, I'm sure they would have communicated with each other in game like guys, we're out of gas. And they'll all be like, what? I mean, how are you going to be motivated to hit the targets after knowing the news?
I think they should be even more motivated after finding out, because this is what they should do. They should get all these points down, get the 500. Each member hops on top of the car of another player's team. Hitch a ride, right? You take your chances. Could that be, because you never know who's the team who's going to make a move first, or you be the team who's waiting on the downside and expect the next move from the rest of the team. Whoever enters the car first, that's where everyone jump on and hitch a ride.
Oh yeah, that was the, it was the exact same region who did this. Yeah,
it was still them.
Oh man, are they going to repeat the feat again? Okay, alright. So right now, closest to Team Kazakhstan is Team Kazakhstan. And Team Kazakhstan now at number 4. So I don't know, man, I don't know. Is that like a truce or something that they will have?
No, I think they just fumbled this one so hard. Now, you would have said that there was no way Team Sri Lanka would have bypassed the number 1 spot by just having, another top 1 finish here in game number 3. Sure, that is true, until the fact that Team Kazakhstan is losing in this fashion within this track, then now it's super possible, because now you're adding so much time into your travels.
Right, so now it's a question of how much time at the other day, right? Oh man, that is the worst case scenario to have. And interestingly, it always happens on track 3, somehow.
It is the biggest track.
It is. But, oh, yeah, track 3 and also section 3. Like always the last one towards the end, right? Can you imagine if that happens like on the first section? Like, that'll be absolutely insane. Like, you need to run the entire rest of the track, which is like, what, 75% of it.
If this happened to them in the first track, I'd be questioning their existence here right now, because how do you be so irresponsible to burn that gas, especially in track number 1 itself? But The results are in for at least the top two this time round. Tables have been flipped. 17 minutes for Team Sri Lanka, 17.12 goes to Team Nepal. And now trailing behind has got to be Team Kyrgyzstan, potentially closing in at the 18-minute mark, but still Team Kazakhstan is where the majority of that question mark will rise.
Well, looks like they're not going to be hitching a ride. I think everyone has left track section number 3. So that means they'll be running all the way. So now it's going to be a question of like how much time will they take. At the end of the day, it's like, nope, it's all for yourself, man. I mean, Team Kazakhstan, to be fair to them, they can still be the champions and potentially be the MVP.
It really depends on how soon they can close this. We'll see what the marginal difference are from the #1 spot here. If maybe a 3-minute difference, maybe they still stay at #1. But if it was more than 5 minutes, I doubt that's going to be the outcome.
You know what? I had this thought. What if there was a stamina implementation in the game? Like if you run, okay, because there's 2 different levels of running, right? Like you run or you sprint. So if you sprint, you use stamina. And if you run out of stamina, you need to only run. That will be even more punishing for whoever. My devil's horn is out right now.
Why would you introduce and implement mechanics in managing resources when they're failing to manage this one right here? You really think more responsibility was going to help them win the game?
I am just evil that way. I'm just evil. But hey, is this what I'm thinking?
They're refueling. They went back to refuel.
Wait, what?
They did not have enough petrol to move on forward, even into the finish line.
What?
They decide to go back for a refuel, and then they're going to make it down to the finish line. You know, at that point, it's redundant. Just wherever it dies, leave it there and walk.
Run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to have another theory, right? Midway, they had that second thought. Was like, hey, they helped us the last time. Why don't we help them again? Or something like that, right? And they were like, but for them to go back, pick them up, go to the finish line, they must refuel. But looks like it's not the case. That means they didn't have enough fuel to finish it. They didn't mean to pick them up.
They didn't pick up anyone. They literally just turned back because they're out of fuel. And I would argue this probably took a little bit more time than just making a run for it towards the last stretch.
Bruh. This is the first time that we see that, midway, guys, I forgot to refuel, but we got enough to go back, but not enough to finish.
And it just so happened to be Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan. Now, these two always mimics each other in terms of their firepower, in terms of their rotation and the path taken. And now even nearly the tragedy was shared across the two. Now it's for sure, Team Sri Lanka is going to take the #1 spot because this is a little bit too long of a time. 21 minutes already. I know Choo Choo's going to be so happy that this time it was her gut and her bones that told her that Team Sri Lanka was going to do it, and they did. They didn't earn it, though. Let's make that really clear. It was a tragedy that happened.
Yep. I will be clear to deny that as well. I'll be clear to deny that this is also because of a tragedy.
Yeah.
That was unwanted, unprecedented. Imagine if it wasn't because of this, it will be a different conversation that we're having.
Yeah. I 100% agree.
But looks like we're going to enjoy the scenery for now. Just like the athletes as well.
I mean, I don't know how long can their thumbs hold down the forward button as they're trying to push their way through this finish line itself. It's probably numb at this point.
If they didn't push it to the end.
Yeah.
Because if you push it to the end, it like locks.
Oh.
Yeah, but if they're like, okay, I just want to, for some reason.
Well, I could imagine for the rest of the teams waiting within this lobby right here. I think we might see a lot of the referee notice coming out next, because if I were them, just waiting for this to take its course, You can't ask me to not unauthorizingly leave the entire game screen and you know go on to different apps just to like kill time.
Oh, right. Like, okay, I'm just sitting there. I'm probably talking to my mates.
Yeah,
That's about it. Yeah. So anyway, but at least the good news is it's not 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also the bad news is they're not looking. You don't need 25 minutes to lose the top 1 position.
Okay, but there's only 3 of them here.
So where's the one?
Where's the other one? How far is he? I'm having a lot of questions now. Okay, let's let the final guy pass through.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, okay.
The lone warrior.
There's always that in a family of brothers and sisters. There's always that one sibling that does something different.
The black sheep.
And there you go.
Like, why is he out here? Did he not get the memo that they were going to make a run for it?
Was he still shooting targets? Like, hey, guys, I'm getting points, guys. We're doing good. Dude, we left.
Well, that's so odd. I swear I saw 4 of them making the travels together. Well, how on earth did this one guy just sat out here the entire time, throwing a tantrum most likely because I'm probably that he really worked hard towards checkpoint 3. And then the driver just go, oops.
And we're like, dude, I collected like 400 points out of 500. And you're telling me that? Dude. It's like, oops. And it's like, I'm not moving, guys. You guys have to all wait for me now.
So the good news now disappear because we might hit into 25 minutes.
Well, yeah. Now, because of that.
Yeah.
Dude, might as well make it 30 minutes, right? Because
all the way.
Okay, just to feel a curiosity of what happens if it hits the 30 minutes.
Yeah, just go all the way.
Might as well.
There's no relegation.
Yeah.
All the way.
All the way. Might as well. 30 minutes. We can wait for the next 5 minutes. That's fine. Okay, he's giving the high five.
Pass the baton. There we go.
Now you know who's not going to be unfriended on social media.
Yeah, these two, thick and thin.
Yeah.
The other ones, only there for the good times, it seems.
Oh, man. So there you go. The applause, ladies and gentlemen. We do hear it behind the scenes, the applause for these teams, these athletes who have finally completed their mission.
Team Sri Lanka, I think this is them sighing of relief. They know they're making it at this rate. So much time wasted going and piling up onto pretty much Team Kazakhstan's overall. Again, it was track 3 from yesterday that Team Kazakhstan as well went into the same fate. So it seems like they didn't learn from the situation.
Well, yeah. That's all I could say, right? Like, how else can we elaborate that? I don't know, lack of focus, last game thing, thinking of home thing. I don't know. There's so many things that we can theorize about. But anyway, it is 17 minutes for Team Sri Lanka with, again, the least amount of speed ups used. But a 25 minutes for Team Kyrgyzstan.
So Team Sri Lanka needed to overcome 2 minutes to be in the top 1. Now they have 8 minutes. Well, minus the 2 lead that maybe Team Kazakhstan had previously. Oh no, that was Kyrgyzstan.
Oh yeah, that was Kyrgyzstan. Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
that is all right. Then Team Kazakhstan pretty much unfazed, I think.
I would say yeah. On a logical rough calculation, yeah, I would say. Yeah. But what we are all faced is the FAW Audi Super A player with Zeri leading the charts this time, 590 score, way above the others. That the second highest will be 434. So yeah, he's doing well. I mean, overall, he's been ranking the points. But then again, that was a very eventful round, I must say.
Very eventful. I mean, just when you thought things gonna go bad, you have your entire team crawling on all 4s and running on all 2s actually, and then that should have been the end of the nightmare. But then you have one member from the back end unknowingly, don't know what he did, but he never left his spot, it seems. And so here we go, 25 minutes again for this region. It just seems that you can't have one day without one of these events happening.
That one sibling that wants to rebel. It's like, nope, it's your fault. I got the most points, and I know it. And now you guys had to break me this kind of news. Nope, you guys gotta wait for me next.
But you know what's like unfortunate about that? They were the ones under interview with Tash earlier on, and they said that they are 9 out of 10 ready and prepared for it. And well, this to come out right after that interview just feels a little bit dulled down.
Is it because of interviewing with Tash?
Oh my God, it is Tash.
I mean, is it? Yeah. I mean, don't always put it on the caster's curse. We gotta pass it to the host as well. We gotta share some love with the host.
It's the hostess curse.
Hostess curse.
Poggy Woggers, Tash.
Oh man, Tash.
Pretty much laid a curse upon the Team Kyrgyzstan, and here they are. One of the worst performance, I guess, within match number 2.
And it's Tash.
Ah.
Oh, Tash.
I knew it. I could almost smell the funny business behind it, you know.
Yeah. So after this, everyone's like, "Oh, do you want to take it with who?" Okay. I need to go to the loo. Yeah. I want to grab a drink. You know, I'm not ready. Get someone else.
I'm telling you, man. That right there does not reflect well on Tash.
Yeah, Tash, it's time for you to rework your mojo.
Yeah. What are you putting on these people? Hexes and croxes or whatever.
Yeah, it's because it's the last day, right? So I mean, Tash is just throwing her.
But good thing is,
yeah,
it wasn't Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
So if it was Team Kyrgyzstan, then it's all right. Team Sri Lanka, they're first. Sure, that would have gotten them closer again. Team Kazakhstan, they came in 3rd, so that might bite a little bit onto their own back. But still doable to create that lead in track number 4. So it's not done and out just yet, because the closest competitor towards the top 1 position is only Team Sri Lanka and Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah, it's down to the wire to 2, right? So will it be Team Choo Choo or will it be Team Keith to get the prediction right?
I don't know. My bones is telling me.
Are you still confident about your prediction?
Well, my bones has never been wrong just yet. And I think my bones is showing this way. Team Kazakhstan.
Sticking to your gut. We did talk about guts yesterday.
Yeah.
It didn't turn out well for me. But maybe yours is better than mine.
That's because I had beans for the breakfast. You guys should really try that one. The hotel beans is not bad.
Not everyone gets to try though. I mean, unless they happen to be in the same hotel as us.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But I mean, it's literally like the dollar store baked beans you can find in a can. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay, breakfast of champions, they say.
Hey, they say beans give you gas, and with gas, expulsion gives you a good tummy.
With gas, you will have enough gas to finish the line? That's what you're trying to say?
Yeah, well, I mean, it works out, didn't it?
The irony of it. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, okay, it's going to be the last game, all right? It's going to be the last game. Assuming that Team Sri Lanka gets another first place finish. How close do you think they are to being the regional champions? Like on a rough logical thought.
Like trajectory-wise, I don't know. I still think that perhaps there's still a lot to learn. I know I'm fumbling my words here because I'm trying to thread very lightly in trying to address these things. Because think about it.
All right.
To be a regional champion, you kind of need that sort of consistency. And for them to be consistently at the 4th place in match number 1, the first set of 4, kind of tells a different story. But now they're consistently in the number 1 spot. So at best, even on a mathematical, logical sense, if they get top 1 now in track number 4, you would still say 50-50.
I would say it would still be Team Kazakhstan, based on a raw logical understanding.
Yeah.
Because for Team Kazakhstan, they have never been in number 4 at all in the second half. So I would, I guess in all logical rough calculation, they will be the one to be the champions of this region.
But last we checked, number 1 to number 4 was about 3 minutes different. Mm-hmm. 3 minutes
Ooh,
difference.
that's tight. That's tight.
Exactly, right? Like you could be number 4, but how long did it take you to end up at number 4 is the question when it comes to these games right here and now. And this one match is probably going to make the difference here. Already in the front lines, the ones in blue, it's Team Nepal uncoordinatedly making their way into the front lines, which has usually never happened so far today. Team Nepal, they got one good game, but that's about it.
Yeah, this is actually the first time they started off really, really well. But and sometimes I always say, that doesn't sound right, but sometimes I do. Sometimes I say that it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you finish. So you can have a great start, that's awesome, thumbs up. But at the end of the day, it's about how you finish. And that is where it all matters, because that's where the time will be clocked in. But not going to take anything away. Of course, it's great to see Team Nepal being at the front, but looks like not for long. It's going to be Team Kazakhstan, number 1 now. And if Team Kazakhstan gets the number 1, job done.
You might want to reframe that proverb into, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters when you finish.
Right, okay.
It's a game of time at the end of the day. Not really how stylish your points were, but it goes down to the clock here. And it is still up in the front lines. Team Kazakhstan leading the pack. Coming in from behind, it's still Nepal. And in third place, Team Kyrgyzstan. But again, Team Kazakhstan just cannot seem to hold their way in a straight line.
And Team Nepal will be happy to take the number 1 again. Thank you so much, they say. They'll officially be the first team to reach checkpoint number 1. And they will have a little bit of a head start against the others, picking their favorite spot, wherever it is in the map, as they prepare themselves for the 120-second countdown.
120-second countdown is where teams have to make the most of if they want to rise up and stand above the rest here. And it is Team Kyrgyzstan right now at the 24th pointers, leading their way into the 300th of marks. 36, nothing too high. But Team Kazakhstan, they're trailing behind despite being at least a second place towards this checkpoint itself.
But it always has been a trend for this region that the section scores are always very, very close. Like none of them is like way far behind. So it's always like a swap between these teams. As even like when we try to commentate, when we try to talk about it, whenever that's on board, but because it's a live score, so as we talk about it, for the most part, it switches. So right now it's still switching with Sri Lanka coming to number 3, Team Nepal dropping to number 4. But by the time I end my sentence, maybe Team Nepal will be number 1.
That is a huge possibility. We've seen them in track number 2, match 1. They were the number 1 winner for 1 game. Now it's about trying to translate towards the rest of the games here, but with only 1 left to be spared, it's a tough call right now. Team Kazakhstan, the one with the decent lead of 70 pointers, moving on to the 4 color targets. 140 is the score right now, tying it up with Team Kyrgyzstan at the very least being the closest competitor, but that distance is just going to get bigger and bigger right now with Team Kazakhstan now in the 250th.
Ooh, Team Sri Lanka, number 3 for now. And if they want to be the regional champions, they have to get number 1 at least. Then we talk about like how much time did they take and so on and so forth. So that has to be the minimum bar for Team Sri Lanka. So far, looking like a number 3 in section 1. But of course, we got 2 more sections to go. As we can see on screen, Team Nepal as well. If we compare them to during the qualifiers, they did well.
Yeah.
They're number 1, right? But what do you think has changed for Team Nepal?
Well, I don't think things change. I think Team Kazakhstan just made too many mistakes during that qualifier itself.
Right.
They had 2 top 1 finish, and then comes track 3, they ran out of gas, and then track 4, it was the driving that pretty much got them into a hot pickle situation. So, and it was just 4 tracks for the qualifier itself.
So it was also, so in other words, their success is also dependent on other teams' performance, like heavily dependent on other teams' performance.
No,
like,
I just think that their strong competitor was not in their A game during the qualifier, which then allows them to rise for the occasion.
Oh, okay. That's a good way to put it. I like the sentence. But now, since their strongest competitor, they're starting to put in their A game because they know this is where, if you win, of course, you win. And second, you stand a chance of getting the prestigious MVP award thanks to Audi. I mean, there's something of a high value on the line.
I agree. It's only unfortunate that because this is an esports division, players are young, the athletes are young. Otherwise, they would probably not wear the rings because they're already married and so on and so forth. And then maybe that could be pawned onto us. There was a chance in another life that we could have owned that rings because those players were married. And, you know, you don't really want to have conflicting rings with your wedding ring.
Yeah, that's not how you're going to earn the rings, Team Nepal, because they went into another structure again. And recurring trend, it is the last game. Even up to the last game, from the qualifiers up onto the finals last game, recurring trend again and again for this region is that driving is not their strongest point.
Yeah, not the strong suit at all. If any, it doesn't even look like they have a suit well equipped to be driving inside comfortably, much like most pro racers. And so this is not their forte, that's for sure. But now Team Kazakhstan finds their way into compound first, it seems. We'll have about 26 points across. Not nearly enough just yet, but that 20 seconds counter is still running the clock, and so they have time to try and make up the differences. But they cannot walk away with just 54 or less points across the board when that activity begins, because they need all the lead they can get, understanding how powerful Team Sri Lanka is come checkpoint 3.
You know what? I'm going to put out a banter point among casters, right? So Choo was very confident about Team Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
I wonder, is she showing herself again? Just putting out there, you know. I'm not gonna. I'm the neutral guy here, right? Because I just came into the desk, but. Yeah, I guess, well, I'm still waiting for Choo to show up again.
There's a chance that Choo would show up at the desk later on. If Team Sri Lanka, I mean, of course, that's her schedule. But if Team Sri Lanka makes it to the #1 spot during checkpoint 3, that's where I think we're going to see her faces smiling.
Okay. I'll be the referee, right? I'll be the one between you guys, all right, when the time comes.
But I hope the case is, in the end of the day, I have the last laugh, because I'm just, you know, the egoful guy upon this desk here. So I will stick to the brand and move on.
All right, so let's go. So far, looking so good for Team Kazakhstan. 260 points and counting. Whereas for Team Sri Lanka, 140 points. Team Sri Lanka basically is Team Choo, and Team Kazakhstan is basically Team G. So Team G looking pretty happy.
Looking good in terms of the lead here for at least checkpoint 2, but we all know really the head-to-head will happen towards checkpoint 3. That's where it's the make or break for all these other teams. But if Team Kazakhstan can pretty much hit into that 400 markers first, that should set them up for success, at the very least. A fair enough lead against the rest of the competition, who barely even break into the 300 mark. Oh well, as I say that, Team Nepal breaks into that 300 mark, and there we have it. Team Kazakhstan now comfortably ahead. Surely they have to efficientize their travels here, because if they were to get into a stumbling block once again, that's more valuable time shaved upon, actually not even shaved off, added upon their overall counters.
Yeah, and you want to be the first team to arrive, because that's opportunity for you steal away or deny possible ground points from the others. So far, so good for them. I just had to.
Why'd you gotta do it, Sir Cloud?
Bruh, I mean,
you're secretly on Team Choo-Choo's side, aren't you?
Because she's going to be at the desk with me after this.
I understand. Hey, make nice with the enemy.
Yeah, I mean, I have to build up to it, you know. I don't want to get slaughtered by her when she comes online.
I understand that sense. I'm a bro that way. You know what? You do what you got to do, Sir Cloud. Go curse them away, eh?
No, ladies and gentlemen, it's not the caster's curse, all right?
It's a Tasha's curse.
It's a Tasha's curse today. Today's the hostess curse. But what's not cursed is the other team so far. Driving so far, so good. Okay. Holding my breath. I rest my case. I'm done. I'm out of here.
Sir Cloud, all he had to do was exhale and immediately a car gets stopped into place. Well, I might have to counteract that curse and actually cheer them on here, especially with Team Kazakhstan who has the lead. Don't fail me now, boys. They will approach onto the checkpoint 3 and start that counter. A lot of these other teams are barely even nearby. And Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Sri Lanka, last place finish, it seems, coming out from checkpoint 2. So perhaps this would be a substantial lead as they arrive, and it would probably be at the very least 60 minutes pass, I think.
Ooh.
No, not minutes, seconds.
Yeah, minutes is like
whoa,
2
1
games
hour?
worth. Like, calm down, man. Calm down. Right, I know it's going to be break time for you. But anyway, so it looks like two teams have arrived onto the area. It's going to be Team Kazakhstan and Team Nepal. And the rest of them joining, following suit. But like what you said, it's quite a big lead for Team Kazakhstan as they will have comfort to loot and also to gather the ground points.
They will be gathering indeed, but we won't have eyes until they do show us the amount of points already earned within their steed here. There will still remain a mystery for the time being, but team in purple, it is Team Sri Lanka who will finally join them, and just in the nick of time too, as it counts down towards the flying targets. This is it, the biggest of difficulty, the testament of strength, the make or break.
Oh, and here we go. So it's still going to be Team Kazakhstan at the front. They started off with about 70-ish points. But for Team Sri Lanka, 26 points as of now. Team Kazakhstan will be the first team to receive more than 100 points. And for Team Sri Lanka, looks like they dropped to a 4th place spot with Team Nepal overtaking them.
Team Nepal seems to be on the money here this time around with track number 4, and it's just unfortunate to them that it's a little wee bit too late to try to make a dent in the placement for them. However, still formidable is going to be Team Sri Lanka up against Team Kazakhstan, but right now they're trailing in the dust. I do want to see Choo Choo cheering for her team right here, right now, right next to me. But I guess that's not happening because it will be the last lap going to the side of Team Kazakhstan, at least for the short-term levels that we see right now.
Oh, yeah. Looking so far so good, but then again, we have seen a plateau before. And when the plateau happens, other teams can catch up. So this is all about resource management in order not to hit the plateau. So far, Team Kazakhstan still not plateauing just yet. And they are heading, to me, I can consider that as gold standard if all 4 of your athletes all contribute almost the same amount of percentage to collect points.
Yeah, that right there tells us that right now they are on par. Each and every one of these members are fighting to get those points in and therefore contributing in an equal level just to bring their team up to that 500 score points, nearly breaching into the 400. And whereas the rest of the teams within this lobby barely breaking it into 3.
Ooh, and I notice again, Team Kyrgyzstan, the driver, 0%. No number shown. So I guess that's you can apply for that role.
I'm already there, man.
All right.
I taught the man.
All right, you're the master of it. All right.
People say that the hardest thing to do is to do absolutely nothing. And
wow.
I taught them such Zen message there from Keith.
Wow, Keith the Zen master now. As the Zen master, is also the one to just sit down and just look, and when he looks, he can come up with the result of Team Kazakhstan. The first team, come on, buy him time here, okay? The first team to get the #1, and we'll move on to the grand finale.
Boggy Walkers, this is it. Team Kazakhstan with the 500, and well, the people say that my gut feeling and my bones tells me a different story each and every time, and that story always comes to a success
Now they have to go on with the jump. Not the worst of situations. They still make it past. They're still moving. No momentum was blocked just yet. They could look to clock this in before even the 16-minute mark here, but they will have to use the propulsion and boost their speed ups. But do they have enough of the fuel? That is going to be something that I, till this very day, will have anxiety over.
Oh, yeah, man. Can you imagine that because of that giant hill before the jump, if you have not enough fuel and you have to turn back, like climbing back up the hill? Oh, man.
Nah,
just
making a U-turn? No.
No, man. Just get down and, just run.
Just don't even think about it, right?
Yeah.
Well, this time round, they are the fastest within the group, 15 minutes. And to move on next with, it is Team Kyrgyzstan, which means Team Sri Lanka and Team Nepal still stays in put.
Well, with the intention of avoiding the jump, they had to crash into one of the structures below there. Okay, they're trying again. And this time around, second time's the charm, they say. And second time around, so far so good. Okay, they should be on the clear now.
Yeah, they just never learn, man. There we go.
I'm out of here, man. I'm out of here.
People really think it's much easier to go from the downside. Well, I've seen so many people getting stuck in that process, and well, there you go again.
Okay.
They might just, like I said, people just get stuck in the process, and they're doing it yet again. But I don't know why. I thought I saw Team Sri Lanka making a U-turn towards the back end. Did they miss a flag?
Not too sure. We got to get a confirmation. But for now, what we're sure is that Team Nepal will finish third. Hopefully we get a visual to Team Sri Lanka, because I'm as curious as you now.
They made the jump, they fell down, and Team Sri Lanka went back. They turned around.
All right, somehow they took a longer route for some reason. Maybe they want to just avoid all the small structures in between the small blockers, and they just want to finish it up, which is still okay, not that far away, but nevertheless, it will still give them the 4th place finish, and without a doubt.
Well, I forgot what the time differences were for Team Kazakhstan to the likes of Team Sri Lanka earlier on. In track number 3, of course, that's what I meant, because that is really the big difference maker. But this time around, I think there was a poor performance by Team Sri Lanka, and that might just cause them to drop the ball in terms of their aspiration to make it to the top 1 this time around.
Yeah, not only that they finished at the 4th place, right, but because that final ending, somehow they made somewhat of a U-turn before finishing, so that would cost them a good amount of seconds. So I guess with that, it's I think the results are obvious. But let's go through the current results first. Team Kazakhstan, the number 1 team to finish. Not the highest of speed ups earned, but still objective done. They're still number 1.
Yeah, objectively speaking, when you're up there at 15 minutes, that is something to be proud of. You're pretty much already better than half the entire West Asian region, and we're talking about an entire region behind you. Same can be said with potentially Southeast Asia.
Yeah, actually that's true. I mean, the most improved region is definitely this one. So can you imagine the trajectory of improvement? If they continue to improve, they will be one of the teams, or maybe one of the dark horses, to maybe put up a challenge to East Asia in the Asian Games later.
Yeah, but for now, that would conclude all 8 tracks that were played. 4 tracks to be exact within a set, 2 set that makes up match 1 and 2. And now we're going to go and find out who the overall is and who the MVP is for the Super A player, brought to you by Audi.
Yeah, who will it be? Okay, the one that will take home the ring. The prestigious ring. Man.
I do.
From the box. I do. Down.
Now it's weird. Get me out of here.
Down on his knees, eh?
I wish I never said that. I didn't know what I had. It's Audi, man. It's Audi.
Yeah. From the box, from the box to the actual ring. It's all perfection.
Yep. To be honest, I would want the box too.
I didn't have a good look though, like on the ring itself, right? Is it like what you mentioned, it's like broken into 4 or 5 pieces?
So there are 4 pieces of silver rings that makes the Audi logo.
Right.
And then there is 1 ring in red. and in the shape of an A to, I think, resemble Asian games.
Right.
It's very thoughtful, these creative strategies or creative communication that they have within their prizes. Yeah.
So that means that you can actually give that a one ring per person if you want to.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right, so you can give to the whole team basically.
Yeah, but then who gets the special ring?
Oh, it has to be the MVP himself, right?
That's true.
Has to be the MVP himself. And the rest of them, well, let's not also forget, right? Like, yes, the other athletes, the teammates, great, awesome, should be celebrated. But let's not forget the people working behind the scenes as well for their respective teams, the team managers, the team coaches, team analysts, whoever who is following them for this event, whoever who is helping them even behind the scenes, maybe even back home as well in their home countries. That make all these happen for the athletes to pursue their dreams and actually make it happen.
So all I'm hearing right now is there's way more party to thank than you can reward.
Yeah.
So what the MVP should do is keep the whole ring to himself. Because I think you can stack them up and it turns into one big ring anyway.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah, let's not play favorites and let nobody get anything and you take all within one finger.
Yeah, like if that one guy takes it, then nobody's going to say anything. Like, yeah, you're the MVP anyway, right?
Yeah, so live a little, you know, live the dream you wanted to. That it's right there.
I'm liking that thought process.
Oh yeah, we're just having like really, really rotten thoughts right now. Maybe people don't go to us for therapy because then we create jokers in the world. Yeah.
Now I know what you would do if you receive a reward. It's like, yeah, I got everyone to thank you, and that's about it. Like, thank you, everyone. Yeah, this is for me.
Oh, you mean like how you said yesterday that you would stay up the hours for us even though you finished your shift, and turns out that's because you were waiting for buses anyway?
No! I genuinely would have waited for you guys, like genuinely, until something else popped up and I had to extend my stay.
Yeah?
Yeah, I genuinely wanted to wait with you guys.
So it wasn't because the bus was not available until like 10:30.
No, man. Come on. I could have left earlier. Come on, man. Now.
Okay. So maybe if I do get the ring, I'll give you one part of it.
I'm that one guy who would have waited for you at the finish line. Just like when you run, like I'll be waiting for you, like, okay,
like
let's run in together. Yeah, give you the fist bump and we run in together.
Okay.
I'm that guy.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're the guy who's late.
Wait, what? Excuse me, I was here, the only one here today, at 9 a.m. Oh, okay, no, 9 a.m. 9:30 a.m. But, you know, enough about us. It's really about the players here in the Road to Asian Games. And Tash Bani is here to, yet again, place a hex onto another player. So, Tash, whenever you're ready, you can take this one away.
Thank you very much, casters. And I'm joined with Team Kazakhstan. Batir, the team that just made it out on top. Congratulations. Now, you guys barely made it through the qualifiers, and look where you guys are now. So, how are you guys and your team feeling?
Мы прошли довольно трудный путь квалификации. Как ты и твоя команда чувствуют себя?
Мы прошли путь квалификации. Наша команда сейчас, мы все рады. Я думаю, что мы хорошо отыграли, показали достойный уровень.
So we are so glad for showing our level of the game, and we deeply understand how that way was hard for us, and I think it was a good game.
It was a very good game, and despite that, you guys had pretty much a lot of accidents, which I can totally understand why it made it so much more hard. So, but your team still managed to catch up with the rest. How did you guys manage to do that?
Во всех матчах вчера и сегодня у нас было очень много проблем на гонках, то есть что-то не проезжали, чего-то не заправили. Как нам удалось не упасть морально и не тильтануть?
Я могу сказать, что все эти траблы были не по плану. Мы после этого всего просто смирились и работали дальше. Мы все это понимали, но мы не должны были расстраиваться, мы должны были просто идти вперед и выигрывать.
So after that moment which happened during our games, we just discussed it and threw it away. We didn't focus on it so much, and we also focused to fix our mistakes in the next game, so they didn't influence on us too much.
focus the first place.
That's how you guys managed to get there. So speaking of that, we were also talking about, how competitive it was, right? How close it was. And in that moment, a lot of players would have panicked. How did you guys manage to keep a clear mind?
Из-за второй и третьей игры положение в таблице у нас было довольно ровное. Могли и нас обогнать, и мы обогнать. Как нам удалось с холодным настроем войти в последнюю игру?
Да, именно у всех команд были минимальные отрывы. Я думаю, что все это понимали. Особенно мы не напрягались. В этот момент, я думаю, нельзя паниковать. Мы просто сыграли свою игру, так скажем, на расслабоне, на чиле.
So before the fourth game, we knew that there are a few seconds between us or Sri Lanka or Nepal. So first of all, we just reminded ourselves that we need to play our game, and we just played on chill.
We just relax and show our best game.
Relax and show their best game, and that's exactly what they did to make it out on top. Congratulations once again, guys.
Thank you.
And we're going to toss it back to the casters. We'll see you guys in a little while.
Well, looks like that was an interesting interview there. It's like, okay, whatever happens before this, whenever they had a bad game, especially the one that they lost, that they ran out of gas, it's like, just throw it away. Just forget it and continue on. And that's the mentality that you need to have as a top-tier athlete.
Yeah, I like how the entire interview, there were, in need of assistance of a translator towards the end, just like that plot twist, like I knew everything you were talking about,
Yeah, it's like, wait, what? Yeah.
But it's good to hear. Good to hear. I mean, this is it, right? It's all about uniting gamers together in the road to Asian Games, especially specifically within the Asian region. And one of the ways to do that is language. And so, turns out, despite different language, we still speak a certain common tongue. And I'm glad that we do.
We do too.
We do too.
We do too. Right, yeah. But you know what? We can't close off the show just yet. Or maybe close off the show for this region. Okay, we still need to find out officially who is the number one team.
We do.
Yeah, is it Team Choo Choo or Team Key?
Well, I'd like to not stick my name onto it because I'd want to walk out of here in one piece later on today.
Right.
Or at least, be safe throughout my entire break period. So we'll see what the overall is. And also there is the I believe, Super A Player Award that we've talked about. So all this is in line. But if you were to have one MVP, who do you think that one's going to be?
Well, it's definitely someone from Team Kazakhstan. Yeah, I would say.
Which one?
This is hard. This is hard.
You gotta think about it real good.
Yeah.
But,
okay, give me a name now.
So here is a plot twist, right?
Okay.
Historically, because every performing team has equal contribution across the board.
Yep.
The MVP does not come out for them because it has to be one-sided to one player, right?
Yeah.
So this is what I told Choo Choo. In a game, theoretically, you have 1,000 points to collect. And if everyone collects the same amount of points, that's around 250 points per player and individual. So those players will not win an MVP.
Right.
So maybe you're looking at a high-performing team, not so much, but you have to look at the individuals. Team Sri Lanka?
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
Okay.
This is only for the second half. Okay.
Sir Cloud, I nearly had gotten my joy robbed out of me here. That cannot happen.
Okay, for the official standings, they're going to be Team Kazakhstan.
Oh my God.
Being the regional champions just by 53 seconds.
Mere seconds apart. Less than a minute. But I'm still smiling because in the end of the day, I get the last laugh against Team Choo Choo here. Here we go. Up across the screen here. It's Team Kazakhstan for the Central and South Asia region. And I do want to see one of these members take home the MVP as well. But man, are they twins?
I am starting to wonder. But anyway, let's take some time to wonder while we pass it on to our host for the award ceremony. Tash, take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the award ceremony. I'm Tash Bunny, your host for today. And first of all, a big congratulations to Team Kazakhstan for becoming Central Asia and South Asia top-ranked team. And next, the Audi Super A Honor Ring will be awarded to the best player who had the most brilliant performance in Central Asia and South Asia region. And with that, let's have a look who it is. And there you have it, a big congratulations to Sakesh. Let's invite the Asian Electronic Sports Federation to present the award. Please present the Super A Honor Ring Award, Miss Jani Jansen. And for now, whoever that's here, please feel free to take a photo. And here comes the ring to be presented to the winner. All right, thank you very much, Miss Jani Jansen, to your seat. And for now, we have a bit of an interview here with the player, Sakesh. Congratulations to you once again. So may I know, what does this award mean to you?
Значит для себя эта награда?
Да, для меня эта награда многое значит, потому что в первую очередь я отстаиваю честь своей страны. Я много работаю для этого. Все.
So this awards means a lot for me because first of all I remembered that I played for my country, I represented my country, and for me it was the first priority.
The first priority is his country, and that is so nice to hear. So can you share with us all the lessons that you learned here during the RDAG?
Какие уроки были извлечены для тебя самого на этом турнире?
Так, про уроки нужно много тренироваться и тренироваться, больше нечего. И также в самих играх не паниковать, не поддаваться эмоциям и также много работать.
So first of all, we and every player in esports must train a lot. Don't forget about the aims, and also just be cold-blooded during the games on the scene, because these emotions can break you, and you as a player must now allow it.
And that's exactly it, to show ruthlessness as well as courage in the game itself. Now, final question is, what was the most unforgettable moment for you here during the RDAG?
Какой самый незабываемый момент был на турнире?
Самый незабываемый момент — это когда у нас закончился бензин, и мы залезли в крышу к узбекам и пытались до финиша с ними проехаться, но у нас не получилось.
So the unforgettable and funny moment for us was the yesterday moment in the first match when we forgot to fuel our car and we were on the roof of Uzbekistan's car. We hoped that they can help us to get the finish more faster, but after the jump we just flew out. And this is the funniest and unforgettable moment for us.
Definitely was. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much for that. And for now, we're going to toss it back to our casters. Congratulations. Let's go take a quick break before that.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
And this is the final region, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Together with me, Sir Cloud, joined by the beautiful Choo Choo right beside me. And it's going to be Southeast Asia after this.
The insincerity. I want to play that game now.
What are you talking about?
Welcome back, guys. And we're talking about the final region. Finally, we're ending this for the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, but we still have more game titles to go, by the way. And speaking of which, we saw the previous finals of Central Asia and South Asia as they're winning, taking the throne away, which could be Team Kazakhstan for now. That's the power of brotherhood, by the way.
Yeah.
Because two of the players happen to be the brothers. But coming up for our South Asia region, we have the top four competing right now. It's going to be Team Thailand, Team Indonesia, Team Laos, and Team Philippines. But so far, they are not shaken at number one overall, Team Thailand.
Yeah, and on the broadcast yesterday, we did manage to show 4 teams in match number 2. In the off broadcast, there were a couple of teams who played. So this is the final result in which the top 4 will be playing today. And if we look at yesterday as well, Team Myanmar almost made a comeback. But unfortunately, because of their first match, they had quite a gap to actually catch up onto. And hence, now we are at the top 4 teams here. Team Thailand, Team Laos, Team Indonesia, and Team Philippines, who will compete for the number 1 spot and also for the MVP.
Yeah, I do hope for Team Indonesia they are more and ready to go, because I do know Yami, coming from Indonesian athlete, is not feeling so well today, but he will still be competing. But coming up when it comes to who will compete against Team Thailand, who happens to be one of the strongest team right now. But coming up for our first track to introduce to you guys again, starting off from Valdemar, cutting across Ladrilera. We're dropping ourselves into Mountain Wave first for our none other than special target, the 4 color target. From there on, we're going to cut across St. Martin into Power Grid, landed right on top of Picado. We do have our second mission, which is going to be retracting targets. Therefore, and we're going to go down to Minas Generalis and La Bedita, where we ended up on top of Los Leones for the hardest challenge there is, which is going to be the mission of shooting down those flying targets. Then they will have to race till the finish line on top of Puerto Paraíso.
Yeah, after mixing and matching all the teams, all the athletes, it's the first time we are grouping all 4 of these teams into one group. And well, I guess if you put the best of the best, they will, from the trends what we see, they tend to cancel out each other. Of course, that's naturally what happens if you put the best of the best together. And these teams will be eyeing for not only the MVP, but also the number 1 spot, the top seeding that will also carry forward onto Asian Games later.
That's the fun of it. You have to mix the best of the best, then you can get something extraordinary, right? But speaking of extraordinary, a lot of surprises for us today, especially when it comes to the teams coming out from a different seeding before. But coming up from South Asia is a different team entirely. And we do have to thank to all our officials once more. You guys have been amazing. Our marshal, referees and technicians, our production team, observers, and all the managers and coaches have been working tirelessly at the back end. But speaking of South Asia, during this group qualifier, it's way different from all the other regions, right, Cloud?
Yeah, because of the number of teams involved. So they had 8 teams in the Southeast Asia group as compared to the others. The others had 5. So the format is a little bit different. They played 2 different groups, and then it is reshuffled to be replayed again, and then this is how we got the top 4 teams from those groups. So there are some teams who have not met each other at all, but there are also some teams who have met each other again from that grouping stage. But here it is, with this kind of composition, with this kind of mix, it's going to be the first time for all of these athletes. Hence, some things might change in terms of the strategies of how each team individually reacts to certain situations. For example, okay, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, whoever reaches a certain checkpoint, whoever takes where, whoever prioritizes what target, what kind of strategies to position themselves. Everything is jumbled into the mix as we will mix all of these teams into track number 1. This is going to be it, kickstarting Southeast Asia region.
Now, speaking of their usual track 1 average in the previous record for South Asia region, usually is around 16 to 17 to 18 minutes, or maybe even 16 starting off as the average. But when it comes to the grand final or the final stage here, we do know, in fact, there's going to be an improvement when it comes to those numbers. Thank you so much, Audi. Make sure you guys have your eyes towards our Audi Q4. But back towards the game we go. Whoever get a great start, it's going to be detrimental if they are late, if they got themselves the first one to lead. It doesn't mean they will last that long enough because everybody's starting off with the same sort of speed.
Yeah, very, very close to each other. Only one team left behind. And right now, Team Thailand will be at the forefront, but it's really, really close. Look at how close they are. Basically, side by side until even this curve. Okay, this curve, still pretty much the same. Only one team left behind right now. But at the end of the day, it is not about how you start. It is about when you finish. That matters.
That's kind of true because usually the final checkpoint do make a difference, a big one at that. But coming out from Team Lao, they are late into the party, but still fine. But we're going into our first checkpoint. A lot of the team open fires to make sure that they get as much speed boosters as possible. But speaking of which, we do know some teams, especially when it comes to the Thai teams, the Thailand teams, they want to have a better average. And so far when it comes to the pattern and the style, when it comes to the time taken based on yesterday during qualifying stage and during the final stage, there's a difference and we do have a bit of a crash here.
Yeah, that's going to be the first mishap here in the Southeast Asia region finals, whereby Team Lao happened to bump into one of the structures. So that will give the other teams a lead. But speaking about a lead, Team Thailand now with a perfect jump on that ramp, with a decent amount of airborne, managed to cut across all the other teams to be the number one team now. But Team Lao, despite their mishap, they are still trailing well behind.
Due to their speed up target hit will be the most up there. Definitely will give them a bit of a booster. But still, it's not detrimental when it comes to the first section here, which getting into the first checkpoint. And so far, it's all down to who can get the most points out of the 120 seconds downtime.
Yeah, and we can see here, even though the teams have yet to park themselves, they are starting to shoot onto the static targets on the buildings. So in order to efficientize the amount of time spent. Now, additional information, the static targets actually provide lesser points as compared to the moving targets. So this is where the teams will decide whether they want to spend their bullets on that, easier to hit, lesser points, or on the moving targets, harder to hit, but more points.
At the same time, whatever works and efficiency at its best for the time to manage the organization of the team itself, and also when it comes to the time that they will use and based on their separate roles as well. But on the other hand, we do have, as per usual, Team Thailand always taking the lead, but closely behind is going to be Team Indonesia. But we do know when the players and the athletes start running, it means it will commence very soon for our first quest or the first checkpoint mission here.
Yep, still not hitting the 100 plus mark as a start, just like how Team China always does. And now with Team Thailand hitting the 100 point mark after the main objective is up. And it's also important to get the airdrop. The airdrop normally appears at the start when this objective comes up. So teams can have a designated shooter to grab the airdrop because it is worth 40 points.
So far, maybe possibly it's going to be either Team Thailand or Team Indonesia who actually got that airdrop because of how much they jump up the numbers of the scores between those two teams. Team Indonesia taking the lead this time, and they are not that far off. Only a couple of points different here between Team Thailand and Team Indonesia. Team Philippines on the other hand also chasing up the numbers. Same goes for Team Lao, but Team Indonesia will be the first one to leave.
Oh yeah, 302 points. They met the objective, followed by Team Thailand with 303 points. Very, very likely for Team Philippines to be the next one to follow up. And from there, they will go on to the next round as well. But looks like Team Lao still gathering those points, and it's going to be number 4 for them.
So far, it has been within the standard between of 4 minutes to 4 minutes and 30 seconds. If they manage to leave within this timeline from the first checkpoint, they can have a very, very advanced time when it comes to the final checkpoint. Things will drag if they start to make mistakes here. And so far, all the teams are up to par. And looking at the POV of the players' hand cam with IQ 11s, looking at how calm the players keep shooting those speed boosters, they're not even swayed for now.
Still very, very well. Only so far, Team Lao have one mishap, but that's not a big factor because even though they have the one mishap, they're still like really, really right behind one of the other teams. But speaking of mishaps, looks like we're gonna get another one, and it came from Team Indonesia. They could have gotten more airborne through that, but after landing, a tree was waiting for them. Team Indonesia, despite being in front, but that also opens up some opportunity for the other teams to catch up onto them.
It's definitely going to be Team Thailand just trailing at the back there. They already used around 10 seconds to get out from those really stuck position they were in just now when they got themselves a bit of a bump. But now coming up trailing behind, it's going to be all the other three teams to follow pursuit towards the side of Team Indonesia who's taking up the lead. But coming up from the back line is going to be all the way towards the side of Team Philippines. Happen to drop themselves at the last for now, but it's all within reach at the same time, same place as they walk into the second checkpoint.
Okay, so here we go. Team Thailand reaching, but because the other teams already getting the nearer buildings, so meaning that they need to loot in other buildings, probably going in a little bit deeper, and that is it. They go in, past the first building, the third building is theirs, followed by the other teams. So the other teams coming in, knowing that those few buildings at the start is already taken, they need to go to somewhere else. So as we can see here, it's going to be Team Philippines going in a little bit deeper because they know that there's no point of stopping in early because the loot are all taken.
Well, Team Indonesia on the other side, they try to reach and break that triple-digit mark around their score in the Section 2 here, while Team Thailand struggling to find their ground targets due to how fast Team Indonesia right now just wiping the floor clean. They might actually hit the triple-digit here at this stage.
Okay, 8 more to go, 6 more to go, and we still have some time. Okay, we got about 10 more seconds. Very, very doable, in fact. 4 more points. Could they hit the gold standard? 2 more points. And it is locked at 98, so no gold standard for Team Indonesia. But anyway, they'll be happy with this amount because, well, it's still way ahead of the other teams.
Close enough, but definitely that's going to be a huge advantage for the side of Team Indonesia of how well they proactively use their 120 seconds downtime. At the same time, some teams already divided themselves to a sort of a quadrant each for some of the players to make sure they have a better fast reaction and reflex to shoot down all those retracting targets. Catching up is going to be Team Thailand, but Team Indonesia already hit up to 200 mark, while on the side of Team Philippines, they having a hard time to catch up.
Oh yeah, Team Philippines still at the double digit, but only one more target and they'll hit the triple digit, and it will be now. But at least they're not too far away from Team Lao, so they can still at least be on top of Team Lao very, very soon. But for Team Indonesia, way ahead right now, a difference of 100 points with Team Thailand. So far, these two teams, they are putting in a lot of work to just overcome each other and be on top. But then again, we are still section number 2. We have seen it time and time again. Section number 3 is where it all matters at the end of the day. And I can say that these two teams have excellent players to do well in section 3.
So far, they're still hitting their standard amount of time required in the section 2, which is around 9-minute mark. And it's a bit lesser this time coming from Team Indonesia. They will be leaving this section 2 or the second checkpoint here fourth. But coming up from the side of Team Thailand, on the other hand, they will trail just next to them as well. But be sure to check all your gas for all the vehicles, because we saw so many times accidents happen and happen to be no more vehicle to work. But as per usual, Team Indonesia a bit jittery when it comes to starting off and trying to take off from the second checkpoint. They got stuck once more. They bought themselves another 5 seconds there, wasted a bit of a time. But the other teams will catch up soon, because we're looking at Team Lao leaving at the same pace as Team Thailand.
Yeah, we've seen a good number of times that Team Indonesia actually got stuck as they drive, but no team is able to take advantage over their mishaps. So they could kind of afford some of that. Although at the end of the day, if you kind of think about it, it's about the total time collected, and it is not about like only the rankings per se. The rankings do give a big picture, but if we go to the small picture, it's about the total time. And we're still at round number 1. So with round number 1, with the first few rounds at least, you want to set the bar high and you want to reduce those amount of mistakes.
Coming a bit zigzaggy, coming out from the side of Team Indonesia. A bit worrying for their driving skills there. On the side of Team Thailand, it's been stable, but they still have a lot of catching up to do and playing a bit of a swerve there. Laos on the other end successfully jumping over Airborne and landed themselves exactly as the path of all the other teams before them in prior. Coming out from the Indonesian team, they're close enough. Halfway through to their final checkpoint. They want to make use of it. Oh, possible, but again, happen to be crashing into those structures in between. And this definitely, they can actually make it a shave off couple of seconds due to 3 times in a row in every single checkpoint while they're on the journey. Happen to be bumped into something.
Yeah, oh, but speaking of bumping, looks like another one just happened. It's going to be Team Lao. But luckily, they don't need to hit the reset button and the car flipped back onto its 4 by itself. And they're back on track. But again, it's going to be time wasted. Interestingly, for Team Indonesia, when they wanted to jump, that's where they boosted. Timing was great, but angle wasn't that great because that eventually made them crash into the tree. But nevertheless, they are still the first team to arrive onto checkpoint number 3. A little bit more advantage than the rest as they start to collect the ground target points.
Now, the previous few tracks in the qualifier stage, the standard being set by the Team Thailand was 15 minutes and 50 seconds at average. Can they close that up again or make it even shorter? Because we're talking about Team Indonesia right now who's taking the lead. If that happens, then making their own record in the Southeast Asia grouping.
Okay, let's see if a new record can be broken as well. So that's something that we'll be keeping an eye on because all these teams, they would have played a lot of games, of course, as we go through the official rounds and also off-stream rounds and their own training. So they would definitely have refined something along the way. And we'll be keeping an eye on if any records will be shattered here, especially for the Southeast Asia region. For the vehicles, yep, looking so far so good for all these teams as they remember to refuel their vehicles as the main objective starts with Team Indonesia still having the advantage.
Honestly, if it's like overall regions record breaking, I feel like it's quite a difficult and a tall order coming up from the region of South Asia, because we do know for a fact when it comes to the standard, if you want to break the record, you have to leave. Even starting off the first checkpoint in less than 4 minutes. While it's on the second checkpoint, you have to leave within less than 8 minutes, or might be not even more than 8 minutes, 15 seconds. While leaving out the final checkpoint, not more than 12 minutes. So 12 minutes already on the clock. The more they are dragging this, definitely it's going to be taking their own time. But they can definitely break their own record here when it comes to the Thailand teams.
Well, looking so far so good for them as they are currently at the top spot, 184 points. Even Team Lao is up there, but in blink of an eye, Team Indonesia overtakes Team Lao again, whereas for Team Philippines, trailing. But we have seen it before. At some point, there could be some teams up there placing a platoon. The points don't move, maybe because they are reloading, refining their ammunition. And that's where teams at the bottom will start to catch up. Maybe it's also because that they are able to work on their ammunition and be efficient, and that could also give them the advantage as well. So still looking forward to see if Team Philippines can actually make the comeback among the others.
Now back towards the side of Team Indonesia on the then, even though they took the lead before at first place in past 2 checkpoints, now they pushed down to third as Team Lao. This is where their forte is and their strength is at play. They do know for a fact they do have the track and the control of the barrels pretty well compared to all the others. But Team Thailand on the other end on a different level entirely. Consistency is pretty much in every single track they have been delivered to us. There's going to be only 4 more flying objects to go, and they will leave. Even might be breaking their own record if they can leave early, because so far the record holder by the South Asia region is going to be from the Thailand team, which was 15 minutes and 50 seconds.
Whoa.
Can they beat that?
Well, can they beat that will be the question. Looking good so far for them. So I guess one of the factors will be if they are able to get the amount of boosters they need to finish up this race before that timing. And so far, so good for them. No other team's able to follow through, as this is going to be undisputed that Team Thailand will finish first.
It's all about the clock. The time they clock in at the finishing line, more close towards the 15-minute mark. Can they get lesser than that? It will be their huge achievement yet by far, and probably their best round yet by far if they make it happen. But 15 minutes already clocked up. It's going to be their best round just yet because it's less than before. 15 minutes and probably 8 seconds or 9 while they ended up there. It's going to be 15 minutes and 9 seconds, but how much the gap between them and Team Lao?
Well, not gonna lie, I was kind of scared early on. They almost skid off the road at that final corner, but they managed to make it through. So far so good. Okay, now you talk about the gap. We're going to get the answer really soon. So Team Lao overtaking Team Indonesia, who had the lead earlier on, will now finish behind Team Thailand with a difference of about 24 seconds.
Not that far off, not even a gap to start with, if they can actually overtake for track number 2. But for the rest, though, especially Team Philippines and Team Indonesia, they are still stuck in the final checkpoint. This will be detrimental when it comes to the overall standings later on.
Team Indonesia about to finish their task. Only 4 points left before they move. I wonder how far Team Philippines is at the moment, because the last time we saw Team Philippines, they were quite far from the others. So it still begs the question of how far are they away? But now we will look at it. Okay, we got a confirmation now. They're only 14 points away from hitting the 500 mark. So not too far away, but still, they will definitely end up as a 4th place.
Well, this is already an improvement and achievement for all the teams. So far, they have been getting better and better if we compare with during their qualifying stage. Because back then, during the Philippine teams, I have to say they did have a better round than this one, because it was 16 minutes 43 seconds back in track 1 before this. But on the side of Team Lao, definitely one of the best round yet. But coming up from Team Indonesia, what will be the clock when they touch the finish line? It's going to be possibly 17 minutes during that time.
Ooh, yes, 17 is for sure right now, since we are heading on to the number 17. It's going to be a question of 17.5, and that with the difference of 1 minute and 56 seconds as compared to the number 1 team, Team Thailand. Now it's all about Team Philippines to finish up, and we'll record the scores. We'll move on to track number 2 after this.
Now, almost at the finishing line for Team Philippines here, but this hopefully will not be detrimental, even though we do have a lot of tracks. But all millisecond, every single millisecond counts, because it will contribute towards their overall standings. But here it comes, 17 minutes and 37 seconds. So, I mean, like, that's not their best round just yet, but maybe they are just warming up.
Well, yeah, as any gamer will tell you, if they don't do well round number 1, it's a warm-up round. Okay, we got our fingers flexed, so we're warmed up. Next round we'll do better. But of course, it's for them to show us whether they can do better in the next round. We still have a lot more rounds to go. It is only round number 1, ladies and gentlemen, and we have at least 7 more rounds after this. But before we move on to the next round, let's check out the highlights. Thank you so much to iCrew for providing the highlights for us. This is the Southeast Asia region.
Surprisingly, quite early on, we have a lot of tragedies waiting for us since the start of the line, not even heading into checkpoint 1 when Lao heads within the structures. But Team Indonesia had a great lead before, but unfortunately, after one to the other, keep on hitting those bombs. And they got stuck around 10 seconds or so, waited on that. And surprisingly, even though they have been taking the lead on the first and second checkpoint, when it comes to the last checkpoint, that is where we can see they struggle for a bit for the Indonesian team. But so far, the result, it is what it is. The numbers up there. 15 minutes is going to be the standard for track 1.
Yeah, with 46 speed-ups earned for Team Thailand. Not the most, in fact, they are the least, but they can still get the best timing of all these other teams. So it still begs the question of what's the correlation between speed-ups earned versus the placement versus the time. So we really need to have a lot more experimentation on that. But what we don't really need to experiment is our FAW Audi Super A player with Fluke from Thailand, Team Thailand, ranking the most points among all these other athletes.
And also coming up from Team Philippine with Jeremy Casido, we do have Rosemary, one of my favorite personal players. Is going to be from Team Indonesia. And Lao, we do have Honda with a 300 score. So far, the average for the scores here, nobody hitting the 400 yet, which means all the players of each team do actually pull their own weight. It's actually a great thing to have big numbers on across the all the Super A players, but at the same time, if it's not actually reaching up to 400, it means each of the player in that team pretty much distributing the same amount of scores.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is the, as far as I've seen, the best practices is that every individual player functions. And when we talk about functions, it's function in the sense of collecting the points. Like to a certain extent, there is a difference of like maybe 25, 24, 26, 27, around that range. And if a team can actually achieve that, normally we will see that team doing very, very well in the timing and being the first team too. So with this kind of standard, if they can maintain like maybe 300 plus, I think this is somewhat the rough number of a team that does well.
That's kind of true. But back to track 2, we do know it will require lesser time. But I want to see for once, can they, usually you can shave off 2 minutes when it comes to comparing with track 1 and track 2. Now, can they finally hit their numbers where we want to wait and been waiting for around 13 minutes? Can they take it?
Yeah, because track 2 is the shortest track so far that we have seen based on the timing. But 30 minutes, yes. I believe Team East Asia is about 12 minutes. Of course, Team China, that is definitely the best standard to beat. But looking forward to see if they can also beat that on top of their own record.
Yep, so for track 2, surprisingly, not too far off with track 1 when you compare for the results. It's still within the 15-minute range for Team Thailand in the previous rounds. So, but on the side of Team Lao, they definitely did better before and always place themselves second to Team Thailand. So far, it has been consistently the same during the qualifier. And their seconds or minutes, usually it's going to be 16. Well, I have to say, Team Lao has been playing catching up quite a number, because if you compare their track 1 achievement, it was 16-minute average. But this time it's getting up to 15 minutes. I have a feeling if they keep this going, Team Thailand cannot be complacent anymore.
Yeah, to a certain extent, right? Because like this game mode is very muscle memory, because it's about the same thing every time. Maybe some variances in terms of RNG popping up window and all that, but I think that's a really small factor. For the most part, 90% is all about muscle memory. It's all about repeating the most efficient thing possible. If you are able to repeat it, and it's the most efficient way, of course, and repeat it, and also be consistent with it, basically there will be a bar that, okay, you cannot go any more lower in terms of the timing. And if you're able to have that, then basically nobody can actually challenge the team. So what these teams will need to achieve is muscle memory and also consistency for every track.
That's kind of true. You know that you're good enough if you can play the same game blindfolded and still make it anyway. That's just how good your muscle memory is, if you can pull that off. I mean, I'm not sure if any of the players try to train without their eyes actually can see the game, but if they manage to do that, I mean, imagine if their eyes open. But speaking of a track 2, usually the problem is where during section 1 and section 2, the road to checkpoint 1 to checkpoint 2, there's a ramp, there's a platform where a lot of teams happen to be stumbling there, and that will be costly for them. And it might be not just one time they got stuck. After that ramp, maybe they got stuck in the ramp, and after they go down the ramp, they might hit a tree. And that's usually the case.
Yeah, like what we saw earlier on, right? Like if we kind of reflect before this, right? Like for Team Indonesia, normally they won't do that kind of mistake. But then it comes back to like, muscle memory and consistency. So taking account of these two elements, so something that would have been a little bit off. So that's why that kind of happened. But of course, this is still a team game. It's not only about that one person. If another person switches, then basically, that I would say is like a domino effect that would affect the rest of the other teams, how they want to readapt again or realign back to what their philosophy is in playing this game. And that is one of the toughest part as well, because you're not only depending on yourself, you're depending on teammates to have the same level of consistency as you are.
That's kind of true. I just hope the case where Yummy under the weather is not the case here. That's why they have been toned down a bit. But coming up from track 2, it's going to be coming up from all the way of the west side of the map up to the north for a bit, because we do have San Martin on second checkpoint and cutting across the Cinda, climbing up to Cruiserville for a final target, which is going to be the flying target. If you guys notice how they actually level the difficulty of the flying target, if you notice the background of the flying object target, the first one, track 1, should be sort of an easier level of it, and the second one do have slightly some background. But here comes the team introduction again. We do have Team Thailand, Stone, Tony, K, Shrubs and Nuzi. Team Indonesia, Lapar, Rosemary, Pombe and Sata. So Team Indonesia do have to swap Yummy. I think in this case, maybe he needs to have a bit of a reset. He needs to rest for a bit. Maybe he's feeling under the weather. For Team Lao, we have Forza, Honda, Lazy and back out. While Team Philippines, Barot, Rosello, Casido and Barona.
Yeah, I know for Team Philippines, a lot of you who follow the PUBG mobile scene would be like, he looks familiar. Yeah, actually for Team Philippines,
Yeah.
they have, I don't want to call it tradition, but they have a thing that they do is that if they represent the country for international events, they would use their surname.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's actually their family name that they use. So I've asked before, like, okay, why? And then they said that it is because, like, if you go for this kind of international events, you not only represent your country, but you also represent your family.
That's
so it's
kind
like the
of
whole
true.
country family pride thing.
That's kind of true. For me, that's actually you're marking your family's name integrated into the Road to Asian Games 2022, which will go down in history, even maybe one day in history books, right? So hopefully one day, if you manage to represent for your own circle, what is your surname or middle name that you might put up for your own IGN then?
I don't think it's a question of what I might put up. It's I only have one surname, and that's going to be Cheong. But that also depends on the difference of culture, right? Like if like in the Philippine culture, yes, that works. If in certain cultures, basically, that works. I think in Thailand as well, not too sure. But there are certain cultures that it doesn't work. For example, if you put up your surname, basically it's your dad playing.
Yeah, it's going to be my dad's name. That's
So I guess it really depends. But this is something that we discover as we go into international events and the difference of culture, the diversity that we have in this world. That's always a very interesting topic that I like to talk about. But we got to get into the interesting topic to talk about. That's going to be track number 2 for Southeast Asia. And here it is.
Walking back into Maroma, this time the track is going to be completely different. And usually track 2, the biggest hurdle is going to be going from first checkpoint to the second without any mistakes done. They cannot afford even a small room of error. But so far when it comes to gas as well, that we've had so much in this entirety of tournament, hopefully they are aware how much they have left in the tank.
Yeah, that's something that they need to take into consideration, because in the previous series or the previous region, it happened one too many times, I must say. So, and it happened in different ways. Like, okay, one direct way is that you reach or you finish the checkpoint number 3, but obviously you don't have gas, or someone forgot, or just mismanagement. And the other one is that there was a team who left and they had to turn back because they realized they don't have gas after that.
Oh boy, Team Philippines fumble and tumble at the back. And now they took a bit of a longer time to arrive here. Now at least they're all landing themselves on the platform, but some even fumbled once more. That's not a great start from Team Lao and Team Philippines at the same time, but Team Philippines catching up on the side of Team Thailand. On the other hand, what a good control of the steering wheel.
Still fairly consistent as well, coming in for Team Thailand. And everyone behind them is just knocking each other, just tumbling down. They'll be like, you guys have your fun. I ain't gonna have any of that. I'll be cruising my way at the number 1 spot for now. Looking good for Team Thailand. Not having a care for anything that's happening behind them.
Now this is where we want to see if they manage to have the control over steering. But it's going to be okay for now. A lot of players got stuck across that, exactly that platform. It's going to be 1-3 waiting in the center. So far, nobody happened to be hitting that. It's just a bit of a nervous jitterness when it comes to the starting point just now. But back towards the race we go. Team Thailand taking the first. Team Philippines catching up on second. Well, we do have Team Lao falling back at the last place, but everybody checking into the first checkpoint almost at the same time.
Yeah, so here we go, about the same time, but still, despite them about the same time, if one team already marked that building, basically that building is done. No point of competing for loot inside the same building. It's not going to be doing anyone a favor. Okay, so just like this, we have one person from Team Indonesia amongst the members of Team Philippines. So it's basically a 3v1 in that building, as what we saw earlier on that visual. So for him to compete for loot in there, it's not going to do him anything.
Trying to find as much point as possible. They're trying to hit up the triple digit. They did almost hitting a triple at the first checkpoint at 98 before. Close enough this time, trying to gain at least a 70 as the start. But 62 points coming out from Team Thailand. Indonesia starting off with stuck and stagnation at 24 points. While Team Philippines hardly find any target because it's been snatched away by Team Thailand and Team Indonesia in the first place. But they don't have enough time anymore. The moment the athlete starts running, you know there's going to be the commands of the second objective. They're even waiting for the airdrop to appear.
Yeah, because the airdrop will appear after the platform comes up, and it is worth 40 points. So normally the teams would have a dedicated person to shoot the airdrop, to try to contest for the airdrop. And so far from what we see here, it looks like Team Thailand potentially got the airdrop because of their big leap when it comes to the points collected in this challenge. And just to add on, from a athlete's perspective, when they are playing, actually they have a timer that shows that what is the exact time that each objective will come up.
Yep, they definitely needed that, because if not, you will not know when to actually go into the arena. But coming out from Team Thailand, they just 4 more targets to go and they're done. Make it 2 even, and they definitely done. This is a huge gap, but is it big enough? It's safe for the other teams, barely reaching out the 200 marks. And this is going to be a huge gap as a start. And they are hitting the gold standard even for Team Thailand as they're leaving the second checkpoint within the 4 minutes check mark.
Here we go, and they're not stopping still. Team Thailand really doing really well, but it was about the same like what we saw earlier on with Team Indonesia. They did really well from checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, but when it came to checkpoint 3, that is where teams fumble. That is where teams overtake each other. That's where the comeback stories happen. So Team Thailand, despite them being at the front right now, they cannot be complacent. They still need to remain the level of consistency in checkpoint number 3. Let's start it off with this ramp. Are they going to go up or go down? Because we do see some teams choose the lower routes, and looks like they choose to fly up, but yeah, they flew. Okay, let's see the outcome here. Is it working out?
Oh boy,
not bad.
It works out quite right. They try to play. I saw and witnessed many kind of approach when it comes to that particular platform, and this is where some of them want to go down safely. Some of them will try to be at the edge and suddenly boosted up. That's what the case coming up from Team Thailand. Even they've been turning 360 degrees all around just now. Feels like they're dropping from an airplane, but eventually dropping off themselves, being stable with those 4 wheels on the ground. A bit of a drift done, but Team Thailand landed safe in the second checkpoint, and they got themselves a huge lead here with 20 seconds in between with the other teams. And they can even clear all the ground targets.
Yeah, I would have given that drop an 8 out of 10, but because they did that twirl, I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10. Yeah, the 1 point is probably a steady landing, but it's okay. It was one of the best, most stylish landings I've seen so far, especially with that ramp that has arguably one of the highest drops of all among all these tracks. So looking good so far. They have been doing some studying behind the scenes, and with that, Team Thailand will be the number 1 team to arrive in this checkpoint, followed by the other teams now. So the 120-second counter will start to tick.
Oh, a bit stuck there for Team Philippines, but this is exactly where they want to be in the first place. So they're going to drop themselves, be proactive, finding all those targets as fast as possible, not wasting any more time, while looting themselves, while trying to find a target at the same time, trying to use their time wisely. But speaking of the scores, we haven't got the tabulated scores of the second checkpoint just yet. I'm waiting. How much do we have to start here when it comes to the final, the third checkpoint? Coming up from Team Thailand, they definitely have a lead, almost hitting the triple digit, but I think the time's done, and it's going to be less than 5 seconds heading into the checkpoint mission.
All right, 86 points locked in for Team Thailand as the main objective comes up. So now they'll continue collecting points on the platform. Well, with that, they will hit that 100-point mark easily from there. As following behind Team Indonesia and Team Philippines looking to come back from their previous round, because the previous round they got a number 4, so this is the round that they need to work on and not leave it to the second half, because if the gap is too big by the second half, it's going to be really, really hard considering the level of consistency for some of the other teams.
Coming out from Team Thailand, Tony K taking the most contribution at 43%, but everybody tried to pull up their own weight, but Team Indonesia have been almost equally distributing all their workload towards all the members as well. The athletes have been pushing themselves as fast as they can, while Team Thailand just only 8 more of targets to go, maybe even lesser now, and they will be once more taking the lead into the final checkpoint.
Oh, and the lead is quite handsome, I must say. About 150 points lead in front of Team Indonesia. And they are about 4 more points to go for Team Thailand. And yes, they will hit the mark. They will be, again, consistently the first team to finish in the checkpoint. Section number 2 is done and dusted. Section number 3 will be waiting for them. Team Thailand, with a sort of lead, they have a lot of opportunity to deny points from other teams.
So far, the scores lead over by the Team Thailand Tony K, also another Team Thailand player, but overtaken by Team Lao players and athletes as well. On the side of Team Thailand, sometimes they fumble, but so far, I'm not sure if mistakes can be made, because we do know it will be detrimental to the end of it. But it's Team Thailand so far. Nobody can shake them from the podium spot, and they just flawlessly driving themselves across this very vast field of dry land and ASIA+SOUTH in between, and halfway through already, no contest, nobody else is going to compete against them for now, because none of all the other teams leaving this second checkpoint yet, and now they leave with a huge gap in between, almost a minute gap.
So it looks like Team Philippines, again, the last team to leave the checkpoint. So there'll be a lot of catching up to do, especially when it comes to checkpoint number 3. Team Thailand, well, it's all theirs. They seem to be playing a single-player game right now, unchallenged by the others. Looking at the minimap, it's almost like one end to the other for them. And this entire series does. And imagine when they enter the city, 120 seconds will start. And maybe even by the time the others arrive, maybe even the last team right now, Philippines, arrive, 120 seconds is done.
That's kind of true. I'm kind of worried for the side of Team Philippines right now. They're being left behind. But if they can make it work when it comes to the final checkpoints, it's down to the accuracy. They have to just go for the flying objects instead of trying to find the ground targets. They don't have a choice. But since we're talking about how far behind all the other teams compared to the side of Team Thailand, I feel at the moment they're just going for the touchdown second checkpoint. There's nothing left there for the ground target. Not just that, that's not even enough time for them to have a head start. So how much did Team Thailand manage to secure by now, since they do have a 1-minute lead after they left the second checkpoint?
Well, we might get an answer soon. But I'm also curious to see what will be the answer for Team Philippines. Like how much is left for them, because they are way behind the other teams now. And with this sort of gap, probably they can only just focus on maybe looting or the static targets, because static targets normally are not prioritized by the teams because their value is a lot lesser. Now, we got our answer. So Team Thailand, 96 points locked in there. Still no 100 point for Team Thailand. So they will be going on with the challenge with 96. But that's okay for them. It is still huge. It is still big as compared to Team Indonesia with 20 points. Team Philippines are followed by Team Lao.
Still a very good standard being set above, quite high up there. It's a high standard by the Team Thailand, set up the par for the teams to know for a fact if you are down 120 seconds, you don't reach up to 100 points there or even close to that, there's no way they can catch up. Why bother trouble yourself with the flying objects if you can get almost half or even 1/3 or 1/5 of the points from the unmovable ones? But back to the teams score preferred on Team Thailand. Still Tony K contributing the most. It's going to be Stone and Newsy equally distributing alongside with Shraps. I assume he's going to be the driver. But so far, they're halfway through. Team Thailand, they might be catch up by Team Indonesia, but the gap is starting to get even bigger.
Well, I was about to say actually, to point out that Team Philippines are looking to come back from their previous 4th place finish, but the moment I got the opportunity to speak, well then Team Lao happened to be the one to come back onto a 3rd place spot, at least as of now, unless Team Philippines can really boost themselves up to overtake Team Lao to start their move earlier than them. But what we're going to see here right now is going to be Team Thailand, again a 100-point difference as compared to Team Indonesia, looking really good to get a 1st place finish for 2 tracks in a row.
Now trying to beat their own goals. It's going to be Team Thailand trying to finish off in a fashion less than 15 minutes. Can they make it? It's 10 minutes on the clock. Still a lot of target to shoot down. 7 seems like not a big number. Definitely is. If you have these flying objects frantically with this frenzy speed, pretty hard to pin them down. But 3 more to go. If they can finish within 30 minutes, 30 seconds, they can beat their own record.
Well, they have. So now it's a matter of them racing down to the finish line and confirm if they can beat their own record. So they're starting their move right now. Let's see how many speed up boosts they can get, because this is the moment where the speed up boost will be important, because it's going to be pretty much like a straight line down to the finish line. So it's all about your accuracy of hitting the drone targets in order to gain the maximum speed possible to shave off all that time to break their record.
So far, 40 minutes already on the clock, but they definitely made it their own new record. This is yet by far their best time, and they made it within 14 minutes. A new standard set up by the Team Thailand for the region of Southeast Asia.
There you go, setting the bars high. That is Team Thailand, formerly the team to be feared right now with this kind of records. But the next team to move is going to be Team Indonesia. They are making a, oh no, hang on a second. It's going to be Team Lao moving first, unless Team Indonesia can somehow speed up to overtake Team Lao. If not, Team Lao for now looking good to secure a 2nd spot.
A bit lackluster for Team Philippines. They're having a hard time to finish off their target due to how fast there's shots coming out from all the 3 teams prior to them. But on the side of Team Indonesia and Team Lao, none of them can make a mistake. But at least for Team Lao, they got even faster. And this time, adding almost a minute of a difference in 14 minutes, 59 seconds. Still having that 14-minute mark, while Team Indonesia have to settle with a 15-minute standard.
Yeah, now it's all about Team Philippines to finish this off. Despite all the other teams having completed the track, they still need to keep up with the timing, because at the end of the day, it's all about the time collected, not exactly about the placement. So that's still something to motivate themselves. Team Philippines now without any competition. The flying targets will not be stolen away by anyone else except for themselves. So they should be able to complete this challenge very soon. 30 more points to go. Make that 20. And I believe I hear the engine starting right now. They will be ready to make their move with the last 10 points, only to be completed by someone else. And here it is. Team Philippines is on the way.
Another 2-minute gaps for them, again lag behind compared to Team Thailand, Team Lao and Team Indonesia. This will be detrimental for the Team Philippines if this keeps going, because right now Team Indonesia start to close up the gap they had before, which was 2 minutes of a difference with Team Thailand, where Team Thailand still taking the lead. Now they make it up with only less than a minute difference for this track. On the side of Team Philippines, it's all about reaching the finishing line. And it's not done yet, because they still have a lot of more tracks to go. They can redeem themselves and the timer clock, they were clocking around 16 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yeah, it's still only 2 rounds, so like what you mentioned, there's still a lot more tracks to go. They can definitely come back, just like how Team Sri Lanka almost getting that #1 spot with a difference of about 1 minute, but they shoot from behind to get a second place finish. So who knows? It could be a comeback story that will be waiting for us later on, as we still have many more games to go for the Southeast Asia region. So keep your eye on this, ladies and gentlemen, because there's still, well, a lot more games to go. So far so good for Team Thailand. Both rounds actually the same placement. Laos second, Indonesia third, and Philippines fourth. So some level of consistency. But I really like what I'm seeing for Team Thailand. The level of improvement is just
tremendous, and they might actually making a record breaker here if that happens, if they keep it going. But we're looking at IQ highlight for the South Asia final stage. A lot of accidents happen before even hitting to checkpoint 1. Particularly, it's going to be Team Indonesia. I'm not sure what happened. Something off at the starting point, apparently.
Yeah, okay. We gotta admire this, alright? This is beautiful, not gonna lie. One of the best high draw so far with that ramp. Amazingly done. Give it up to Team Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. But like what you say, right? Like the starting is always like, okay, Team Indonesia, yeah, they're looking pretty good and all that. But when it comes to the ending, then all of a sudden Team Thailand just goes all the way. And if we look at the numbers, right? So speed ups earned Team Thailand only 24, not the highest, but they're still able to get this kind of record. Almost 1 minute difference that Team Indonesia, who has only 22 speed ups, there is something that they're doing right in the checkpoints, I believe.
Yeah, they definitely have better control of their barrels, if you ask me. But for Audi Super A player, we have coming up from Team Philippines with the most, which is going to be Barrett with 475 points. While we have a tie second place between Thailand players or Thailand team and Team Lao, Lizzie and also Tony get 400 scores. While Thailand team once more have another player squeezed in at Stone. This is going to be their heavy lifter coming up from Team Thailand. And this is one of the few times, Cloud, for us to see the top players in the Super A list actually also standing at #1. Usually, at the #1, we don't see all of the players there.
Yeah, we normally see like an opposite, right? But most important is that whether all these players can remain consistent or not, because we'll be taking a short break. All these teams will be refreshing themselves. Let's see what changes after we come back from the break. My name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo. See you guys after this.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Ooh, records are being made here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. We're still here, your storytellers. My name is Circla, together with the fill in the blanks, Choo Choo.
Thanks for the fill in the blanks, by the way. I can put whatever I want now. But speaking of which, we do still have halfway to go, and not just that, track 3 apparently across all regions happen to be one of the most troubling tracks so far. They require more time per usual compared to all the other tracks down there.
Yeah, I mean, Team Thailand, consistent in the Battle Royale format, consistent in this format as well. I mean, they're just a different breed right now, at least in the Southeast Asia region. So they are proving to be one of the top contenders for the #1 spot. But just to keep things cool, we still have a lot of tracks more to go. To be exact, we have 6 more tracks to go. We're going to go through the next 2 tracks before another break, and we'll reset back the tracks in track #1. But for track #3, can they continue to break records?
That's a bigger question, because so far when it comes to track #3 across all region, I have to say this is the one with the most trouble with. Even though we're starting off from Los Egos this time, but due to the curvature and the corners around us, they will making it difficult, where we will ended up in Chumansera in the first checkpoint. But the one that actually a tougher one, it's going to be the journey towards El Pozo, because there will be a lot of platform where you have to make sure their hands are stable with the steering wheel. Up to the crater field, we're cutting across more to the north, where we do have La Cobreria as our final checkpoint, and this is where it will make a difference. Then after that, we're going back to the finishing line on top of water treatment.
Yes, so water treatment will be the goal for these teams to reach and to clock in their timing. So far, man, it's been the same result for at least the 2 rounds, right? So again, just to recap, Thailand #1 for the 2 rounds. Same goes for Laos at #2. #3, Team Indonesia. And #4, Team Philippines. So now that we are going to a different track, and not only a different track, because we had a break time, the teams would have time to reset themselves, we have time to rediscuss, the coaches would have had time to had a moment with them to give necessary reminders. Same goes for the managers as well. Shout out to all the hardworking people working behind the scenes for each and every team. Maybe we might see something different this time.
That's kind of true, but I hope it's not going to be the same as before, because the average when it comes to track #3 in the South Asia region, it hits up to 19 minutes. And that's going to be up to even 23 minutes last time we saw it. But when it comes to the overall average, I think it's around 17 to 18 minutes. Hopefully they can make a new record. And when you recap again, come up from Team Thailand, their first achievement in track 3 was 16 minutes 48 seconds. And then when they have it another go, it actually prolonged even longer at 17 minutes and 5 seconds. Hopefully we'll get a shorter amount of time, since today has been a great day for this team.
Well, I hate to be the bringer of bad news, but one of the teams that actually got a 19-minute was Team Philippines yesterday. So, I mean, the achievement or record-wise, I don't seem to favor them for this track, but of course they had a whole night to revise, to rediscuss, to reset themselves, and maybe we'll see a different sort of result this time. But for Team Thailand, really the team to beat at this point. Can we say that they're really flawless? Not really yet, because there are still some areas, if we compare to the so-called gold standard that Team China has set. That is the amount of boost used, that's #1, and also the amount of points collected before a main objective starts in a particular round. So far, we have yet to see them hitting that 100 above mark before the main objective starts, but maybe things will change this time around. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's head on to track #3. Here we go.
There's some swap of the play, if I'm not mistaken, coming up from Team Thailand, that particularly that I know is going to be Luke will actually swap with Straps right now. Straps will be out. That's the good thing about you having substitution, right? If you're exhausted, you can swap with the players, because this required a hefty amount of focus and non-stop shooting, and have been super proactive and aware of your surroundings. That requires a lot of stamina and energy. So it will be super exhausting for the players to keep it a go all day long. But coming up when it comes to the starting point, I'm looking at Team Indonesia. Hopefully they don't have a bit of a fumble again.
Yeah, same again, different map. If it does happen, of course. Team Indonesia, so far from what we've seen them, so far so good. But of course, this track, the difference with the other tracks is that as a start, there will be that bridge, and there's two bridges that they need to pass through. And while passing through the bridge, there will be obstacles that will stop them. So that's something that the teams will need to take note of. Minimal damage has been done before this. We've probably seen like across the past few days, maybe once or twice, and that's about it. So it might not be a big factor, but if it has happened before, it has still happened. But based on these teams, because they are the best of the best in the Southeast Asia region, they move across the bridge very well, very smooth.
And they are cutting corners. Yeah, coming up from the Philippines, they're having a bit of a later start than the rest. And they do know where are the shortcuts. This time they are very familiarized with this map and this track particularly. Coming up from Team Indonesia, they take it, Team Indonesia is actually taking up the lead, climbing up the hike here, and hopefully there's no problem with them this time. So far, no flawless start yet for Team Indonesia, and this is where we will judge it right now. Happen to be having a good mid-air land. Now going down the hill, seems like they're doing pretty okay.
Oh, but can't say the same for Team Thailand as they stumbled a little bit at the ramp. As for Team Indonesia, what I noticed is that when they reached the ramp, at least for the first ramp, they didn't manage to speed up themselves. So it wasn't maximized. The opportunity wasn't maximized that time. But whatever it is still the number one team right now, which is Team Indonesia. Team Thailand trailing behind. But of course, it is all about the challenges. That is where it really matters. Yes, you can arrive onto the checkpoint first. You have that advantage still of getting the ground points or even the loot. But if you can't maximize the opportunity when it comes to the main objective or even the airdrop, that is tough. But as we speak about Team Indonesia, something has to happen.
And this is actually Team Philippines, if I'm not mistaken. They actually swerve and drifted and just have a tiny bump that changes their course entirely. But at least they managed to land themselves on top of this checkpoint and getting all those ground targets. And not just that will be enough because they only have a 6 point as a start. And already have 20 seconds of a gap for the start into Section 1. And hopefully that will not be detrimental because at least they still have a shot to come back as long as they make it back and redeem themselves in this checkpoint.
Yeah, frustration from the athlete from Team Indonesia, leaving the moving target, knowing that maybe he doesn't have enough ammo, maybe it's not for him, so he continues on to loot inside while preparing himself for the main objective. And when the main objective starts, there's also an airdrop. The airdrop is worth 40 points, and all these teams will want to get that for sure. So we'll see which team will get that 40 points, that precious 40 points. It could be Team Lao because all of a sudden they shoot up to 80 points.
100 points breach in by Team Indonesia. We're saying this for Team Lao, but Team Philippines, even they're having a very late start, they're catching up pretty quickly. Team Thailand, surprisingly a bit late, lag behind compared to all the other three teams. And this is the first time we're looking at Team Thailand placing the last here when it comes to the scoreboard. But I'm not surprised if they overtake in the last minute again.
Well, it's also the first time that we see in this Southeast Asia finals that Team Lao is having a head start, but Team Indonesia trailing behind Team Lao. So it could be between these two teams to be the first team to complete the challenge. Right now, they are really neck to neck. I mean, look at the numbers, and Team Indonesia becomes the first team, followed by Team Lao.
It's all down to who checked out first from the first checkpoint. Even though they finish off first, but it feels like coming out from Team Indonesia, they are a bit closer to the checkpoint gate. And they definitely will go in first, checking out just seconds away. Not even a second, possibly. Yeah, literally 1 second. Team Lao is trailing them closely behind. And if they make a swerve, they made a mistake, they can easily overtake them by Team Lao.
Well, that is Team Indonesia showing the efficiency of parking. They happen to park nearby. They happen to get up onto the vehicle faster as compared to Team Lao, despite Team Lao completing the challenge first. And they are rewarded by passing by the gate earlier than their opponent. Now Team Indonesia is still in front as Team Lao had to slow down a bit to recontrol their vehicle in order not to stumble. And behind we see Team Philippines jumping but without extra boosting, only doing it in mid-air.
They're pretty doing okay right now. I was kind of worried because a lot of players and also a lot of athletes and teams have to be stuck the moment they jump down from the platform due to the fence. It's going to be a bit of a tough challenge due to how narrow the gateway is. But on the side of Team Indonesia taking the lead once more, opening up the gap between Team Lao, who happen to be having some difficulty with the control of their wheels. But here goes Team Indonesia crossing those barriers with no problem, heading straight for the second checkpoint.
Here we go. They are about reaching there, and it's definitely going to be Team Indonesia again. But we have seen it before that Team Indonesia does well early on. It's just a matter of like during the last stretch or at least the third checkpoint, that is where Team Thailand really catches up. Now Team Indonesia, it's been almost every track that I noticed that there will be some sort of an accident. We just saw a little bit of that before reaching this checkpoint.
At least it was not too detrimental, and they just rebounded that back themselves with quite a driver skill up there for the side of Team Indonesia right now, but not so much for Team Philippines. They stumbled again, but at least they got back on four wheels and driving as fast and as quickly as they can.
Okay, so still arriving later than the other teams. So they will need to go to another building, another area to secure their loot, to secure the initial starting points in this checkpoint. And that would also mean that time is spent traveling and they might not even get the ones that they would have wanted initially.
Team Indonesia taking the lead with 30 points, but will be enough for them if the platform commences here right now. 50 points right now on across the board, but Team Lao having a bit of a stagnant here. Same goes for Team Thailand, stuck at 10 and 12. While Team Philippines managed to only hit one target for now with 2 points in the back, but they have to get in top of the platform because there's no more time to go, because less than 10 seconds, they will have to shoot down all the retracting target. Even though they don't have a very big lead for Team Indonesia, but if they can control this and their reflex is fast enough, it will redeem their 120 seconds downtime just now.
Well, same goes for Team Thailand, despite them only having started with like 15 points or so. But we have seen this is where, okay, before this is where Team Thailand normally catches up onto the other team. So if Team Indonesia really wants to retain their lead, they need to make sure that Team Thailand does not catch up onto them. But as we talk about Team Thailand, they are slowly creeping in onto that #1 spot, now hitting that 100-point mark, trailing behind Team Lao. But Team Indonesia is still maintaining their level of consistency, and they're still on the verge of completing this challenge first, but Team Lao will not make it easy for them.
With a majority of a score profit by Rosemary at 43% now. They are not being taken the lead anymore, but Team Lao eventually cutting across at 247, but it's just too close to be a gap as Lizzie taking at 47%, almost similar as much as Rosemary from Team Indonesia just now as the team scored profit. But for the side of Team Lao, they're almost done. Only 100 points to go, but same goes for Team Indonesia. They are neck to neck.
Oh yeah, leaving Team Thailand behind. So it's probably going to be between Team Indonesia or Team Lao, unless Team Thailand can pull off a surprise for us. As Team Lao now edging towards their victory in section number 2. Only 25 more points. This is going to be interesting. Can we see a surprise coming up from Team Indonesia? 10 more points to go. Team Indonesia, not yet. 3 more points, and Team Lao will officially be the first one to go ahead. But it's going to be same as Team Indonesia, probably only a second difference.
Both at the same time, but whoever get into the gate first is going to be Team Indonesia checking out because of how they parked their vehicle. But Team Lao is too close as 2 seconds behind them. Now they cannot afford to make mistake once more. Since the first checkpoint down to the second checkpoint, they are tie to tie, till to as they have the lead, but Team Thailand and also Team Philippines followly pursuing their top contenders at 2 of the front.
Okay, because how close they are between these teams. If Team Indonesia actually stumbles, but speaking of stumbling, okay, all right.
Oh
How?
boy.
3-point all the way. Okay, they took them a lot of time to get out of that tunnel. And they were almost caught up by the other teams you have, but lucky for them enough. As of now, we don't see that catch up just yet. But then again, that 3-point needed to do. Okay, speaking about that 3-point, looks like Team Philippines happened to stumble again. So that tunnel has been a bane for these teams this time around.
And this is why the reason track 3 took the most time for all the teams in South Asia region here. But for the side of Team Indonesia, the other misfortune is actually a blessing for them as they walk into and drive straight, racing into checkpoint 3 without any top contenders blocking their way or maybe even trying to just bump into them. But so far, the driving skills from Team Indonesia has been flawlessly perfect.
Yeah, they just need to focus on themselves right now and graciously be the first team to arrive on the third checkpoint. But the third checkpoint is where we see teams stumbling. But speaking of stumbling, Team Philippines again. Oh no, what's happening with Team Philippines?
Feels like they definitely have some difficulty to have a bit of a control over their wheels here. But nonetheless, coming out from Team Indonesia, finally get into the checkpoint. But the gap between Team Philippines and the refs, they have to just do a bit of a damage control out there, making sure they will not take too much time to clear off their second checkpoint mission.
Ooh, this might not be Team Philippines' favorite map though, if you can't think about it. They had a 19-minute record just yesterday, a number that is, not that good. So perhaps it's a map that they don't really like. But whatever it is still competition. The format still requires the team to go through this map as we have another round of track number 3 later on. They'll really need to go back to the drawing board and again.
Oh my goodness me. But at the same time, Team Philippines, I just hope they recover from this after one mishap to another tragedy, then another misfortune. Hopefully they're doing okay. But on the side of Team Indonesia, they're taking the lead to advantage, taking at 36 points and maybe even a 50-point head start. Team Thailand, Team Laos, and Team Philippines, on the other hand, barely making, even breaking the scores here.
Team Laos not getting a single point just yet. So I wonder what the strategy is for them, focusing on the loot. Even Team Philippines, who came in later, started off with 10 points. But, well, it's all to the team strategy, right? Sometimes they think that, okay, we need more loot, and they want to prioritize on that, and they will want to come back when the flying target starts. So let's see if it works out for them. As the flying target has begun, now we can see all the teams onto the platform. No one's taking an off angle. Everyone's coming in from the front. And Team Indonesia, because of their good start, now they still have the lead.
Now trying to take over the lead. It's going to be Team Thailand pushing up, but the numbers have been stuck for stagnation for some time at 70, almost halfway. Indonesia, on the other hand, also having some difficulty to shoot down the targets. But Team Thailand climbing up, hitting the 100 mark now, even closing up the gap. Anytime they can just overtake Team Indonesia, all of a sudden they're just getting all those numbers up. But Team Indonesia not showing any sign of slowing either. Taking the lead at 176. Anytime they'll break into the 200 mark.
Okay, Team Indonesia, despite them still having the lead, but this is the challenge that Team Thailand has mastered. They have shown that they are consistent in section number 3, and they're still trailing behind Team Indonesia with about a 50-40 point difference between the two of them. Team Indonesia, if we look at the individual stats, they're starting to close up with each other, each individual, and that is one of the best practices. But for Team Thailand, we have Newsy still with 8%, allowing his other teammates to collect those points, whereas he needs to catch up in order to balance out the percentage across the team.
It'll be under the responsibility if they got the least amount of percentage, maybe because they're being charged with the gas tank itself, because you do want to lack of fuel when it comes to the final checkpoint here, because it will be detrimental to the overall standings later. But Team Indonesia almost finished halfway through, and maybe even more than that. Only 200 more points to go, but Team Thailand now catch up and cut across Team Indonesia, placing first. Team Philippines now having a bit of competition with Team Laos to place themselves third or fourth.
Well, the consistency is still there for Team Thailand as they are now in front, but Team Indonesia only 4 points difference. Team Thailand still not comfortable just yet. But for the others, Team Lao, also not too far though, about 60 points difference. Team Philippines, quite a gap with about 100 points. But for Team Thailand, numbers don't lie. You can't deny their lead right now. They only need 100 points more before they are ready to leave Section 3.
Now Team Thailand kind of stuck there for 400 points for quite some time. Now the numbers ticking up again. But Team Lao may actually overtake Team Indonesia because it's just too close right now. Team Lao push up to second, while Team Philippines still stuck in the 200. Team Thailand just going to be 6 targets away to finish off and leave checkpoint 3. Team Lao having exchanged the placement of second and third with Team Indonesia. This is too close. All teams will possibly leave checkpoint 3 at the same time.
Okay, that is a big possibility here. And if that happens, it's going to be really, really fun. The other day, just yesterday, we saw a neck-to-neck finish. And this time around, we could see the same. But let's see who is officially the first one to hit the fireground mark. It's going to be Team Thailand. Team Indonesia will be hitting it next. Team Lao still waiting for them. But now it's going to be a race between Team Thailand and Team Indonesia.
But Team Thailand already starting off the engine way earlier than the others. I'm looking at Team Indonesia just 5 seconds behind of where they park their vehicle is so important for the driver's seat. On the side of Team Thailand, the check-out point is going to be 16 minutes 29, which is going to be 6 minutes away for Team Indonesia. Team Lao joining in at almost the same gap as Team Indonesia and Thailand here. But it's all down to how much they can get their boosters up. They can still catch up at the very last minute.
Okay, and we have a big ramp here. Okay, sometimes this ramp can detriment the speed of the teams. Okay, let's see how they execute it. Team Thailand playing it safely, not boosting at the ramp, but only boosting mid-air, and they landed safely. Followed by Team Indonesia boosting on mid-air as well and landed okay. So it looks like not much of a change after that ramp. And it's looking very likely that Team Thailand will maintain as a #1 team.
But just within few seconds out of a difference at 17 minutes and 22 seconds they clocked in. 24 seconds, almost 24 seconds with one second almost hitting a 2-second mark between these two. It's just too close between Team Thailand and Team Indonesia just now.
Okay, and Lao will clock in at plus 16 seconds above Team Thailand, followed again by Team Philippines. So this time around in track number 3, it's a swap between Team Indonesia and Team Lao. Team Lao this time number 3 and Team Indonesia number 2. But for Team Thailand still maintaining #1 and Team Philippines number 4.
But for the side of Team Philippines, they are being, dragged behind another 2 minute plus at that possibly, because right now the gap between them and #1 is just huge one.
Oh.
And they even swerve all the way.
What?
They don't have enough gas. What is happening? They are going back for the patrol station, or even they might miss one checkpoint. This is just crucial time for them. They cannot even extend their time anymore because they have if you consider into this, they might actually have to start the second round with 6 minutes gap as a start.
How far is that? That looked really, really far. And how did they miss that? I mean, it baffles me now. I guess again, this map is really not their map. Yesterday was 19 minutes, and today is definitely going to be 20 minutes or so. But they're going back all the way. Okay, is that not a gas? Again, it's the same situation as earlier on, whereby they need gas, I guess. But they didn't really stop their gas.
Maybe not.
Wait.
Oh, is it not enough target? What is the reason? What was the reason?
Okay, I demand an explanation now. What happened?
Is it the target not enough? Because he was shooting a target, or was it they shooting a speed up drone? Or was it because they needed gas? They didn't stop to refuel that much. Did they miss a checkpoint? All this possibility is a big question mark, and this requires more gas and fuel for them. I just hope they don't end up running.
I am still confused. I don't know what else to say. The only one that can answer is themselves, of course. Okay, is it like they lack one target in Section 3? Could it be? I mean, that is going to be the first time any team, if it's true, The first time any team actually misses their target and just moves without looking at the number. I think the other teams are also as confused as like,
what are they doing?
Why? How?
Oh boy, now we talked about can they make it a very dramatic ending if they try to come back in the second round before we start this one, right? Now, talking about the gap, the previous 2 tracks come out from Team Philippines. It was already a 2-minute gap each track, so that makes up for 4. But this one, after that big U-turn, it adds up even up to 3 or 4 minutes even more. Now already almost at 7 and 8 minutes behind. How can they make it up for the second round even?
I have absolutely no idea at this point. Because the only one that can explain that is themselves. Like, this is the time where I wish there was an interview. Like, okay, right after this we have an interview, so Tash, please ask the questions. But I don't know. This is almost the weirdest round. Even Team Lao had that kind of stuck that we have not seen before.
20 minutes. You mentioned earlier on, and we both remember the 90 minutes coming up from Team Philippines when it comes to track number 3. Now it's getting even weirder with that U-turn. There's no explanation to it. When you talk about gas, they reach a finishing line fine. So I think that's not the case here.
Nothing makes sense for me based on that movement. So I have absolutely no idea. So we'll leave that for later. Hopefully we have the opportunity to ask them later on. But for now, it's going to be the FAW Audi Super A player, and this time it's going to be Honda with 505 score. Other than that, 2 representatives from Team Indonesia, Sata, Alan, Star. I mean, it comes with many names. So he's up there as well together with Lapa representing Team Indonesia. And we got Team Thailand Stone. This guy is also very, very consistent for his team.
Yep, that's kind of true. He's been pulling and being consistent with his target and precision. When it comes to maintaining number 1 so far, I have to break it that they haven't got themselves the best number of track yet. When it comes to track number 3, the best time was 17 minutes and 5 seconds. And just now it was 17 minutes and 21 seconds. A lot of crash happened in the previous track.
Yeah, that was arguably one of the most crashes that we have seen among all the tracks for Southeast Asia for now. So I don't know.
I don't know how Lao got stuck vertical like that. Like, how did they got stuck that way?
Yeah, how? Because it's like straight, right? At most, maybe you would like crash into like the tunnel side and then it's like straight. But how did it become like
they're
vertical,
blocking it entirely.
Imagine if they imagine like if they block that, right? And like the other car behind, they don't know, and by the time they enter the tunnel, it's like, oh!
Yeah, because it's a tunnel, right?
Stuck there.
If it's a platform, you can see it from afar, but it's a tunnel. And lucky enough that didn't happen. If not, that would be comical and entertaining even. But so far, coming from Team Thailand, they're still staking number 1 spot. And I don't see anybody the closest contenders towards this side. Maybe Team Lao or maybe even Team Indonesia can actually make that happen.
Yeah, it is. So now because we have that swap, right? So, I mean, we need more games. We're still not even at the first half just yet. So, speaking about the first half, 1 more game to go until we wrap up the first half. But even so, I think it's still a race to the finish. Unless Team Thailand race to the finish for number 2, number 3. But looking at the current condition, Team Thailand is just still flawless. It's still great.
Unless they forgot about their gas tank. I mean, like, that's a very rare occasion for Team Thailand.
They pull off of Philippines? I don't know.
Oh, man. But Team Philippines just now, that's definitely, we need an answer to that because there's definitely not the gas. Because they made it by the end of the finishing line fine. I think it's the 1 point they kind of forgot, you know.
I have a feeling that is it. Okay, I have a feeling. Okay, but I will leave that to discovery later on. As long as it's not pulling off a Team Kazakhstan, you know, where you just finish gas and that is like the worst case.
Car, right?
Yeah, and then you have to ride on someone else's car. I mean, it was nice enough for another team to kind of like allow them to hitch a ride. But that is, if any scenario, like all the scenarios are like, okay, whether you turn back or whether you miss a target, actually finishing gas is the worst of them all.
Yeah, I mean, like that will extend another usually around 3 minutes minimum. And imagine you have that one more player that happened just now.
Oh,
that
yeah.
one more player. You have to wait another extra 3 minutes before. Yeah, there you go. And this is arguably also one of the shortest track aside from track number 2. But usually the hardest one is going to be the finishing line.
Yep, it is still the differentiator. Okay, Team Indonesia, right? Like they were like, okay, first checkpoint, first section, okay, good. Second section, good. Third section, they arrive first. They have everything checked. Tick, 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 until Team Thailand had to show up.
Yeah,
that's all. Team Thailand just had to show up and do their thing.
Like, how did Team Thailand? You remember the last checkpoint, right? I mean, the last checkpoint in track number 3. Team Thailand starting off with almost a 0. Like barely got any points, like around 10-ish or 15 back then.
Yeah.
And the Team Indonesia had the lead around 50-ish. But they still managed to keep up. They managed to just, catch up in the very last minute around the 300 points. This is where things get really dicey. Of teams number 1 will be overtaken by team 2 and 3.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like that is like the one that is like, no, don't worry, we can let go of checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, that's okay. But checkpoint 3, that's like where we will go up again. But that has been the case for a lot of teams. Like a lot of teams who do well, they do well on checkpoint number 3.
True. If they can master checkpoint number 3, they pretty much master the entire track. That's
yeah, because that checkpoint is the hardest for all these teams. Even they themselves as athletes, they admit that, that is the most challenging one of all. So if anyone can really overcome, can somehow master it, that's where you can see teams just go all the way from there and get the number 1 spot. And of course, with the number 1 comes with minimal time to finish the track. So I guess it's still the formula of if you want to do the so-called bare minimum, checkpoint 3 is the one that you should aim for.
That's true. And I need to ask you, let's jog our memory for a bit, right? And because I can't recall it, which track of all the 4 tracks have the most cases of gas running out? Is it checkpoint 4?
I don't know.
I feel like it's checkpoint 4 because if you remember even the last final of a different region, also it was a checkpoint 4, checkpoint 3.
You mean
sorry,
track
3? Yeah, the track. Sorry.
Okay.
It was a track 3 as well, right?
To my goldfish memory, I would say
3 just now, I guess.
Yeah.
It was always the number 3 that's problematic for them. But at least we're done with that. But track 4 is all down to the last one. I think between Indonesia and Team Laos. This is the most closest contest we have. Almost like the same from the previous region.
Yeah, almost like the same. But now, okay, I'm just going to put the reverse, right? It's only 3 games. 5 more games to go, okay? 5 more games to go. 3 games, okay? Unless if Team Thailand can get number 1 after this, then mathematically I would think that they would need like at least a 60% to kind of secure it. This one and then one more number 1, and I think that by the time they're already really there, because the number 2 and number 3 swapped. If it didn't swap, then maybe we'll be tight competition to the end.
But I personally feel like Team Laos do actually have a shot to overtake Team Thailand from the podium spot, because if you compare to all the minutes and seconds here, they always chase very closely behind towards Team Thailand within less than a minute, including track number 1, it was less than 30 seconds apart, or maybe in the 20-ish. In the second track, it was around 50 seconds. And the third track just now, it was still around the corner of around maybe 12 or 13 seconds. So, sums it up, almost a 2-minute gap. That's going to be the one that actually closed Thailand to take away that number 1.
Well, it also depends. Let's see if Team Thailand continue to get number 1, then that means the gap will continue to widen. After 3 rounds, you're already seeing a 2-minute gap. After 4 rounds, who knows, maybe 3-minute gap, and it continues on, right? So by the time it reaches like 3 minutes, then that is like what, 2 or even 3 tracks worth of comeback moments to actually overtake Team Thailand?
Possibly true. I mean, like, at least we still have a second half here. Things can change on second half.
Yeah, so that's why. So if we do the reverse, right, 2 or 3 tracks, meaning that if Team Thailand gets number 1 for 5 tracks, they're good.
They're pretty good.
In general. Unless it's a major disaster on
one track.
The last 3 or one that no gas or that major disaster sort of thing. Then we're talking again.
Usually it's the gas issue.
Yeah.
The gas issue just dragged down the entirety of the result, but we're heading to our last track in the first round of this match. And this track 4 will be one of the most challenging one, and you guys are watching the finals of Southeast Asia region between these 4 teams coming back into this. Will they take the lead again? Team Indonesia so far have been always taking the lead in the first 2 checkpoints.
Well, it just shows again, right? It doesn't matter how you start. It matters how you end. So Team Thailand has that sort of mentality like, yeah, let Team Indonesia have their fun and all that. And all of a sudden, like checkpoint 3 is that where they will break all their dreams. They shatter it. Just like the glass that I do not have right now.
We have glass here.
Not the one I want to shatter, you know. I still want to get paid, you know.
Back to our side of all the teams up there. Team Thailand this time taking the lead with Team Philippines on second, Team Laos on yellow third, while last but not least Team Indonesia on the red. And so far everything has been flawless. I just hope nothing tragic happens here, but everything happened to be at the same time, and might be we're having all 4 teams in the first checkpoint at the very same moment.
Okay, yeah, this is close. And also considering that there's a lot of open space, right? Yeah, there's some hills, yes, but mostly it's there's not that many obstacles for these teams. So that's how you can see some level of consistency in terms of driving. Unless you don't really hit your speed boosters, then well, that will be another conversation altogether. So far, the teams that do well with the speed up targets, Team Thailand, Team Laos, that's why they are in front, but that just had to happen.
2 teams coming from Team Indonesia and Team Laos just stuck around the wall, and this gives the opportunity from Team Thailand to just take the lead flawlessly. I feel like all 3 teams at the back happen to be bumping each other just now.
Yeah, one after another though. So that just had to happen. I guess that's what happens is like you're trailing like really close to each other, like behind and front, and if so happened, like I mean there's like logic, right? Like the front one happen to flip or stop or something like that, then the behind one will crash into it, and it's just a whole jigsaw puzzle. It's a whole domino effect that happened.
So maybe they should put up a signal first before they make a turn. Just
yeah,
to
the
not crash
emergency
it.
signal, you know, put up the emergency triangle, abide by the rules and all that.
If only we have that though. We have the given. We're going left and right. But back towards our first checkpoint. All teams arriving in a very good fashion, and also everyone not having any problems to land their vehicles as well. They're trying to find themselves the ground target, with Team Thailand taking the lead, almost hitting 20 points and over it for now. Team Philippines, bullet pursuit, we're still stuck at 16 points. They're having a hard time to find the target because Team Thailand arrived first.
Oh yeah, and with their arrival, of course, they have the advantage of taking resources and wherever they land themselves. Just like, for example, like we see in the same building here, there are like 2 teams, two separate athlete teams scouting for the same resources in the same building. So it's not going to do anyone any favors. So that's how we can see teams like, okay, if they see someone there, they'll be like, okay, nope, I'll just go to another building. But that also means that they need to travel a little bit further. But that's a trade-off that they have to sometimes.
That's kind of true, but so far everyone seems to have equal amount of points, almost there for the top 2 and the bottom 2. 38 for Indonesia and Laos starting off at 32 for now, but I think there's no more time to waste because the first platform, which could be the multicolored target, will commence anytime soon. Philippines in the last minute still got themselves an extra 2 points, overtaken Team Thai as their first starting point, but this is where things will get even dicier.
Ooh, okay, speaking about the dice of the airdrop, who would have gotten it? It could be Team Thailand, it could be Team Philippines, either one because they are in the front right now, but Team Laos catching up behind. Okay, that's the airdrop right there, ladies and gentlemen. So the airdrop did block the view of one of the athletes from Team Indonesia for a bit there. Hopefully that's not too detrimental. I mean, it's the RNG at the end of the day where exactly the airdrop will fall onto. So, it just so happened, it's just so happened. But Team Thailand, as we talk about them, before this they were not in front, but look who's in front right now. Again, it's Team Thailand.
But at the same time, Team Lao closely behind. I think all 4 teams possibly going to leave at the same time, but maybe just having a tiny lead, which is going to be Team Thailand. Just having a head start of 5 to 10 seconds here, but all of them are moving in sync and trying to find their vehicles. But Team Thailand already hop onto as a 4 and will leave the gate of the checkpoint a bit earlier than the rest.
Yeah, checking out is going to be Team Thailand. Before this, it was always Team Indonesia, but Team Thailand reclaiming their throne in the first few checkpoints, at least for the first one, followed by Team Lao. And we have Team Philippines finishing at 3rd. And Team Indonesia, surprisingly, this time around, the first time they're behind, finishing last at checkpoint 1.
Looking a bit of a gap between 2 teams at the front and 2 teams at the back here. I would worry for Team Lao and for the side of Team Thailand will be overtaken. We're looking at the hand cams, so IQ 100's view, where the players are trying to overtake the other openers on the side. But right now, Team Thailand is still taking up the lead. A bit of a bumpy road, but they're doing fine. Team Lao tried to closely trail behind, but it seems like will be ended up right.
Oh!
Team Thailand got stuck.
Had to use the reset again when they reset. So happened that Team Philippines was just behind them and they'll be like, hey, you weren't there at some point, all of a sudden you show up. But it's not my fault, I had to press the reset button, how did I know it was going to be there? And all that, I know, right? It's very dramatic. But at the end of the day, it is going to be another team overtaking all of them while the drama happens behind. So it is what it is.
And lucky it's not inside of a tunnel before this. You
can't
that's
see even worse.
Oh, imagine all 4 teams stuck in there. Oh, that's going to be hilarious.
Oh, that's the pinnacle of disaster.
And back towards the game we go. Team Lao will coming into with the rest of all 3 teams. Even though they had a head start just now, Team Thailand. But it happens to be they're all having the same equal grounds now. As they're being left behind, Team Philippines will try to catch up to Team Thailand. But all 4 teams now reaching up to the 2nd checkpoint.
Ooh, yes. Okay, finally, after all that drama, okay, we're settling down. We're going to go a little bit more sentimental, a little bit more chill. And everyone has arrived. But okay, that's very stylish coming from Team Philippines. Discovering every single movement every day, every time we see every round being played. But I can't wait to see how much of a lead the first few teams have as they arrive into checkpoint number 2. So far, we're still anticipating the numbers because that can give a good start, especially when the objective comes up, the windowed objective with multiple targets appearing. And I do see 25 more seconds, so we're close there. But it's going to be Team Indonesia again.
So far, the lead is not too far off either. Now time's ticking. They know it's going to be less than 10 seconds and almost 10 seconds actually for the platform to commence. And everybody just run towards the target next. It's going to be less than 5 and the retracting target will start now.
Okay, here we go. All hands on deck, they say. And the platform. Okay, this is where previously we saw Team Thailand. They excel well. And from this onwards, they become the first team to go out of Section 2, moving on to Section 3, and they just continue on their momentum till then. But so far, we can see that Team Indonesia having that triple-digit lead, but following behind is Team Thailand. But here it is for Team Philippines. They need to work hard to really make up for whatever losses that they had before this.
But at least now they're catching up. Everybody hitting triple digit, but except for Team Indonesia, they are in the 200. Team Thailand, they're trying to catch up. Then they might be because they're closing up the gap against Team Indonesia, even though they're left behind with a bit of a mishap early on. But on the side of Team Philippines, is halfway to go. Team Lao overtook Team Philippines and placed themselves at 3rd, but the gap is still very considerably small. But when it comes to the team score progress, as per usual, Tony K from Team Thailand, Stern and Fluke also have almost equally distributed amount set for Tony K taking most of the contribution.
Yeah, it's almost a two-way race, but not really though. At least this time around, all the teams are pretty close to each other. But there's still going to be that one team in front. Is going to be Team Indonesia, but Team Thailand, look at this, only 14 points difference. And as we speak, the points difference are getting closer and closer as Team Thailand will start to overtake Team Indonesia, but Team Indonesia will not go down without a fight. It is really close between the two. I am anticipating to see which team will be the first team to leave. We do see some movement here coming in from Team Indonesia. They're pretty confident that they will finish.
Oh.
In fact, both of them hitting the 400 mark at the same time.
The exact same time when the scores turn, but Team Indonesia will checking out first this time, and Team Thailand is just only a second away. But Team Thailand and Team Indonesia, we've seen that before. They are neck to neck from the first to the second checkpoint, and hopefully nothing clashing into something here for both teams. The Team Indonesia taking the lead with a grace. Looking at the very poised driving skills, and Indonesian team just opening up the gap, but we do have Team Philippines coming up behind. Same goes for Team Lao, but Team Philippines, it looks like a bit shaky for their drive.
Well, despite their drive being a little bit shaky earlier on, there's some level of improvement from Team Philippines because they finished third in that challenge as compared to all the previous rounds. They always finish fourth, so this time around, well, at least something. So probably they're still hopefully the case is that they're not still warming up because we are running out of games. But for Team Philippines, looking good so far. At least they're still keeping up to the pace.
Now back to a side of Team Indonesia. Speaking of keeping the pace, both teams keeping the pace quite right. Even the distance has been consistently the same for the past couple of seconds here. But they're walking straight into the final checkpoint, and hopefully they check the gas first. The drivers have to go and refuel the tank because we don't want any misfortune to happen in the very last minute. But Team Philippines will be joined with Team Laos at the back. They are joining into the third checkpoint, almost a very close time as the two teams in the front as well.
Yeah, you shoot while you drive to maximize your opportunity as you arrive into the final checkpoint for this track, followed by Team Lao. Now Team Lao behind, so they will need to move to other buildings, considering that the first few buildings are the hot buildings are taken by the other teams. So Team Lao, not as many options as they had before, because before they arrived earlier.
Team Thailand having a lead of 28, same goes for Team Philippines. Even though they arrived later, still managed to officially finding those targets, being proactively wandering around to find sure that they got themselves a bit of a point of a lead. Team Lao, on the other hand, having some difficulty to spot out any target down there, but they're pretty much everyone in the same boat. Right now, all the players are running towards their main platform, which is going to be the flying objects, because we do know if this happens, it means the timer is going to start countdown in less than 1 second. Here we go.
Okay, 60 points for Team Thailand, 50 points for Team Indonesia. Still Team Thailand in front, but the gap is not too big, so anything can still happen. But so far, we have seen that Team Thailand is very consistent with this challenge. They have won all these challenges so far and all the tracks that we have seen in today's matches. So as long as they can keep that consistency, number one could be theirs, and they are 50% done with the total amount of tracks for this finals.
130 points, Thailand. Team Thailand still in the lead. And for the side of Team Indonesia, trying to closing up the gap as fast. But Team Thailand just put out the flying object way faster than they do. Team Philippines stuck there at 94 points for a very long time. Not even budging yet. The numbers are not moving, and finally breach into the 100-point, but by the time they get into triple digit, Team Thailand already breached into 200 mark.
Team Indonesia is stagnant for quite a while as well. I noticed around the areas of 120 points. It took them a while to get that 20 point to make it 140 now. And of course, that is opportunity taken by Team Thailand. And they'll be happy to take that front, and they're happy to take the gap. Team Indonesia, not too sure what just happened. Unless they ran out of ammo and they forgot to anticipate the amount of ammo needed. So that's why they had to pursue. But at least now Team Indonesia starting to come up again. But with that being said, Team Lao will be pulling away from Team Indonesia as well.
Looking at the clock and looking at the numbers, will they break their own record? Even coming up from Team Thailand, it was 15 minutes for their final track, the fastest time they had before. 15 minutes and 13 seconds. Can they make it even faster now? They're close to their target points with only 8 more flying objects to go. Team Lao having a huge gap in between, almost 100 gap. Saying this for Team Indonesia against Team Lao, but for Team Philippines, they still can catch up to at least Team Indonesia first.
Okay, Team Thailand, only 50 more for Team Thailand. Looking very possible for them to have a perfect run of number ones in all the tracks. Make that 30 now. Team Lao, unless Team Lao can somehow overcome Team Thailand, but with only 20 left, it's looking awesome for Team Thailand to make it a perfect first half for them. 10 more to go. Team Thailand should be able to wrap things up. And Team Thailand, come on, 50, 500. That is it. Team Thailand will lead the place and definitely will have the number one unless a surprise happens at the track, but looking very unlikely.
Team Laos almost finished off their scores just now. It might actually leave right next after Team Thailand did so. And they're already checking out at 14:49. But Team Lao is catching up behind. But this is why they don't want to overboost themselves. The first hurdle's done. Same goes for Team Lao. They're catching just closely behind. Hopefully nothing tragic happens. Close enough. But Team Thailand making a flawless run. Same goes for Team Lao. Can they race it to the very last minute here?
Okay, so it was a perfect landing for Team Thailand, making it hard for Team Lao to catch up, but it's okay. They still get a second place finish. Team Thailand finishes at 15 minutes, 24 seconds. Team Lao following behind with a difference of only 4 seconds. So now Team Lao is back at their second place finish, leaving Team Indonesia behind at third.
Team Indonesia, on the other hand, scattered themselves and parting ways between the formation of the team to find any hidden target to maximize their time. But Team Philippines is not living as well. I'm not sure how much it scores, but Team Indonesia is actually on the run to leave this checkpoint as soon as they can. They need to make sure the time actually not taking too much because we will be rounding up all the numbers later on. But for Philippines, there's still a lot of targets to go down.
Yeah, still another 4th place finish for Team Philippines. It's going to be difficult for them. Okay, now let's enjoy. This is the part that I always enjoy, right? Like just to see whether the teams are able to overcome it. And for Team Indonesia, perfect jump for them. I should stop putting my caster's curse out.
I just got stuck on top of that patrol station in the very last minute. Just a tiny bit of that wheel at the back end.
Yep, I need to sign a disclaimer that I'm not responsible for anything that happens when I say it shouldn't happen. You know.
But it did.
Yeah, but yeah.
But
I haven't signed the papers yet, so yeah, you can reprimand me. But yeah, I probably should do that the next time. Like, no caster's curse. I'm just saying it, okay? Now.
It's on you, really.
Okay, Team Philippines.
Don't say anything.
Team Philippines. Not my fault, right?
None of our fault. We didn't say anything.
We didn't say anything.
We just have to make sure it's over.
Okay.
We're done.
So I am not responsible. Okay, if anything is Choo-Choo, all right? No, if anything,
I didn't say anything.
You know the easiest one to say is if anything it is Keith because he's not here.
Yeah.
Imagine if he's here, that will probably be different.
I think he was saying something at the back.
Yeah, he was saying something at the back.
He was saying something at the back. That's why Team Philippines bumped into like so many things at the end of it.
Yes, Keith, you have been naughty, you know. Keith, you don't say whatever that you're saying behind the scenes, you know. That just had to happen.
But man, what a tragic ending, man. Back to ASIA overalls. I mean, like Team Philippines, this is going to be a tough one for them to come back in the second round.
4th place finish again for Team Philippines. Okay, so if they want to pull off Team Sri Lanka, that means the second half will need to be perfect for them. They need to have a perfect run, but they also need to have let's see, to a certain extent, they need to hope that Team Thailand don't do well. So it's like the total opposite.
The thing is, there's also so many teams in between there, not just one team, by the way. There's already a more than 10-point gap, if I'm not mistaken, a 10 minutes gap between Team Philippines and Team Thailand. And that's within Team Thailand. And don't forget, Team Lao finished very closely every single time with Team Thailand. There's also another team that you should think about if you're Team Philippines.
Yeah. Because Team Lao, okay, so out of the 4 rounds that we have played, Team Lao got second place 3 times, Team Indonesia once. So overall, based on just these numbers, it does look like Team Lao is at second place. I mean, it's quite clear right by now. But let's look at the overall results. As we can see here, Team Thailand only needing 30 speed ups to get to number 1, whereas for Team Lao, 41, but they're still at second place. So again, the correlation. But with 41, 4 seconds difference between the two teams.
Now we do have our Audi Super A players across the board. Coming out from Team Lao, it's going to be Lizzie once more with 410 scores, while second place is going to be Satar from Team Indonesia with 486. But we do have another contender on the side of Team Indonesia, which is going to be Ponbet with 399. Team Thailand, as per usual, Tonika has been consistently on the board for the longest time.
Yeah, and these are the faces that could potentially become the MVP, because by the end of the entire series, we will also award the top MVP in the Southeast Asia region as well. That will also receive a very special ring thanks to Audi. It's something that you don't want to miss out, because I really want to know who. I think the competition is super tight.
That's kind of true. And it was a very fancy box. Even the box is like a puzzle to open it. It's so amazing. But speaking of the next track as the start of another round, do you think really there's going to be a Cinderella story here?
Okay, if any Cinderella story would happen, based on what we have seen, I think it's either Team Indonesia or Team Lao. For Team Philippines,
wow.
Okay, look at the numbers. Look at the gap. 10 minutes difference between number 1 and number 4.
Yeah, this is what I counted before too. And not just that, even though it's not exactly 10 minutes different, it's a 9-minute difference between Team Lao and Philippines. And not just that, it's going to be a 6-minute difference with Team Indonesia. And imagine it might happen for the Cinderella story if each of the teams still have their gas run out in each of the tracks.
Wow, like everyone, like, okay, yeah. Thailand, Laos, Indonesia all ran out of gas. Just allowing Team Philippines to go.
Yeah.
Like, go, open that space, go. Just because they want to create drama in the Southeast Asia finals, right?
Why not?
Okay, why not, right?
Why not?
I mean, we cannot instigate all these, right? But, you know, if it happens, and just putting out there.
It's not on us, it's on Keith.
Yeah, it's on Keith.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
It's going to be on Keith by the end of the day. But we do have another round to go. But if I'm not mistaken, we do have an interview after this, right?
Well, looks like we do have an interview, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll pass it on to Tash, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder who it will be. Let's check it out right now.
Thank you very much, casters. And with me, I'm joined from Team Indonesia. I have Rosemary here in the house. Super excited to be here. How are you feeling right now?
Gimana perasaannya umur ini?
Seneng lah, apalagi bisa berada di sini kan untuk bertanding di Asian Games.
Excited to be here and yeah, super excited to be in, road to Asian Games.
Yeah, next I can see that coming through. Now, you know that Southeast Asia group has the most teams and it's just so competitive in there. Do you think that adds extra pressure to your performance?
Karena region Southeast Asia tuh punya banyak tim, jadi lebih kompetitif. Ada nggak pengaruhnya terhadap performa kamu?
Kalau soal banyak tim yang ikut di sini, apalagi Southeast Asia banyak tim, ya untuk aku sih enggak, karena malahan itu lebih menantang bagi saya untuk saya mengeluarkan potensi saya yang dikasih sama Tuhan.
Okay. For him, it's not affecting anything to him, but it just put extra challenge to him to get better, to make the best out of his potential.
Wow, we love a team that loves to challenge other teams. But for now, let's talk a little bit about the track. So which track do you think is the most difficult and why?
Kenapa track mana yang paling susah dan kenapa?
Nggak ada sih, cuman sopir kita yang oleng.
Okay.
There's like I think every track have their own challenge. I think because we struggle a lot because probably the driver not really performing today. But we still have one more game.
Okay, so the driver better buck up, right?
Yes, sir.
Speaking of driving, which one is easier for you, driving or shooting, and why?
Lebih mudah driving, nyetir atau lebih mudah nembak?
Lebih mudah nembak.
Kenapa?
Karena kita cuma nembak doang. Kalau yang nyetir kan harus tahu ground mana yang harus dilewati.
Shooting, because if you shoot, it's only shooting, right? If you're driving, you have to understand the terrain, the ground itself. You have to make adjustment towards the terrain and the ground, right?
Understandable. Hopefully we don't see any accidents for the team today. Regardless, we're going to have a quick break, and when we come back, more Road to Asian Games coming here.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. As the English proverbs goes, when the clouds move out the way, Keith is now here to play for the road to Asian Games 2022. Well, I'm not exactly playing, but I'm having a lot of fun here on the desk, and I'm pretty sure that sentiment isn't shared across with Choo Choo because she just hates my guts being right next to us. So, ladies and gentlemen, Choo Choo.
Said that, man. Speaking of which, now we do hope it's going to be another Cinderella story here for team that's actually at the bottom, but apparently that's not the case because we saw just now the gap was 10 minutes between Team Philippines and the first one in the league, which could be Team Thailand. But Team Lao, on the other hand, do have a shot to get themselves in the podium spot by the end of the day.
Yeah, Team Lao tickling just the bottom of Team Thailand here within this entire run so far. We're midway through match number 1 with the first 4 tracks already concluded. And that number 1 spot still uncertain between those 2 teams on top. Now, will this next half or these next 4 tracks give Lao the chance to move on forward, or will Team Thailand just run away with it with such extreme leads, because they have also been pretty much knocking down their own previous records and setting new one up.
I just hope their numbers getting even better. We are going to reintroduce our teams here with Team Thailand, Team Lao, Team Indonesia and Team Philippines. And so far we do have a bit of a shuffle of the players sometimes. Sometimes you do see Team Indonesia swapping in and out singers for Team Thailand. But I don't know who's going in and out for this one as well. But so far, whoever plays on any of the team, it feels like the result's still going to be the same.
Right now?
Right now.
But I thought you just said that Lao and Thai was pretty much interchangeable at this point.
But Lao never barely actually subs a player. So so I guess Team Lao, the only track they do have a better shot at it, maybe in this case, is going to be the first and second track, especially the second track. They're actually getting it so close against Team Thailand. But there's so many accidents happen that I don't want to say it any more than that.
Ifs, buts, and coconuts. But we will touch on to that. Actually, I'm going to put you in a corner. Southeast Asia region or the West Asia, no, not West Asia, Central and South Asia.
Honestly, I feel South Asia going to have the most accidents so far.
So we drive worse than they do. Okay.
I mean, you imagine there's a tunnel at the ramp, right? There's nobody else having this awkward angle to get stuck in that tunnel of the ramp in the third track. But Team Lao happened to just not just stuck there. They didn't stuck it straight, but they swerved themselves into a different position entirely, which I have no clue how they didn't even do that in the first place. The tunnel is small.
Yeah, I didn't even think it fits the horizontal dimension of the entire car.
Ow.
Well, maybe that is a good thing. We can make the impossible possible, and well, I'm trying to justify here, but who am I kidding? Everyone's not going to buy that lie here. But what is going to be the real truth is that these teams can only have the next 4 tracks to play so far. Is there any track within the 4 that seems to favor any of these teams that are playing today?
Well, the one that you mentioned, it's going to be 3 out of 4 tracks. Still Team Thailand taking the lead. But except for track 3. Track 3 for me personally is going to be a game changer for all the teams out there, because this is where a lot of accidents and gas running out and everything that's the worst case scenario might actually happen. It's going to be track number 3.
And that would be the highlight of the evening. Definitely one to look out for. That we will, before looking out for those tracks, looking at these players' faces and pretty much gauge on their current mental status going into the next half here. So far, it's all smiles. Potentially just, I think Philippines looks the most stressed right now, especially with that, well, I would say subpar performance comes in match number 1.
But I do want to thank all the one that actually involved in this, our marshals, our referees, our technicians, and also our referees, officials that have been working tirelessly behind the scene. Even yesterday's match that ended up around 2 in the morning, they're still there with the players as well. But this time, we're looking at anything that might be possible to change between the teams. And it's down to the last wire, possibly, when it comes to second and third. 1, 2, 3 is a hot spot. Like, Team Lao do have a shot at placing themselves at first, but Team Indonesia can also have a shot at taking second place instead.
Now then, that brings up the real question, and that is, who is going to be able to take the first place? If that's the case, if it's still equal across that board, still within catching distance, especially with 4 tracks left to go to add on into the overall, then that should be that the goal is the #1 spot, and we are down here. Match #1, track 1.
Now, per usual, if I recall what happened in the first half, it's going to be Team Indonesia having a tough time at the starting point, where they happen to be bumping into certain obstacles before they even get into the first checkpoint. And some teams might actually happen to be in the same accident here, but provided they might actually learn from their past mistake, I have a feeling when it comes to the second half of all the tracks, we might actually have a better number and a better start.
Now, Team Philippines, this team, we watched their qualifiers yesterday, and honestly, they were strong, but somewhat they're not equipped for marathons, right? Like, hear me out. They were good for the first few maps, and then it always tapers off. Right now, we're probably looking at the state of Team Philippines without a mojo. What would it take for Team Philippines to actually stand up with the rest? Because one thing they have to also acknowledge that Team Myanmar nearly took their spot.
That's kind of true, but speaking of Team Philippines, it's just one misfortune to the other, honestly. Every single track in the last round, they just happened to caught themselves in a blunder, and it happened like a non-stop after one to the other. It's not just like one bump or one crash and that's it. After one crash, they got stuck into a different structure, and then they got stuck into another. And I don't know what happened to them, but apparently they're just having a bit of a tough time to control their wheels.
No wheels, no deals. That's what they say here in the automobile scene here. That's why you got to get yourself some sick one. That name is Audi. Get one and get out of here. So, good stuff going out from them.
Should I get out now?
No.
I can't afford
The cringe must just begun. You are only 10% through.
Oh my God, should I regret now? But it feels like this is what I talk about before.
You're right. You're right.
Oh my goodness, and another one, and this time as per usual, Team Indonesia. They just having a bit of a problem to get into the first checkpoint safely. Particularly in the first track. Just in the first track.
It's so rare to see people actually have problems there, but it seems like that's the situation right now that they have to deal with. Somewhat of a chain reaction here. It wasn't just Team Philippines who kind of blundered themselves. I believe Team Indonesia as well get held back a little bit. So, looking like this entire game is the battle between Team Thailand and Team Lao. The two teams probably competent enough to take on this circuit.
I think it's best for you to keep your count when it comes to those crashes, 2 by 4. Okay, keep the numbers in your mind right now, because I feel like you want to compare between the regions, and this will show you how much of a difference it is when it comes to the crashing numbers. But we do know when it comes to the players start to run, it means our first mission will commence very soon.
Now, talking about crashes, counts, and so on and so forth here, I have to acknowledge one thing. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but the regions before the Central and South Asia, Team Kazakhstan, they didn't have too much of a crashes anymore.
Oh, for us, right now for South Asia, even Team Thailand do have some crash here and there. So that I won't say it rarely happens, but that's not the case. Entirely not, because they did so many times as well in the last few tracks. At least once. At least once.
But why do you think that is? Is that intentional? I mean, surely it's not intentional. Nobody wants that.
Maybe they're just super excited. You know? Yeah, we're driving this time, you know, that kind of stuff. When you first actually drive your car, you bump into things, and that's
no, that would be crazy. What if I had an Audi Q4 e-tron right now?
Nobody will let you to be driving.
I am not laying a scratch. It's probably going to be a showroom car, although it's meant to drive.
But for you as a first-time driver, I don't think they will let you to drive their Audi Q4 first. But maybe after like a month of training, maybe that's the case.
I have my ways. Just trust me on that one. But just like Thailand too have their ways to pretty much make a quick escape. But Team Lao, one member really offside here. I think he was just taking a quick cut and maybe gets picked up by the Golden Archers, which is not golden in color. But Team Lao finally on the move right behind him. It's one from Team Indonesia. It is Thailand, as expected again, to take on that lead, just like how iQOO11 is claiming thought leadership here as the future gaming smartphone.
But I love how everybody leaves the checkpoint with the 10-second gaps from each other. Like example, just now we saw the first was having a bit of a gap between the second within 10 seconds. Same goes until the 4th place. So it shows that the gap is not too far when it comes to the second checkpoint here. But I don't want to speak too early. I'm just waiting for things to happen. You know, sometimes it's best not to say anything because you might jinx it.
I wonder where you learned that one from.
Thanks to Cloud. You jinxed so much just now.
I heard the story, and there you go.
3 and 4.
This is coming from you.
And they made a U-turn. It means a checkpoint. It's over Team Indonesia. Oh my goodness me.
Team Indonesia is out to get Choo Choo right now.
Why is it me?
You were pushing it onto Cloud, but take a look on the roster of the casting desk here. Who's the fixed variable between those two situations? It's definitely not him.
Maybe it's the pencil or the monitors or something
Nice
like
try,
that.
Choo Choo. Go apologize later. Meanwhile, we will continue to look and track down some of these teams here. Team Philippines is the last one, and quite a significant distance too.
They're taking a bit of an odd rotation here. Instead of flying across, they just prefer to stay in a safer route instead of taking the chances of flying. It's going to offer them a less time. But, you know, it's better to not take the risk since they are the last one for now. But still, we do have numbers on the clock, which we're going to have around 40 seconds to go for these guys to actually reach out the target that they need for the on-ground target. But on the side of Team Thailand, they reach up. The standard coming from Team Thailand for each of the checkpoint right now is around 90-ish points. So close enough, hitting the standard of a triple digit.
I have to agree. One thing that we failed to point out, because our heads were a little bit in the cloud earlier on for checkpoint 1, but they did hit the triple digit. It was 100 lead for them. And so in just one day, they've geared themselves up to be fully equipped to potentially handle the sort of tempo coming out from the East Asian region.
I agree. I mean, like, given that a bit more time, they might actually be as good as they are, even better at this rate. But here comes a retracting tower, the second checkpoint with Thailand. At least they didn't hit the 100, but closing now with 70 Asia as a start. And now they're already breaking the triple digit with Indonesia taking the second place for now. Close behind is going to be Team Lao, but Team Philippines is also catching up.
They really have to if they want to make things work for them here. Consistent bottom 4 finish. It's something to be worried about, especially when you're carrying the cheers of your people all the way here, and this is not the kind of performance that you want to be able to ride your Odyssey with. So they have to climb their way to the top, but as the scoreboard accumulates, it doesn't seem like they're even close within contesting range.
I mean, like, it depends. Sometimes they're hitting a plateau around 300 marks, so Team Indonesia do have a chance to actually catch up there. But same goes for Team Lao now hitting into 300, but the moment they're just adding into 200, Team Thailand already leading up to the 300 marks. Only 7 more targets to go, and they are separating some of the members to find their on-ground target, because you see all the small numbers like 5, 3, or 2, or 1 in the back. It shows that they are not having all 4 men up here. Maybe just having 1 person to find all those hidden targets, but 2 more to go, and they are done. On the side of Team Indonesia, nobody is catching up to Team Thailand, so they will be living with maybe the long or the shortest gap within 20 seconds gap between 1 and 2nd place.
Team Indonesia is still working hard to get that 400. Right now 380, so they have about 2 more targets to be hit, and they will. Already makes the evacuation maneuvers here, but it is Team Thailand who's leaving the rest within the dust. And all Thailand has to do is not make a mistake.
Don't say it.
I'm not the one who's cursed here. You don't say it, Shu.
They're driving. Don't say it during their driving. You say it when they're at the checkpoint. When you say during the driving, you'll see something. So if it's 4, right? It's 4. Remember the number is 4. And I feel like it's going to be a good day, you know? It's going to be a good start when it comes to the second half of the day.
Stop talking, Chu. Look at that.
You said it first.
I wasn't talking.
It's on you.
Like, you're the fixed variable here. I'm just saying, a lot of the crashes, that happens when you pull the trigger. Just saying. Oh, well, so right now, Team Thailand will have to take a little bit of a back seat here with that obstacle, thanks to Choo Choo. And they will continue their movement, propulsion forward, and look at that. Everything smooth sailing as long as I run my mouth.
I prefer not to say anything for now. Oh, why is it always on me? Team Philippines just have to hit the reset button when I'm talking as well. I should stop myself here.
Oh my God, Choo Choo, Choo Choo. Yeah, this is worrying. I would be worried for you on a personal level as a friend. Never
You're
know.
not my friend anymore.
You told me you heard scratches at night within your own hotel room. Tell me that ain't cursed, or at least one of the signs of it.
Possibly it's that thing that cursing the players. But we do know for a fact right now, even though Team Thailand, they're taking the lead, but for the others, they're not that too far off it, except for Team Philippines.
Would you like to continue your narrative here?
It's okay.
Choo Choo.
It's okay. I'm done.
You're already in too deep. You might as well just go run with it at this
I'm not
point.
gonna say anything. I'm done. What have I done wrong in this past life or this life?
Oh. Okay, let me try and save them a little bit, okay? I'm coming in here. Don't worry, guys. I've got your backs here, especially the Filipinos watching from home. I'm sorry this is English. I do not know.
That's on you. It's not me anymore.
Well, how did that happen? There was sparks.
I don't even know. I think something is wrong with the vehicle. It's just...
No, that was intentional.
It has its own life.
I think, no, that was intentional.
I feel like their UAZ for Team Philippines has its own mission, its own life, its own mind.
No, so my theory is this. When they crashed, everyone came out. It was intentional.
Oh, you want to see the next
Obviously, when I'm talking, no misfortune's gonna happen. They call me the lucky charm. So, we'll see if my charm can rub off onto Team Thailand and see if they get out so lucky. Right now.
Up, man. I can't even. I'm so scared. You know what? This is the time I should be talking more because I have a feeling it's going to be great.
Take it.
Yeah, so far Team Thailand actually having a good start, but Team Indonesia is always tailing behind. Team Lao, on the other hand, will follow pursuit, but it's going to be a bit of a stagnation between Team Lao because they kind of stuck at 90. But Team Indonesia and Thailand happen to be having the same scores at the same time.
Yeah, you want to... You gotta take it. If I do it, then I'm really not promote you.
Oh my God, I hate you.
I'm kidding. But right now, it is Team Thailand closer towards the halfway point, despite having that neck and neck against Team Indonesia. Look at that team contribution there. Stagnant or even across the board, averaging down to 25%. Meanwhile, Team Indonesia, they're relying their hopes and dreams onto one man, Ponbit 56, which is exactly the score they want to be able to build up with the 120 seconds cooldown here. Because they would like to grab on that #1 spot, but right now it is Lao that made Choo Choo go wow.
Yeah, how they actually just ramp up the numbers within seconds, yeah, and then they just go neck to neck between Team Thailand and Team Lao, just like it was Team Indonesia and Team Thailand. But Team Indonesia right now just kind of stuck at 290 the longest time. What is happening to them?
I mean, there's not much discs to go around. If it's being taken for the side of Team Thailand and Team Lao, then there is no way that the rest of the other teams that are down at the bottom can accumulate. But yes, Team Lao now in the lead.
Did they run out of ammunition just now? They kind of stagnated for a very long time for Indonesian team. That cost them quite great of a deal in this particular checkpoint. But on the side of Team Lao, they're overtaken the side of Team Thailand, now in the lead. But can they find their last 4 targets?
They will have to try here. So close. They can already taste it. this is also the last and final checkpoint, which means the first team out of here is almost in a guaranteed position to potentially go back as the top one here with the first track in match number 2, and that is going to be neck and neck. Both Team Lao and Team Thailand going to have that race towards the checkered flag at the finish line.
It's all about who's checking out first. So far, Team Lao's taking a great lead. But where is Team Thailand? I haven't seen them just yet. They are actually parked way further than Team Lao was. Now this is giving a heads up of around 6 seconds for Team Lao. At 14:40 and 14:46 for Team Thailand. That's going to be 6 points gap. Now they cannot afford to make anything happen here. I'm going to stop there.
Keep going. Keep going. No, Chu, you have to take this.
Don't make me. I know this is going to be one of the toughest one because they will go through it's sort of a ramp after this, or maybe even uneven. They're going to be okay. Yeah, they're okay. Yeah, they're okay.
That's what I really could have used your magic right there, you know, just to make sure my favorite players make it through the entire checkered flag first. But that's okay. We can lose one game. That's all right. There's 3 more left to play, 3 more different tracks. You could tell the heavy biasness towards the Team Thailand right now. I think I'm a fanboy of each and every one of those players. Yeah.
Okay, back to the scores, and right now time clock at 32 seconds more. It's going to be Team Indonesian blazing at 3rd. But this is what we mentioned before. Will it possible for Team Lao to overtake Team Thailand in the very last minute on the podium spot? Because as a start in track 1, they already made it happen. But the gap is not too far, still around 10-ish seconds. So they need around 2 minutes in between, and we've seen that happen before during the qualifiers.
Yeah, but that one really came down to the wire, which if we put Team Thailand and Team Lao side by side, I would say is a definite possibility.
And they're having fun shooting flying objects.
Oh yeah, they deserve to be here, for sure. For sure. Right.
Team Philippines, they only have 8 objects to go, but I don't know, a lot of mishaps happen to this team when it comes to driving at the start, at the end, in between. It is everything. You know, those days when you have a really bad day, but it's out of your control.
Yeah.
This is the case for Team Philippines today.
It's out of their control, but I clearly know you were controlling it with your unfortunate mishaps and cursed heretics.
I'm so scared, man. Whenever I open my mouth, something happens. Might as well just close it shut now.
This is the best time to kind of test it out right here, right now, Choo Choo. Go take it. Their moment towards the finish line.
We're going to test it out. We're looking at them driving away and just go towards the finishing line. But at the same time, they have to check out first. They're taking the shortcuts, going straight line instead of having a bit of a turn. And they're taking their own sweet time here. I don't see them shooting down any. They're now trying to take down all of those speed boost target. But it's going to be a straight line, right? Nothing can go wrong from here.
Surely, if they could mess this one up, then that is definitely something to look into via the paranormal, supernatural aspects and medication. But right now, looking impossible to be held back for even the longer, unless this is a curve. Will they control their entry? They will. Perfectly done. It's a straight line from here on out. They will close the game at 18 minutes and 2 seconds.
Now, they had a sort of a 10-minute gap before the second round started. And they finish off at 18 minutes here. And that's adding up to 3 more minutes. Now even further from the main target. Open up to 13 minutes. This is by far the biggest gap in every region of finals.
Well, they are right now, you know, within the best of the best within Southeast Asia region. And so they kind of have to expect this sort of level of competition, and take a look at that. That's a byproduct of your narrative right there.
No.
Getting crashed into the houses.
That's not on me. Okay, I promise you that. Okay, anything that happened, just have a very bad day, I guess. But on the side of Team Thailand, it's just nothing is stopping them. If you compare with the previous round, Surprisingly, it's a bit later than the first track in the first round. But for Team Lao, congratulations with 53 speed-ups and also Team Thailand now being pushed down to second instead. Surprisingly, Team Lao managed to make it an entrance at the Grand 1 in the second half. If they keep this going, that's just shot for them to actually finish off strongly by the end of this final.
Wow, take a look at that speed ups earned, 50 plus, and I guess it does make a difference here because the moment the average speed ups earned increased, you see that they play within a different time bracket here. But we're going to save that one for later because the Audi Super A player, here it is on the screen. Again, one of them will get the chance to walk away with that Audi Super Ring.
So far, none of the Thai players actually on top of the Super A player, maybe because the scores are evenly distributed amongst themselves. But it has been a lot of the same names up there, except for this time we do have come out from Team Philippines, used to known as, I think that was Demigod playing just now, which they used their surname instead. But speaking of the next track, track number 2 is supposedly shorter than track 1. But usually it's going to be the hardest section from the first checkpoint to the second one, where we do have the platform, the open platform, to jump over to the other side of the map or the hills, where some of the team happen to be getting themselves stuck in there.
It's also one of the more exciting of platforms because of how short it is. The intensity don't have time to pretty much come down and relax in between, right? And short circuits, which means no room for error, which means when an error does happen, it's more punishable, and which means the more words that you say, the more the player suffers. So
just stay quiet as much as possible then. But you haven't seen track 3 yet. Track 3 is the most horrendous one by far across any regions. Okay, I'm talking about not just South Asia finals. We're talking about across all, except for East Asia. Nothing happened too much. I mean, like, they are really like no room for mistake, not even 1 millisecond. But for the other regions, track 3 was the most problematic one by far.
Yeah, for context, track 3 is also the largest of the entire circuit. And more often than not, people run out of gas in such a large map more often in track number 3. So you do what you have to within those data. I don't think having a long circuit and people running out of gas is no coincidence at all.
Well, I just hope the case here, they learn their mistakes when it comes to the second round. But we do have another track to go, and we're heading into it very soon. But do you think by the end of the day, Lao will actually overtake Team Thailand? Then we know Team Thailand all around in every other tournaments out there. They have been very superior in South Asia, particularly in that region, right? Team Lao, I want to see them, triumph in this Road to Asian Games for one.
Well, that depends. The question will be how big of a gap did Team Thailand accumulate against Team Lao?
That's it? That's your summary, bro?
No, I'm asking you.
I did mention before it was around, you cracked my voice when we laughed just now. I'm sorry for that, guys. We did had around 2 minutes of a gap in the first half. Now they already cut across around like what, 10 seconds, 10, 12 second-ish. But they still have to figure out how to drag the time and the gap like around a minute in each track, which I find it almost impossible because Team Thailand, they do have those crashes, but it's not detrimental by far.
Then you have found an answer. You have the answer within your head. You ask me, what do you think? Is it possible for Team Lao to end up at number 1 towards the end of the day?
I'm asking about your opinion. That's my opinion.
That's the most obvious opinion, which I would go to as well. But.
What are your bones telling you?
On the realm of possibility, yes.
What
Is it
about your
plausible?
bones?
My bone, my bone won't work right now because they know that I kind of have an affinity towards Team Thailand and their players. Like, we know what they're made of, we know what they've done, we know how mechanically gifted they are. How do one make such an informed decision against that, knowing all that factors in?
How to actually avoid the question? You just say something like he did, okay?
And
he's just going to avoid himself from answering the question entirely.
Yeah, you saw me, right? Like, this was the question. I went curving.
Yeah, you don't even look at the question. You just go around it
Still
instead.
in track, though. So I'm already steering things better than some of these players out there.
But we are back with the players more prepared this time. Now, I do want to see as well coming out from the bottom teams, which are going to be Team Indonesia especially. They do have what it takes to overtake Team Lao and might even have a shot against Team Thailand. But it's going to be a tall order for the podium spot. But it's not impossible.
Yeah, impossible is not a word here. Still very doable for some of these teams. Okay, maybe not for Team Philippines, but possible, yes, for these top 3 teams who has been, for the most part, neck and neck. And like you said before, Team Indonesia could take over Team Lao's position, which means that they too are not so far off from Team Thailand's position, because Team Lao is nearby Team Thailand's position. So, by that definition, impossible does not fall in the realm of these 3 teams, but they're gonna have to work really hard for them to do it. And for Team Thailand, it's about just maintaining and doing what they do best.
Yeah, that's the issue there. I cannot, you know, when you know that, yeah, they are a great team, yes, but there's no promise they will not hit anything or crash into something. Because by far we saw like how many crashes were there? Around 4 or 5 in per track, right? But we're heading into track 2, which is going to be a harder track than track number 1, even though it's shorter. But the obstacles are no joke. But Team Thailand, Team Lao, Team Indonesia, and Team Philippines once more getting themselves on the second round of track number 2. The target in the past one. In the round 1, the most fastest team was Team Thailand at 14:07. But Team Lao finishes also 14 minutes at 59 seconds.
14 minutes, 59 seconds. Close. Not the best of timing we've seen, obviously, when you compare that one to the East Asian region.
This is actually the best. I mean, like for South Asia.
So for Southeast Asia, it is a remarkable feat, right?
True.
Now, we will focus on them first. We will worry about them closing the gap against different regions later. But it is Team Philippines in the blue. It is Team Indonesia in red, stagnant, keeping that one as status quo as previously. Same goes with Thailand in the purple and Lao in yellow.
Team Thailand on their end taking the lead as per usual. It feels like a bit of a bumpy road, but I think they're gonna be fine.
Thank you, Chu.
He gave up.
Well, we will keep going with more positive note and vibes coming out, resonating from my voice here. I just only taken over. You cannot put that one on me here. Team Philippines and Team Thailand finds themselves airborne, and okay, maybe perhaps both of us are cursed in some aspects of the way. They will find their way, lose their balance.
That's 3 from the starting point, and you still question which region is actually having the most crashes. That's not even in the first checkpoint. It's only from the starting point, for God's sake. I don't want to talk it anymore.
Perhaps it was a good idea after all, not wrapping these vehicles under the likes of Audi.
You are pausing. You are hesitating to say something. Because you know, you're right and we're both right. There's something happening between these teams here. It's going to be mid out of Team Philippines and not crashing into anything. It's already a great achievement by far. And we do have all 14 will enter the first checkpoint at the same time. Except coming up from Team Philippines, a bit delayed.
Delay is fine as long as they find their way towards the end of the entire course itself. But it is Team Indonesia who takes in first steps into these checkpoints and can look to build up some sort of lead from here on out. Team Thailand as well. And we all know, despite all the crashes out there, Team Thailand at least has got 50% of the battle down. Their mechanical skills in terms of the firepower in their hands, especially the wonder kid, Tony K, it's going to be pretty lethal, and it's more often than not is what separates them from the rest.
And speaking of the scores and taking the lead for Team Thailand, like you mentioned before, that's definitely true with them already push up the numbers here at 32 points, but Team Lao still at 4. Whilst on the side of Team Indonesia and Team Philippines, I think they focus on towards their patrol right now, trying to replenish their resource and trying to find themselves those ammunition at the same time. But we do have some teams taking all the ground target instead, and Team Thailand is still leading off. And so far, we've seen them before in Section 1. They can hit that triple digit.
They can, especially when they've done it before, but will they get some sort of the same efficiency this time round? Also, given the fact that they did get cursed moving on into the checkpoints and get held back, so they are not first movers, but they are halfway there already. However, stagnated and only 50. So this is the range in which Sir Cloud and myself agreed to call it the bronze standard.
Why is it the bronze standard?
Because the gold standard's always Team China.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Who is the silver standing?
80-ish, which is more often than not what Thailand usually brings in.
Oh, well, the Thailand do have the gold standard so far, so I say that they are pretty much up there. But coming up from Team Indonesia, as per usual, they're taking the lead this time. But the problem is always about their journey. Most of them having the same problem. It's all about the driving, yeah. We should be concerned about more on that than this point right here, right now. But Team Thailand still taking over 200 for the lead. And they just keep it going. For the side of Team Philippines, a bit delayed. But all the other three teams, on the other hand, happen to be sharing almost the same amount of scores.
Same amount of scores, which means no one is going to get that advantage moving out towards here. However, Team Thailand, just by a little bit, a couple of seconds in.
Which team is this? Which color he thinks going to shoot? I'm waiting. It's not actually Team Philippines, but Team Thailand, the first one to leave the checkpoint a bit later per usual, because if I'm not mistaken, they managed to actually put down a standard around 4 minutes, not even reaching out to 30 seconds before, but at least it's still doing in an okay timeline. And all the teams following behind is going Team Lao and Team Indonesia, and they're not too far either. But Team Philippines this time closed things up a bit earlier than per usual.
Keep it going, Chu.
I take that back.
Keep it going.
I don't. Okay, we try. Maybe it's not me, right? If nothing happens after this, it's not going to be me. Coming out from Team Thailand, we're looking at the players' POV, the hand cam from IQ11. Thank you so much. But we do know they will try to boost themselves in the very last minute. A bit risky, yes. Well worth it if they can land on all four wheels. It's me.
I like how you mentioned if anything happens here, it wouldn't be you, but two vehicular transportation fell flat because you were saying it. Now, if Team Philippines could make it out perfectly, then I guess it's not me. It's not me. They are in good position here, good conditions to pretty much make it into the beach flags and prove myself right.
Okay, we're going to wait and see that again. Nothing's going to happen here, I'm sure of it. Coming out from Team Lao, they try to catch up to Team Thailand and just closely behind. And they're not that too far either. They already got themselves almost clear and nearby towards a second checkpoint. Same goes for Team Indonesia. So I guess pretty much doesn't make that much of a difference because all three teams happen to be in the same vicinity within the amount of time, around 10 seconds difference.
Yeah, that successful landing does contribute towards Team Philippines and their step 4 recovery. They choose now further compounds, further deeper into the compounds, but closer towards the gates in which where the petrol station will lie for them to possibly go in for the refill. And they will do that. And they do see the rest of the other members already in play.
Now, all the drivers' seat will be vacant because all the drivers out because while waiting for their fuel tank to be fulfilled by itself, they'll try to find themselves those ground targets as much and as fast as possible. Try to be as proactive as they can be. 44 points and going up for the numbers. It's going to Team Indonesia and Lao at the same time, already hitting up the 50s. While Team Thailand, on the other hand, kind of stuck down there at 36 and 38 for a long time.
This is unlike Team Thailand that we all know and love. Perhaps they have stopped their members from actually getting those ground targets and position themselves on this podium for this countdown, which is exactly why the accumulation was at the halt. But now, this is their time to pretty much even up those gaps and potentially make the run for it.
So far, Team Lao is in the lead. We mentioned this before. They can actually overtake Team Thailand, but a lot of conditions has to be fulfilled, including making sure they do have an extra 2-minute lead against Team Thailand for that to happen. But so far, Team Thailand just easily overtake them again at 166 points and make it up to 200 points anytime soon now. While Team Indonesia having a tough time to catch up, that Team Philippines on the other hand hardly get any points here.
Team Thailand, halfway point, right next to them. It is Team Lao. Not stopping anytime soon. These two always in a neck and neck, and this is more constant and frequent than ever. But it is Team Lao who will see the light of day up in the #1 spot for the time being. As we all know, sometimes it's not yours to earn. It is your time to hold the #1 spot, but only until Team Thailand takes on over. And so they have to keep that lead as long as possible, as you see Thailand just trailing ever so vigilantly.
But the lead is not that big for them to be safe and secure for them to open up the gap and stretch it down, because it's just a couple of points away. Team Thailand now overtaken. It's going to be them alternating between themselves for the first place here. And Team Thailand, by the end of the day, they still finish first. Team Lao, one more target and they're done. Team Philippines catching up while Team Indonesia been pushed down there. Surprisingly, Team Indonesia having a tough time to pin down those targets. But it's all down about the driving. So from second checkpoint to the third, this is going to be one of the most challenging ones as well. But they're leaving almost at the same time with only 1 second difference.
1 second could be 1 second too long here as Team Thailand gets stuck in the process. As soon as Chu done with her sentence. I only came in once. I saw them getting stuck, so that was on YouTube. Moving on, it would be Team Lao who now will exacerbate that lead, but thankfully for the likes of Team Thailand, they will have yet one more checkpoint to worry about before making the dashway towards the checkpoint.
Team Lao gonna pass through this haystack, so far not having any sort of a problem, but there is no gap in between them and Team Thailand at the back. How to stretch up the gap? They have to fastly drive towards the checkpoint and try to shoot down any speed boost anywhere they can, because right now it's detrimental for them to keep it safe and keep it fast. At the same time, the moment they land themselves in the final checkpoint, they have to memorize every single spawn where they can find all those hidden and ground targets.
They will have to do everything that they have never done before. And that is the most difficult part of it, because as someone who has ingrained every single pathways within your head, I don't think you could eventually find out more potential time-saving maneuvers to potentially give you an edge comes here in, well, checkpoint #3.
A bit of an accident, a bit of a bump again for the Philippine teams. I'm not sure what is happening to them. They've been bumping into a lot of corners today, and if we can count, it's more than 10 possibly by now. Coming up from the side of all the other teams, Team Lao now taking the, I'm not sure how many points they already got themselves. Yeah, Team Lao do take the lead, but overtaken by Team Thai. Team Thailand taking almost a 50 point here, while the side of Team Indonesia, they do have a slight lead against Team Philippines, but it's not going to be enough. And on the side of Team Lao, they need to ramp up the numbers, because Team Thailand, they're really strong with its flying objects. The only way for them to actually take the lead for the finishing line is here right now, the 120 seconds of downtime.
Yeah, and Team Thailand, despite that blunder earlier on, that is not what they're relying on. They're moving closer towards the silver standard of 80 points in the lead before this activity begins. And so they will already set themselves up ahead of the rest, who only achieved that bronze standard of less than 50 points lead here. Meanwhile, the race is not over just yet, as this is the final discipline within this entire event. And the first one who checks out of this entire compound is more than likely to end up at the #1 spot. We have yet to see a team who left this area first and not make it to the #1 spot.
On the side of Team Thailand, on the other hand, feels like there's going to be no contenders by far, because the numbers going up and nobody is nearby towards them. But they have been hitting themselves a bit of stagnation there, while Team Lao managed to climb up, the moment we mentioned that, 134. Well, finally Team Thai getting themselves a point again, the numbers keep on moving. But there'll be the moment you saw two teams starting in the numbers getting up back to back. you notice there will be one or two, or one team at least, usually the bottom one, will have a bit of stagnation for the longest time.
I think right now it's still preliminary. The moment you see Team Thailand or Team Laos create substantial lead, I would even say even Team Indonesia will be on a stagnant point. Look at that right now. Team Indonesia not accumulating because those points is being divided or being taken by the likes of Team Laos and Team Thailand respectively.
Surprisingly, Team Thailand now hitting a stagnation, now finally getting up slowly the numbers, and Team Laos now having problems to find the numbers back up. This is given the opportunity for Team Thailand to catch up again, but Team Laos finally hitting themselves in the 300 mark here. But Team Thailand will follow pursuit. Coming up from Team Indonesia, they'll be hitting 240 for a long time as well. Oh man, what is happening to Team Indonesia is not even budging those numbers up.
Yeah, it is being taken by the greedy top two contenders right now. Team Laos just creating an even bigger lead here, but Team Thailand faring pretty well and actually takes over the #1 spot. 354, 364 for Team Laos. This is just interchangeable, one after another. And let's see who would break into the 400 points mark that would go to the land with many smiles.
A bit too early to say that just now, because we do know some at certain point of 400 marks, especially around 450, they usually having a bit of a problem to pin those numbers down. Team Laos now catching up. Same goes for Team Thailand, having the same amount exact numbers. Even Team Indonesia might actually catch up, and now we have interchangeable first and second place once more. Taking the lead, Team Laos with only 10 points and making even 20 difference, but Team Indonesia taking the lead. Team Thailand being pushed down to the third. It's going to be a close call here. Every single team might actually leave at the very same time for the last checkpoint.
Team Thailand, they are starting to slip big time here as Team Laos, and actually makes it jump back right up to #1. It would be Team Laos and Team Indonesia, and now Team Thailand too. We're looking ourselves at a triple threat three-way.
But it's going to be Team Indonesia and hop onto the vehicles and live for the pocket exactly where they need. While Team Laos making it second. Team Thai's on their hand. 1 to 10, they put themselves up as fast as they can. Trying to overtake Team Laos, but now they're a bit of a stretch between Team Indonesia. Team Indonesia, all they need to do is just go towards the crossing finishing line. But Team Thailand overtaken them in the last minute. Team Laos fallen back to the top place.
Team Laos tried to block them from the front side, but unfortunately with the available boosts here coming out from Team Thailand, they will pretty much seal the deal in second place. First goes to Team Indonesia, and third all the way to Team Laos with that neck and neck, and we will now feast our eyes towards one of the best teams within this league here. Team Philippines still at it, 456.
Man, it was just a couple of seconds different. It's such an important time to make sure all the timing of this booster to be perfectly executed at the very millisecond of it. It just makes such a difference. And Team Thailand overtaken Team Laos in the last minute. I was hoping everybody had the finishing line almost at the same line, but Team Indonesia, on the other hand, you have to give credit to them because they were smart enough to place themselves, their vehicle, in a place where they know it's easy to get out from that checkpoint.
Yeah, they were the first movers, that's for sure. Everyone else had their vehicle onto their right. Team Indonesia had that one already facing the exit. And that clutch right there, though, between Team Thailand versus Team Laos. As you all know, the boosters can only be activated if you shoot on the target right, and for them to actually outgun their opponents to claim in that booster is going to be godsend for them. But luckily for all three of those teams, they were pretty neck and neck, which means the difference between second and third place will not yield too much of the lead.
Honestly, even the first place is not safe either. Yeah, might be when it comes to the first round of first 4 tracks, Team Thailand happen to be dominating, having such consistency across all the tracks with #1 placement. But when it comes to second round, on the other hand, we have to accumulate all the points once more, all the numbers to add up again, because we need to know how big of the gap for the top 3. I don't think it's down to, maybe we might down to like few seconds by the end of the day.
A few seconds is sometimes all you need to make sure that you are on top of the world here. So we'll worry about that one once the calculator does come out. But first, let's take a look at what IQ has got for us. It's the highlight from the previous round. Nice.
I'm not even going to say anything. You know, it's going to be double tears on me. If I even said it during the highlight, you get that now? But on the side of the second, where did the you know, it when it comes to find a checkpoint, I think it's kind of obvious that all the teams know, you know, it's okay for us to flunk first and second checkpoint. When you come to the final one, we have to focus that 200% focus. But for the side of Team Philippines, I feel like it's almost impossible by now.
Yeah, I think Team Philippines, because of the consistency at 4th place, it's a bit too far-fetched for them to close in that gap. But look at Team Lao and Team Thailand, difference of only 2 seconds. Measly differences.
Too small right now. The margin's not even there. For all these Super 8 player, we do have coming out from Team Thailand. This time Tony K delivers once more with 415. As always, almost every single Super 8 player, all the Super 8 player board, there's going to be Tony K in it. And for coming up second, it's going to be from Team Indonesia, Pombit with 407. While on the third place, Team Philippines is going to be Barot with 389. While for the first time, we're looking at Team Thailand with 2 players. Or is it many times now? It's going to be Stone. Yeah, many times by now. It's always going to be Tony K and Stone from Team Thailand popping up at the same time. And I did mention this to Sir Club before. It's kind of a rare occasion for us to have team that actually are #1 spot and have double their players across the all the Super A list. But before that, you're just going to knock for them because I'm going to take it away. We're heading into the break and we still have 2 more tracks, final 2 more tracks to go. Before that, we're heading into the break. Don't go anywhere. See you guys after this.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Yes, we are finally back for the last quarter here for the Road to Asian Games 2022. It's PUBG Mobile Asian Games version doing the Southeast Asian pretty much regional qualifier, if I labeled that one right. Not regional finals.
Yes, if it's regional final, yes.
Okay. I was just making sure the trajectory was straight, you know, because that seems to be the common theme here in the Southeast Asian region. Players unable to make sure that they don't drive in a straight line and not crash, and so I think it's rubbing off on me. In case you guys didn't know, this right here is Choo Choo. My name is Keith, and we're down to the last 2 tracks left in the pool.
You know what? Maybe the players do have the crash in the game, but I think you have a bit concussion yourself to remember what stage we're at right now.
Regional finals. No, because here's the thing, right? They call it regional finals, but then nobody gets relegated. Everyone makes it to the next stage. It's still the same 4 people.
Are we 100% sure about that? That will be the one that rumored out there.
Well, it was hearsay.
There you go.
By someone who is within the inner circle, the esports inner circle.
So we'll wait for the official ones, just to be safe then.
Okay.
We'll wait for that.
Okay, but are you hoping for a relegation?
Definitely not, of course not.
I do, because then it only makes sense. Like, what are we doing this for if nobody's getting relegated?
You know, just to maybe they have sort of advantage, or even the grouping will be affected in the Asian Games based on these rankings of numbers.
Groupings.
Yeah, because we do know if it's the Asian Games and none of them being relegated, there's a chance that we are being split into few groups down there.
Yeah, that's potentially true, but then that also means that this entire thing that you call the regional finals is more regional qualifier at that point.
Not really in that sense. But wait, you know, you're tripping my mind right now. We're walking into the last 2 tracks in the South Asia finals of the Road to Asian Games PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, going and flying into this Miramar map once more, but this is going to be the hardest track of them all.
The hardest track of them all, the biggest circuit they would ever drive upon, and the chance for even greater mistakes lies in between those serpentine paths between checkpoints. Now we will get into vehicle to officially kick off the entire race here. They've got a whole miles ahead of them, but we will now identify these teams by the color of banners they currently triumph on, with the same one previously, red team with Indonesia, blue with Philippines, and you got yellow and Laos, and purple with Thailand.
Team Indonesia. Why is it so hard for them having a great start here? That's not on me. You were talking on that. But Team Indonesia, multiple times for today, almost every single track except for track number 4. Okay. Now you know what?
So that one was on you. Yeah, in case you guys didn't know, we do have demons whispering within our ears, and we do foresee.
Call it angels.
We do foresee something bad happening, like a potential reconstruction of the whole world.
World of what? World of Miramar.
Yeah, pretty much. They will have to do that once again. I mean, if you take a look at that intro cinematic, to get into the world of Miramar, they walk past a portal.
I don't think that's how you actually do have to wear your headset, but okay.
But they, what do you mean?
The players just now.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I was being a bit distracted to see if they actually do put themselves in the lobby or yet not so far. So we do have the remake. I'm not sure what is really the case here, but apparently we will have that remake because I think something happened, especially coming up from Team Indonesia possibly. So that's why we are gonna have it another go. But speaking of which, this is track number 3, right? Track number 3, pretty much the most difficult one because of how long the track is and how reserving about the calculations of resources for the players. They cannot miscount this, not even a second.
To be honest, I don't think the calculations for fuel is of bigger issues, right? Because majority, 9 out of 10 times, whenever a scenario happens and people run out of gas here in track number 3, which is more often than not, it's always due to a miscalculation out of overconfidence, if you get what I mean.
Or maybe they were just, too busy or to occupy themselves with those targets. They forgot about checking out the fuel first. Because the best case scenario is going to be when they are chasing down another team, try to tail out them and maybe just trying to overtake them in the last minute. And the moment they get themselves the checkpoint, realize we're a bit too late now because the platform already starts to commence. And they just rush straight into the arena and just forgot about the fuel entirely. Because I think that's usually the case there. And then even the drivers being forced to actually just shoot it out whatever they can see and forgot to see and to check, is it enough in the tank?
Could be that, or it could also be a personal error, to be honest. Think about it. If you're running a course as efficient and optimum as possible, your job as the driver is to fill in a tank, no more, no less, to get us to the next one. But then comes your journey towards the next petrol station. What happens? You crash, you do this, you do that, you take a longer route more than you did calculate for, and suddenly you're just out of gas. We've seen it in a previous one where Team Kyrgyzstan was just a seconds away, the petrol station itself.
I think it was literally 2 milliseconds away from where they can refuel themselves, right? That was really unfortunate, by the way. So basically, is it negligence?
I think at some point you have to budget in for potential roadblocks and blockade and whatever errors that could happen within the drive that could slow you down and put you in that position where you might need to spend more time on the road.
Then it's another different task entirely for the driver to even count how much time he needs to actually go towards the patrol station if needed in emergency cases. In that case, where would the next station that's close by for them to refuel their own tank? Now that's another different job for every single track. If that's a designated driver or even one athlete will be put out in the road in a different track entirely, so they're rotating themselves as drivers, right? It's going to be another role to fill in with a lot of shoes, big shoes as well. Because it's like a lot of things that you have to put into consideration, not just about your driving skills, not just about the route that you're taking for the circuit, because you do have to know all the shortcuts to shave off all those seconds and minutes away. And not just that, you're going to have to think about the platform, whether to go around it or to take the high leap of mid-air land, and also thinking about all the patrol stations that will be available in case you're running short with your gas.
And a contingency in case you come into a crash. That's where you lose momentum and you have to spend more time on the road, which is more time of your fuel being consumed.
And honestly, in terms of roles, I have to say the driver's seat is going to be the toughest one.
That is true.
The others, all you need to do is just shoot.
Oh, which is not easy.
I mean, definitely it's not easy, but at least they're focusing on one thing at a time. Well, if you compare with the driver's seat here, it's just too many things at once.
It's a specialized task to be a shooter, but it's almost like a general mission here for the drivers themselves to look at so many different factors, which is why we do see reflected on the score sheet contribution. The drivers sometimes, even at this level, get 0% of score contribution.
Oh boy. But we're jumping back into our track number 3. I just hope when it comes to the starting point, you're not having a sort of the same history, especially of the starting point when we start to take off the Indonesian teams.
Indonesia seems to be like the team that you want to beat right now. But it is Thailand and Team Lao who usually ends up on top in the #1 spot. Team Lao this time around taking the color red as their banner theme here. And the Team Philippines maintaining in blue. Team Indonesia is with the purple, switching that one up from Thailand and leaving the yellow.
No, the yellow is actually the Indonesian team. Yeah, Team Thailand and Team Philippines is actually the same as the one before we remake it. In Indonesia and Team Lao is actually having the switch for the colors.
I guess that when they're all stacked up, I get colorblind and things. Yeah.
No, it's actually the mush of those the mush of those colors. Now, due to the crowd just now, Team Philippines being pushed aside and got stuck themselves in the corner. Have to play a bit of a catch-up game, but some of the teams, even Team Thailand, got stuck in between the obstacles on top of the bridge, and Team Lavin got stuck. Everybody happened to be crashing himself on top of this bridge.
Well, the good thing about that is all that happened when you were talking about, so that just fortifies and affirms our belief and taboo. But we will try and break that curse today. I promise you that much, Choo-Choo, right now. Especially when within the forefront, it's going to be Team Indonesia. Team Philippines just trailing on the back end here. Team Indonesia playing their own game. A massive lead from them, but based on the minimap, it's not too unrecoverable.
But they're doing okay for now. They're taking the lead, and it's going to be a flawless ending just now, and landing great on the side of Team Philippines. A bit shaky as per usual. Team Thailand, on the other hand, they are taking the rotation where it's a bit off the track, but still managed to land and overtaken Team Philippines across. Is actually a way shorter route compared to the one that they usually take.
It also contributes towards the propulsion that they got. Hey, they used that booster just in time for that ramp itself. And they'll find themselves in better ground, but Team Philippines takes back the #1 nosedive, though gets pinched by the sides here on the curb, and they will deploy members here from the Team Philippines to rake in some of the targets that are readily available in the lower grounds.
And Team Thailand arrived a bit later than the others. Indonesian team, on the other hand, taking the lead with 22 points. They did actually have a very good start indeed, compared to the previous few tracks where they have a bit of a off starting point, where this time it happened to be a really good one. But they're trying to take down all the targets as much as possible, but this is going to be a very frenzy target for them. But it does actually trade off with more points. Instead of 1, it's going to be 2 points instead. But from the side of Team Thailand, they are catching up to the side of Team Indonesia, who got themselves 50 points for now. But how many seconds left before we actually get into the multicolor platform?
The multicolor target should be up in just about, I don't know, potentially 60 seconds from now, or even less, seeing as though, and well, that happens right now, actually. I lost track of time. I guess it's true what they say, time really is a commodity here, and we have burnt out a couple just by watching at the maneuvers in some of these teams. When now it goes down towards the fatal four-way trivia in terms of, in the context of PUBG Mobile Asian Games version here, with Lau at 153 leading the pack against the likes of Team Philippines at 158.
But Team Thailand now catching up halfway through, which is within the region. All 4 teams happen to be all around the same area of numbers, around still in the hundreds. Team Lao breaking the 200 mark first, followed by Team Philippines, and now Team Thailand. It feels like after the break, Team Philippines do have a bit of a fresh of air and try to come back in the last few tracks. But everybody hitting those targets right. We're talking about Team Lao and Team Philippines happen to be all around the same amount of a target, and we might having all 4 teams living all at the same time, because all 3 of them completed their goals almost within just seconds away.
It's the triple threat that we are looking for. Finally, again, we are treated with it, leaving only Team Philippines at the back end here. But Team Indonesia all has to make into the car. It is Team Philippines who gets stuck back a little bit. Now that makes leadway for the likes of Lao and Team Thailand to trail behind. 2 more in the back end.
And we're looking at Team Indonesia and Team Philippines right now. The one actually at the back with a gap in between where Team Indonesia and Team Thailand and Team Lao head to head once more. We didn't mention before, it's not safe for the #1 spot just yet. I pretended to see that. Just because I don't want to get jinxed, okay? You broke me.
I broke your momentum. I'm so sorry. I blame that one onto the Team Philippines, man. You were on such a roll. Why did they just have to, like, spin out of control, right? But just to take off where you left off, I guess I'm broken too, because here Team Philippines find their way, hitting barricades after barricades, just cannot find the path of least resistance. And now Team Thailand, as well as Team Indonesia, being held back. 3 teams under my pretense.
Philippines! What is going on?
We have just accursed them at this point.
Nothing gone right for them. The only right time with them actually leaving a bit early on the first checkpoint, and then everything just going down the drain. Coming up from Team Lao, they're going to be flawlessly passing this for now. They're driving themselves into the second checkpoint. All three teams happen to be a bit left behind by Team Lao. Now, we didn't mention about Team Lao have a high chance to actually overtake Team Thailand, but can they make a huge gap at that?
Good news? I mean, depending on which team you're looking at. But good news for Team Thailand, it's not the end of it, right? It's only checkpoint 2. So even if they might be slow entering that checkpoint, they can still make up the difference and be the first towards the next checkpoint itself. But if you're on Team Lao's side, then yes, this could be very well the game in which they would probably make it again in the top 1 position, so further increasing their chances towards that top 1 finish as an overall.
Oh my god, they just barely miss the players just now. Might run into them. They might get warnings if that happened, by the way, for the Philippine team. But Lao taking the lead once more. This is where they want to open up the gap. If they want to do so, they have to make sure they can score the 100 marks at the start of this section 2 for the second checkpoint. If not, I have to say, pretty much it's not doable for them to stretch out the gap up to 2 minutes in between them and Team Thailand. And so far, we have been looking at team in the previous round. So far, Team Thailand has been maintaining second spot instead of first place if you compare with the first half.
Second spot right now. I don't even see them in the number 2 position, so it's
I mean,
much
like
worse.
based on track 1 and 2.
Oh, you mean timing?
Yeah.
And you mean based on checkpoints timing itself, or as an overall?
Overall, by the end of the day, it's not about the checkpoint timing. It's all about the finishing line. So far, when it comes to second half here, Team Thailand haven't scored first place, not even one.
But it's also not tallied up with their first half performance as well. So if they did an excellent job in the first half, them being in top 2 position in the second half would still give them an overall good performance for the top 1 finish here.
I agree, because they do have a better number when it comes to the second track in the first half with 14 minutes. Compared to the track number 2 in the second half just now, it was 15 minutes on the clock. Now, if Team Lao can shorten up less than 15 minutes in this third track later on this day, right now after this, they might actually have better chance at getting number 1 now.
That is very, very possible now that you mentioned it. Only 2 tracks away, 2 and 1.5. Now that this one is already midway through here in checkpoint 2. But Team Lao cannot be complacent in the process here, because everyone else is just outgunning them within this checkpoint. Team Philippines suddenly finding themselves at top. Sure, they may not have the chance to even win the top 1 position anymore. It's mathematically, but they could play kingmakers into breaking some of these teams' dreams.
That's kind of true. They will be the one that ripple off the effect of who will stay number 1 and who will stay at number 2. And speaking of Team Philippines, they are finishing off first. I want to see them taking number 1 this round, this track. And not just that, just drive safely. Because they're always being so great in the checkpoints. But it's just their driving having a bit of a problem so far.
Perhaps for Team Philippines, because they're always playing from behind, they're a bit too hasty with their driving. But now, knowing that they have the lead, potentially we might see a well and more polished driving coming out from the driver, the designated driver right here, because they surely have not tasted the number 1 spot for a very long time, and they are hungrier than some within this lobby.
It's a perfect timing for them to push their boost right before Team Lao overtaking them. But this is going to be where it's important. They're not taking the jump. They're not taking the lead, giving Lao the opportunity to closing up the gap. But Team Lao barely having it stable, but close enough to actually lead towards the side of Team Philippines. Is still in the one that in the front. But on the side of Team Philippines, they got stuck again. This is what I mentioned before. They're always so great at checkpoints. It's just the driving is stopping them from pushing forward. Another bomber there.
Wow. one blockade after another. Team Philippines again finding themselves in similar position. And look, the rest of the other teams has finally caught up. The lead again being made negated, and once again Team Philippines crashed onto a hut, per se the least. Finds himself in third place within this rotation.
I feel like it's a trend for Team Philippines. It's not a complete course of track if they don't bump like their track of bumps. How do I say this in a good way? It's like completing the puzzle. Their puzzle is not completed enough if they didn't crash 3 times in a row.
Ah, I see. So that's part of their checklist in playing a game.
At this rate, because once they bomb into one, they're going to bomb into the other, and then they're going to crash into the third one. It's going to be continuously done at this state. So hopefully they don't crash into anything anymore, because it's going to be 3 times more.
I guess you could say they are a creature of habits, but that could also be a good thing, because if they win top 1, then they might win top 1 again in the next round. But they have to get there first.
It's all about the driving, honestly speaking, because we saw how their firepower has been. They can actually catch up, even in the last minute, but they cannot afford to have this minor mistake. They will be given such a big impact and tremendously detrimental at this rate. Now, so far, all the teams are in here. I love how there's not that big of a gap this time between all the teams to get into one checkpoint to the other. It's going to be our final checkpoint, but so far, because of how proactive all the teams are currently, it's so hard for us to see any teams dominating over with that triple digit.
Triple digits. Hard, but not impossible here. We've seen the likes coming up from East Asia. Yeah, I know this is a totally separate region, and after all, but we also know that Southeast Asia are powerhouse when it comes to mobile gaming here, and they are showing that prowess they can. Team Thailand has done 100 lead before, that triple-digit lead, but this is the final score, and every single one of them would have to pull weight to make this one happen for their teams.
Team Thailand starting off with only 4 points there, while Team Lao, finally they got himself one flying. They're the first one to shoot down one flying object from Team Thailand. And they just having their reflex so fast that they can catch up to second place, even though Team Lao do have the upper hand at first for the ground target as a lead. But Team Thailand, all their focus, you know what, we've got 4 points at the start, it's okay, we just focus on the flying object, that's it.
Focus on the flying objects. It seems easier than it's done here, as we can see some of all these teams struggling to put points across the board. It is Team Lao who's doing it so successfully so. 160, 180 and counting. Team Indonesia, they're not too shabby themselves, already closing that gap against the #1 Team Lao. And it is Team Thailand which is holding the burden of the worry here from their fans, as they slowly see Team Thailand from the #1 spot drifts away, making headway for Team Lao.
Team Lao taking the lead at 240. We're halfway through at 250. Team Thailand now just hitting the 200 mark, while Team Philippines trying to catch up, but they are being left quite behind here. It's always the final section, and we'll be having a bit of a problem for Team Philippines. But Team Lao, on the other hand, this is the opportunity they've been waiting for. They have a shot for that #1 spot, but they have to leave as soon as they can, making sure they open up a huge stretch of a gap between the minutes between them and Team Thailand.
Team Lao, they somehow cracked the code when playing checkpoint 3 here, stacking things up one after another. We do see the crosshair as well, just registering all these hit points. It is bursting in red within their scopes here. Team Lao, 430 and counting, close to victory. Just 6 more discs to be taken off and shut down from the skies here to make it an official and pave their way towards victory here at Thailand.
I love this view.
What?
You know, like you're playing with your cat with a feather or something. Everyone is looking the same direction, moving their cursor at the same direction as well. We rarely get that kind of view, by the way.
That was an ADHD moment right there.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I have to say it out loud.
Well,
It's
Team Lao
okay.
500. Why don't you walk them out to the checkpoint finish?
It's all down to Team Thailand. Can they actually finish off this attack point as soon as they can. Because if they actually open up to 1 minute of gap, they might jeopardizing their own position at the podium right now. Because Team Lao not wasting any more time. They want to clock in within the 60 minute, but it's going to be 60 minute already on the clock. But the problem is, can they go through and pass through those bridges without any... they don't have this bridge. It's going to be track 3. So it's going to be all the straightforward ending for them. It's going to be just one very sharp turn and one very heavy tunnel for them. If they make it through, no problem, didn't get stuck, they might actually have a shot at taking number 1 spot. Because right now only Team Thailand checking out.
30 seconds late. That is what Team Thailand is right now, on the tails of Team Lao itself. Team Lao finds their way past the checkered flag in the finish point, and they will secure the top 1 finish as an official score here. Congratulations to Team Lao, but will that be enough, especially with the gap that they have made and put in between them and Team Thailand?
It's all down to how much boost the Team Thailand do actually have. Because if they don't get that much of a booster, it will be detrimental. Team Indonesia just jump over that tunnel. Will join in with Team Thailand as well. It's all down to the clock here. It's definitely over a minute, almost close enough. Maybe an extra 31 seconds from that. They're making sure it's not that big stretch of a gap between them and Team Lao. 17 minutes and 14 seconds. Now for the side of Indonesian team, they're clocking right back towards the side of extra 45 seconds at 17 minutes and 28. Now will be enough if we actually add up all the points, but Team Philippines, yep, one more point I think just now. Let's go.
It. Yeah. They got it. They're in. They're moving. Yeah, they'll get there. I do believe so. 18-minute games probably, but they're definitely on their way towards at least completing the entire circuit itself, which is respectable. Respectable. Could have been worse. Could have been a rage quit or something. But here they are, finishing what they started. They deserve a round of applause.
There's nothing can go wrong from here, right?
Potentially.
No, I think the ending is going to be beautiful for this one. Finally, they're not having any sort of a mishap for Team Philippines. Ending with poise and grace. They're finally going to touch down at the finishing line at around 18 minutes and possibly at 35 seconds.
A record time. Is that their longest time spent within this map?
Oh, the previous one was 20 minutes over because they made a U-turn.
Very nice.
They made a U-turn, which we were questioning what was the reason. Is it because they're lacking 1 point? Because that's how they did it in the last one. You saw how they were stopped themselves trying to shoot all those moving targets at the last minute, right? It feels like they might actually do the same mistake here just now, but they realized, oh, you know what? It feels like deja vu. But IQ highlights are looking at our final, the final time we're looking at track number 3 here for the Southeast Asia region finals. And so far, the numbers actually way better than the previous track 3 because now did actually have better numbers time than the previous one from Thailand, which they clocked in at 17 minutes 21 seconds, but Lao made it through at 16 minutes 42.
That's significant.
Yep.
That's significant because you said that 2 minutes was the lead that Thailand had against Team Lao moving into match number 2 here. Now, if we tally all 3 tracks up, will Team Lao have a gap of 2 minutes and more? That is the questions to actually ask.
But the thing is, I realize that it's quite difficult still for now because of how track number 2 just now, Team Indonesia actually take the lead instead of them. But the gap is just
2
pretty
seconds.
much 2 or 1 second. But we do have our Audi Super A player, and this time, surprisingly, we don't have Tony K on this. But Team Lao is the number 1 as Lizzie once more getting the 400 marks at 449. Second place is going to be coming up from Pombit Team Indonesia. We do have every single team in here this time, very different ones. Team Philippines Casino making it 418. Instead of Tony K, for the first time, it's not up here. It's going to be Team Thailand Stone with 4-0-2.
Stone this time around getting the limelight. Now usually that goes to the Wonder Kid, Tony K himself, but hey, in an entire Team Thailand roster, honestly, just toss a dart, you're going to hit an MVP eventually. So whoever's going to walk away with that one towards the end of the day, I think nobody could argue with that one if it does come from Team Thailand. Meanwhile, that is something not to be worried about until later, because we still have one more track left to play.
I'm still counting how much of a gap between Team Thailand and Team Lao right now. And so far, when it comes to the first half, right, it's and just looking at the last one, it's pretty much not even 2 minutes, honestly. It's like almost 2 minutes, maybe 1 minute and 45 or even around 50 seconds. But if you look at the second half here, definitely Team Thailand is not safe right now because of how Team Lao opened up such a big lead in track number 3 with over almost a minute, not entirely a minute, 48 seconds as a lead. And then, but the thing is because of track number 2 will be the cause of how Team Lao cannot even closing up the gap, because, but then it's just mere
2 seconds. A couple of seconds different.
I think it's for track 1. Is it going to be enough though? They have to have another lead of around a minute, because track 1, Team Lao and Team Thailand is just 12 seconds gap. We're down to seconds here.
And that's why track number 4 is in rightful position to pretty much be the decider. We always get these clutch moments. Yesterday, now today, even this afternoon. What is on with the entire league has come down towards a moment of clarity, and my God, I guess you and I were stuck here again for another Philippines versus Myanmar sort of debacle.
But the thing is, a lot at stake. We're talking about a final. That was it, the qualifying,
sure.
But they got relegated for that. But at the same time, this is not relegation, but it's going to be you number 1 in this, in the Road to Asian Games, and you can actually get the MVP award, by the way. That's going to be something that's not anybody can have.
Well, that's an individual award. So.
And it's always awarded towards the side of the player that's on the winning team.
Really?
Usually, yes.
Oh. I never thought of that. So that's food for thoughts. I figured that they will just compile the entirety of points and scores that a single individual could, bring in, and then put that one in the database and then tally it right after. But that one makes sense too. Surely you want to ride off some of the glories from the winning team themselves.
How much is 14 seconds plus 48? That's a minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
So all they need to do is just stretching another minute. If they can get a head start just a minute, I think it would be just perfectly well attuned for them to actually take the podium spot for the side of Team Lao. It's that close. If we're down to milliseconds, that's even more outrageous. You never had that before.
With them being neck and neck, there's a chance. Highly unlikely. I think we will get a decider maybe by the mere seconds or even minutes. I don't think we'll get into milliseconds, but if we do, then this is a check box for us to tick walking out of this hall tonight.
Because no other regions are this close. I mean, talking about seconds close, might be even milliseconds there. And this is not for 3rd and 4th place or 2nd or 3rd, Keith. It's about the podium spot.
I understand where you're coming from, but honestly, regional finals, there's no relegation, there's no nothing, there's no really a prize. Everyone makes it to the next round. I guess that on that note, they're not too as well disappointed if they don't get it.
I mean, like, it's a good sport.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody love it as well. I think it's very entertaining thus far. But I just hope Team Philippines don't get themselves in a triple bump. That's it. That's my only wish right now. Just for once. And for once, I want to see Team Philippine teams actually finish off first. Just to make it even harder for all the other teams to actually calculate their time. Imagine if Team Philippines
to end first.
I mean, like, if they got themselves first place, Team Indonesia got second. And where do we stand when it comes to Team Thailand and as well as Team Lao?
I don't think it would matter that much because it just depends on whoever ends up on top of the other.
Don't forget about Team Indonesia. Their gap is not big either.
Yeah.
Then maybe we have somebody else on second spot.
That could potentially be it, but we haven't been counting Team Indonesia's potential participation. So unfortunately for that one, we will have to wait for the overalls right now. The track 4 is already on the go. This is the last stretch. No more right after this one. Team Indonesia will be the ones in purple. Team Thailand in blue. Team Laos taking on yellow. And the last remaining one, Team Indonesia in red.
Team Indonesia is purple. I think you have issues.
Yeah, I'm colorblind. Team Philippines
really?
in red. Yeah.
Are you real life? Are you just making a joke?
No.
That was a real
joke.
thing. That was a joke.
That was a joke.
Okay,
I got all 3 colors right except the last one.
Okay.
Dude, that was a joke.
I was kind of worried because it happened 2 times in a row. But Team Philippines, why did you crash into that obstacle again? And they were boosting themselves up. They got drifted away from the track and made a big U-turn. My, oh my, but at least it's still the first checkpoint that's within their reach and not too far off from the rest of the team.
There we have it.
You don't want to say it.
Another second lane of potential crash and burn situation here. Team Philippines will make it through flawlessly throughout the minefields, that is. And it is Team Indonesia who checks their first position within compound here and be deployed for the rest of these objectives to be secured. Right now, only 16 across the board, but that is only going to get much bigger as the game moves on further.
For the side of Team Laos, they know what's at stake. The same goes for Team Thailand. Definitely they're trying to get an advantage in the 120 seconds downtime. But the thing is, not many of them can find those hidden targets. So I don't think there's enough time for them to linger anymore and to lurk around to find those hidden targets or the ground targets. Might as well just run on top of that platform, because if they are late, it's more punishing than trying to find themselves those ground targets. Because we do know for a fact it's going to be around a couple more seconds to go. We're heading into the first checkpoint objectives.
It is a 4-color target, in case you guys might have forgotten. We have been pretty much reminding about them and talking about them for the past 2 days here. So the 4-color target is going to allow teams to rake in the most of points, with Team Indonesia first here at 98 lead before it is actually activated. So they were close to its Team China standard at 100 points.
We didn't mention about, we never calculated exactly how Team Indonesia actually are having those gaps between the first and second place. So this might be it. If Team Indonesia happen to be pushing themselves at first place, and if they can actually break in the previous record of Team Thailand in the first half, which was 15 minutes and 24 seconds at the finishing line, they might actually make a bit of a, not a bit, a huge change. Who gets the podium spot?
Oh, well, it's still within their cards, that's for sure, especially with this sort of performance being brought up from them. But Team Thailand is not going to make it easy for Team Indonesia to take that one off. Team Indonesia faring pretty well still. Actually, they are the first to hit the 300, then comes Thailand. And so both these teams will make their way straight up into the next objective to maybe play it out. But the bigger question for that cards to be played out here is, will the gap between the #1 spot and Team Indonesia's current position be doable within a single track?
But right now, Team Thailand is actually taking up the lead with only 3 seconds behind Team Indonesia, leaving the first checkpoint. What we do know, the first 2 checkpoints, it's not that punishing if you're late into it. But it's all down to the final checkpoint there. If you cannot make the advancement with those 120 seconds downtime, it's going to be quite difficult for them. But we're going to look at IQ 11, which is going to be the hand cam for the players. And I think they all know, these 3 teams right now know, Indonesian team, Thailand team, and Laos. They know for a fact a lot at stake, and they can be the game changer for the entirety of the standings later on. So they need to put all their focus into this last final track. feels like we're waiting for a tragedy to happen.
What do you mean? I'm not saying anything.
I know, I'm not saying anything as well. I'm just so scared to say anything at this point.
We're at this point within the cast where we would pick and choose our moments just so we're not associated with the potential crash that could happen on the side of Team Philippines here. Well, as I run my mouth, nobody gets hit just yet.
You did not just say that.
So I'm all right. I am still safe. On to you, Choo-Choo.
Oh, you just throw it to me in the very crucial moment now, aren't you? Oh, man. Team Philippines again bombed themselves 2 times. It's 2 now. Now where's the third? They always make a third. I'm waiting for the third to happen. So at least it's an improvement. They didn't hit the third one.
Oh my God, it happened all under your jurisdiction. I don't know how you do it, Choo-Choo. I don't know how you do it.
Toss it to me. I don't even want to take it, man.
No. Welcome to life.
I'm so scared right now. Team Lao make it into their second checkpoint, and it's going to be Team Philippines as the last one. There's nothing can go more wrong than this. They already hit 2 bombs now. There's no going to be a third anymore. It's supposed to be chain reaction. But coming out from Team Philippines, they will flawlessly get in the second checkpoint after they hit.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a flawless play coming out from Team Philippines right there, and then making their way in fashionably late fashion, I guess you could say, going into this next checkpoint. Hey, not too late to the party. They are just in time, as people say. Now they will have the chance to pretty much participate within the main event without missing out a single second. Still red on the clock, 10 seconds and counting down, and Team Philippines, my God, they made it.
And they got themselves as a start at 2 points, but Team Thailand and Team Indonesia on the other hand, neck to neck at 58 and 50 points as a start. But once it's going to be the retracting target commence, we don't know how far Team Thailand have been waiting at the other end. They're taking the lead at T5, but Team Indonesia catching up as well. As Team Lao dropping the numbers here at 40. This is detrimental for Team Lao. They cannot afford to even place second if they want to take the podium spot at this stage.
This is for them. This is for them to lose. That's the saying. When you have all the favors within the world siding by your side here. Team Lao, they've been nothing but spectacular in match number 2. So far holding so many top 1 finishes. All they have to do is do that again, even as we speak in the current standings or the most recent standings. We had a hunch that perhaps Team Lao has already beaten Team Thailand in the number 1 spot, but that being said, they can't be too comfortable to let this one go.
Team Indonesia taking up the lead, and Team Thai alternating between those two. Team Lao trying to catch up at 250. They're halfway through, almost done. But Team Thailand cutting across in the last minute. It's all down whoever sees the target first. On the side of Team Philippines, the only team that without hitting the 200 marks. And back towards Team Thailand now hitting the 300. They might be the first one to leave the second checkpoint, trying to solidify their podium spot without being wavered in the last minute. But look at the numbers. It's too close right now.
Definitely too close for comfort here. It could swing any one of the top 3 teams right now, but it is Team Thailand who will hit 400 first and make their way onto the next checkpoint. So good start coming out from them, setting themselves up for a grand finish and perhaps robbing and stealing back that number 1 position from the likes of Team Lao, in which we calculated should have enough.
They should have a flawless run for Team Thailand if they want to solidify their podium spot. They're checking out early, just seconds away, but Team Indonesia just happened to be fumbling and tumbling down. It's not on me, I swear to God. But this gives them so much space for Team Thailand just now to finish off as fast as they can. But I want to know, where is Team Lao?
You know, I've got a vested interest to make sure I see Team Thailand make it to the other end of the spot here. They're all my boys, and I should let you narrate the rest of it here, Team Choo-Choo, because it only benefits me and my pleasure to see some of these things happen under your watch.
Team Thailand now crossing just another checkpoint, while Team Indonesia boosted up in the last minute where they got stuck again on a tree. Why is it happening when it's my voice? My God, what is wrong with you guys?
What do you mean, what's wrong with them? The question
Why
should
are they doing this?
what's wrong with you? Choo Choo, it seems like whenever you get on a mic, someone has to pay the price here. And well, that only means one thing. You've got an expensive voice and they're paying for it dearly within their performance and potentially careers within being an athlete in esports. So, I will try and be the saving grace for the time being while we take a look at the current standings here. Team Philippines, far and wide from the back end, will try and make their way in, but recoverable because I'm the one talking.
I don't think that's the case, yeah, but they definitely tried to dash themselves into the checkpoint here, not going to hit anything anymore. They will have this perfectly executed towards the checkpoint, which is less than 200 meters, which is less than 300 meters apart. Looking at the POV and then FPP or first person view coming from the players. Now they're checking into their final checkpoint. Now this is going to be the detrimental checkpoint if they made a mistake for all the teams, especially Team Lao. They need to open up the gap. We mentioned before, it has to be more than 30 seconds of a gap.
30 seconds is, luckily for you or for them, very doable, and it's not too much of a tall order to execute here. So it should be within their capacity, but they have to really dial in for this one to happen. Luckily, across the board right now, Team Lao 76 already before the event began. So they are up there to pretty much create that lead and end it with a potential takeover in the #1 position. Team Thailand, they are slipping within this last tracks. They have to turn up the heat.
Coming up, Team Indonesia, I want to know where they stand as well, because if they taken the lead this time, I don't know who's actually placed second. Is it them or Team Lao or Team Thai? It's going to be just shuffling between these three teams. Team Philippines starting off at 12 and still staying at 12. Indonesia on the other side, they are taking the lead with Team Lao catching up. But Team Thailand is just too close with Team Thailand. Team Thailand and Team Lao is having just too much. I'm lost. You know what? Basically, the gap is not significant. There is it. But Indonesian teams, on the other hand, they're trying to take the lead. If they can actually finish off first here, Team Indonesia, what happened to Team Lao with that podium spot?
It will probably be denied away from the likes of Team Lao. It really depends, because right now we're operating with the premise that Team Lao has already beaten Team Thailand in the previous round, but only by a small margin, if anything.
I don't think they've beaten them yet. They still have to recover and redeem themselves around 45 seconds to a minute gap. Now, that's why it's so crucial for them to stay at the peak of their performance now. But Thailand, Team Thailand already halfway through, but Team Indonesia, the one actually taking the lead. I'm looking at Team Lao on the other hand, barely making a 300. But we do know they will be alternating for their stagnation because of how limited the numbers of those objects for them to actually shoot it down.
There's not enough for everyone, that's for sure. And right now, Team Indonesia is taking majority of those discs onto their side. Team Thailand trailing, not too bad, but both these teams on the top 2 position are the ones within the 400 mark, looking to close things down as soon as possible. Team Lao would have to find a different angle to perhaps sway these onto their way, and they have done so. The third team to break it into the 400 mark, and they are counting. Thailand finds themselves in a serious plateau.
On the side of Team Indonesia, one more target, and that's it. They are leaving. They're leaving first. Team Lao, can they catch up at the last minute as well against Team Thailand, because their main options and the only target right now, both Team Thailand and Indonesia are leaving. Team Lao will be falling off behind, but if they can't catch up, anything can happen during the bridge jump here. It's all down to the minute and then seconds, even the milliseconds up to this point.
Oh, deciding match right now. This bridge is an obstacle to behold, and they nearly fumbled right there. Clipped them towards the back end. They might have lost some sort of speed here. And right in the back end here, it is them.
No!
Team Indonesia. They nearly got them. Oh, but Team Indonesia will now surpass the likes of Team Thailand. It was held back for a second there.
Team Lao and Team Thailand just got stuck in between them just now. And they just bumped into each other. At the same time, Team Thailand touchdown within 15 minutes and 20 seconds. But 21 seconds. But where is Team Lao? Did they finally make it? At this point, I have doubt. But due to Team Indonesia taking the lead, who's placing second?
Such an unfortunate situation right there. Team Thailand, they made the leap on forward, but they didn't land as well as they hoped they would have. They got stopped and staggered, and that gave way for the likes of Team Indonesia to just cruise on through.
No, the problem is, due to the extra time, will it cost Team Thailand? Because Team Indonesia, when it comes to the gap in between those seconds, those milliseconds, it's not that too far off either.
Within these tracks, they did create about 20 seconds of gap. Okay, not 20, 12 seconds plus. Safe to assume 13 seconds gap.
The thing is, they stumbled again once they dropped themselves from the bridge against Team Lao as well. And that's another extra few seconds.
As an overall, they did close in. Against Team Indonesia, it was a 13 seconds gap. And Team Lao behind of Team Thailand for about 11. So the math would have been great if you want to pretty much address some of these discrepancies right now. But I'd rather hold it off till the overalls. It's just too much factors to put on in. In the end of the day, we have to look at the numbers that reflect across the board.
One thing for sure right now, I think Team Philippines know exactly where they stand. It's all about ending things without any crash anymore. So far, they landed perfectly well. All they need to do is just go to the finish line and have a touchdown. Let's go, Team Philippines. No more crashes.
Chu, you spoke too soon. Actually, it's because you spoke they crashed, so I can't say you spoke too soon because you forced that one to happen. I'm gonna ride this narrative till the day I turn to soil.
I think it's time for me to retire.
Or get yourself cleaned with some spiritual healing right there. Something's tagging along with you and I don't like it either.
Oh man, why is it? But I have fun. This is a very entertaining run, and it's down to the last wire, down to the milliseconds to see who actually make it. But this is going to be the IQ highlight in case you guys miss it. I do know there's going to be a lot of accidents here and there. Look at that. Made a U-turn, even the drift up the corners just derailed themselves because, you know what, going in the main road is just too mainstream. It's not cool anymore.
It is called the main road for a reason. Man, they're a hipster. They're gonna take what's hip to them. I don't know how that even applies within this context, but we'll forget I've ever made that terrible joke.
I don't even understand the joke. Now you said it's a joke. I thought it was a statement. Thank you for that.
Who's laughing?
Now I can have a reason to laugh for no reason as well. But it was a very close one. Coming into Team Thailand, Team Lao, and Team Indonesia, it's like you mentioned, too many factors into it. It's not just between two teams anymore. And I was hoping this would actually happen because if Team Indonesia happen to take first place or even Team Philippines on first and second, it's really hard to actually, you know, really put just the numbers of between Team Thailand and Team Lao. I have a feeling by end of this overall standing, the result will be still Team Thailand taking the first place. But how much of a difference?
Based on the amount that Team Lao was able to close in, I would dare say probably around a minute and a half or even less.
I just hope it's going to be seconds. Then it's going to be a really painful one. If it's down to a millisecond now, that's going to be really dangerous. But this is going to be our Audi Super 8 players. Again, we have Lizzie on the board and Rosemary Barrow. And you know what? All these players, all these athletes are remarkable. I mean, we have some fun in it. It's going to be a really cool format if this keeps going on in the future. And maybe we have more tracks and more maps involved in the future as well. But I have to say, today has been a very good day for us. But when it comes to the ending, you know, I should retire in the future too.
Hey, I might pass on before you. It's just saying, I'm insanely exhausted. It's been great, but it's been a very tiring past 3 days, 4 days. 4 days, right? I think
it has been 4 days.
Like clearly, my brain's turned to mush, and every morning I don't like peas, but I'm eating baked beans now because I think I can't even think straight anymore in the road to Asian Games 2022. So
imagine the players, imagine the athletes, what they have to go through every day. The grind is real for this one. But for me, I'm enjoying this journey. Well, it is called Road to Asian Games, but we do have more game titles in the future because next day we still have more, even tomorrow, even though we're done. And that was just now the last track for the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version in the Road to Asian Games. We still have more game titles going on after this.
Yeah, remember, esports is a multidisciplinary event, right? This is just one of those disciplines. There are more to look out for. I believe one that has already passed was... Okay, you know what? Let's not mention it because then if I get the wrong information, then clearly people know that my brain's already gone to mush. So I will not make that attempt. Now, I know this sounds like a closing statement, but don't disappear because we have a bunch of things to look out for. Number one, that suspense has not been addressed. We still need to find out who the overall champion is within this Southeast Asian region. Number two, who is winning that MVP award, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a close one. I mean, like usually it's the winning team, but in this case, we'll still really be the winning team because based on the data that we do have 3 teams contesting so tight here.
Yeah, it all goes down to the wire. The milliseconds. If that were to happen, I actually want to see that one happen. Then that would solidify this match as the most epic match throughout the Road to Asian Games.
And one thing for sure, even though it is the Road to Asian Games and we're looking at each region finals, especially South Asia and Central Asia, and the first half of the day, and then we ended up with South Asia finals, we noticed the fact that all the teams have been tremendously improving the past few days. We're talking about the numbers are so different compared to the qualifying rounds. I mean, like, I'm not surprised one day they will hit it up to the 11-minute mark or 12-minute by, you know, the real Asian Games. I mean, like, the next stage, which is going to be Asian Games in the future.
The real Asian. That's one way to phrase it nicely. Yeah, but also, talking about the format itself, I do wish some change moving on forward in the future, but I'll explain myself in just about a bit because right now, Tash Bunny has got a player in her midst in which we can find out more about their mental thoughts here. Tash, take it away.
Thank you very much, casters. And for now, we have one of the best players from the last tracks. We have Stone here from Team Thailand, and now you have won. How does it feel?
ก็รู้สึกไงบ้างจากที่ชนะมา
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับเพราะแบบว่าเราเตรียมตัวมาน้อยด้วยครับ
So he really glad to win the tournament because we have a short time to prepare and we did our best and then we got a winner right here.
You guys had a short time to prepare, and you guys came into this tournament with a 5-man roster. So what was the strategy? Is it part of the strategy, or what was that for?
ก็เราส่งคนมาทั้งหมด5คนแล้วเราแบบมีการสลับคนลงครับมันเป็นแผนการเล่นหรือว่าเป็นเราเตรียมตัวอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
ก็แต่ละคนก็เก่งแต่แบบไม่เหมือนกันครับผมก็สลับเปลี่ยนกันบ้างครับ
We have 5 players to rotation because everyone have a good thing in the game like a shooting, driving or anything like for strategy. So that's why we can shuffle or rotation the players to compete.
Right, so you guys hear that they have like a certain role for every single player, so it is part of the strategy. And you know what, speaking of the strategy, your RDAG run was almost flawless. You guys were just very thorough with all of your tracks. How did you guys get your practice right?
ก็คือเขาบอกว่าเราชนะมาแบบติดต่อกันหลายแมตช์แบบนี้เราแบบว่าเราเตรียมตัวมาหรือว่าเราซ้อมมายังไงครับ
ก็ซ้อมน้อยมากครับก็พยายามให้เต็มที่ที่สุดก็จำแผนการเล่นของแต่ละประเทศที่เขาแข่งก่อนหน้านี้มา
So as we have a short time to prepare, we just watch more from the another team that played before, and then we had to adapt to our team that what we can do for
It's a lot of watch and learn attitude that they have, and it really translated into the gameplay. Congratulations, guys. And for now, we're going to just toss it back to the casters in a little while.
Thank you, Tash. And also, congratulations. So far, she said they won. So I think that's kind of straightforward, saying that Team Thailand might actually take the podium spot, but we're still waiting for the official numbers out. But yeah, I'm still having different players in my mind right now regarding the player Stone, who he has multiple twins around the world.
Well, one thing for sure, despite the twins maybe you'd be referring to, if anything, they're all indicative and all great at what they do, and so they're excelling within their own realm. And I'd like to see that guy right there and confirm by the stats that he brought his team up to victory here. But I do, again, back on my thoughts, I do want to see some of the format changes moving on for the Road to Asian Games for perhaps next year or the year to come here. Because I think I want to see a bit more of a fair and even qualifier round, seeding round per se. Because a lot of the teams that were seeded just was caught off guard, and even mentioned within one of the interviews that when they were qualifying or seeding, they were playing alone and not actually within a lobby with
It's
some
a different
teams.
format entirely. I mean, like, there's definitely a reason to that. So we might actually dip into the in depth in the future. But maybe this is already a good start to have a different format entirely in the Asian Games version of PUBG Mobile. And I love the fact that there's no luck element in there anymore. It's all down to your really technical skills and all the management of the team by themselves, how they segregate themselves regarding what roles they want to play. But yeah, I mean, the variety, this is just a start. So it's like ground zero for the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. In the future, definitely will be more variety of tracks or even something else element into it to make it more exciting. So make sure you guys stay tuned in the future updates in the Road to Asian Games. Even in the Asian Games, we have no clue if it's going to be the same format or not.
Well, I do hope at least some sort of consistency still stay, but trim it down even further.
I was still reading the numbers. But congratulations to Team Thailand as the Southeast Asia top rank. Coming up from the lineup, Fluke, Newsy, Straps, Stone, and Tony K. But who will be the MVP?
Well, I think that ceremony is in place to announce that MVP. So without further ado, Tash, you know what to do. Present me that MVP.
These last few days came down to this moment right now. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the award ceremony. I'm Tash Bunny, your host, and first of all, a big congratulations to Team Thailand on becoming Southeast Asia's top-ranked team here at the Road to Asian Games. And next, the Audi Super A honor ring will be awarded to the player who has shown the best performance here in this tournament. So for now, without further ado, let's see who it's gonna be. And there you have it, everyone. Our Audi Super A player from Thailand, Tony K. Which just cut over here. Thank you very much. And for now, I'd like to invite Chief Operating Officer of Asian Electronic Sports Federation, Mr. Steve King, to present the award. Please come on the stage. All right, just stand over here. All right, take a photo, smile. And now, please present the Audi Super A honor ring. All right, everyone, smile for the cameras. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Steve Kim, for the award. And for now, let's have a quick interview with the player. So now, Tony K, we know that you've been playing PUBG. We've been playing the game for quite a long time now. And what does this award mean to you?
ที่ได้เล่นเกมมานานแล้วก็ได้รางวัลนี้มาเนี่ยมันมีความหมายกับเราอย่างไรบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกทำให้ประสบความสำเร็จขึ้นไปอีกครับเพราะว่าเป็นรายการเอเชียนเกมครั้งแรกเลยครับ
Okay, so he feels like it's the first achievement of his life, and it's a real honor because it's the first time in the Asian game and the big,
All right. So, is there anything you want to say to your teammates who gave the most support to you in your journey?
ก็จะบอกกับเพื่อนร่วมทีมยังไงบ้างที่แบบคอยช่วยเหลือเรามาตลอดการแข่งขันอะไรเงี้ย
ก็ขอบคุณพี่ๆในทีมที่ฝึกซ้อมกันมาอย่างหนักแล้วก็ทำเต็มที่ทุกเกมเลยครับขอบคุณมากครับ
So thank you to all the teammates who we had practice in a short time and we did all the best in every game. So thank you so much.
Speaking of which teammate do you think gave you the most support in this tournament? You have to choose one.
ก็คือถ้าจะให้เลือกหนึ่งคนที่แบบคอยช่วยเหลือเราจะเลือกใคร
ชูเอฟเอ็กซ์
ทำไมครับ
เพราะว่าเป็นคนขับรถที่ดีครับ
he chose 12X because he is a good driver.
Because he's a good driver.
Yes.
Yes, we were just talking about that in the post-interview earlier. So, did you manage to reach your target during the RDAG? And what is your next target?
ก็เราชนะใน RDAG แล้วเป้าหมายต่อไปของเราคืออะไร
ก็จะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็จะเอาเหรียญมาให้ได้ครับผม
So we will try our best and then we might get some medal after this.
You guys are aiming for the medal,
yes.
And honestly, I am not surprised given your performance. Regardless, thank you so much and congratulations again, Tony K. And for now, we're going to toss it back to the casters. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Questions answered. Usually it's the winning team getting this MVP. I did ask him, is it a real ring? Yeah, you can assemble it and even spread it out within the teammates, right? Yeah. And if you're the MVP, you're wearing the A.
The additional red ones.
The red one, I don't know, it's a V or an A, I don't know, it's a U.
A. It's called Super A player.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense now. But before that, we have to thank none other than our sponsors before we're just going to wrap things up. This competition is jointly, not yet, I think. This competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV.
Yeah, but first of all, also the prestige sponsor who gave those players those rings, those 4 rings, is indicative of Audi themselves. With their quadruple ring logo, Audi is coming up with the Q4 e-trons. It's already out. You can check it. It's fully electric luxury XUV.
And speaking of the hand cams that you guys watched just now, it's going to be a special thanks to IQ11, our official mobile game equipment for RDAG, which can then be the professional choice if you want to be the best out there, you want to empower your victory, and also embrace everything with the thrill of control. You can see how well you're driving just now. Just use the IQ11.
Now, if you want to watch more esports broadcasts here for the RDAG, or Road to Asian Games, get yourself a brand new Omen 16. The new journey to Road to Asian Games 2022. They are the official supporter, and why not support the event through viewing this broadcast from their panel and screens itself.
And also, we want to thank you for our official supporter, Full M6, which is going to be the official gaming chair partner of the RDAG, or Road to Asian Games, where you can be your own hero, sitting in your chair, just becoming somebody great.
Yep, and also, the more important one that keeps us awake and alive throughout the entire broadcast, it is Eastrock. Thank you, Eastrock. We needed that energy, especially within these 4 days run here. We're getting exhausted, but still alive because of Eastrock.
Yeah, and not just that, where you guys are watching right now, so we have to thank none other than official broadcasting platforms, which are going to be Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Miku Video, Channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, Twitch, and everybody else. You guys been watching at home. Thank you for you guys for your support. But don't forget to stay tuned, because RDAG 2020 doesn't end here. Because we do have, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be a mobile game title coming up in the future, which can be tomorrow.
Yeah, so stay tuned for more esports here in Road to Asian Games 2022. But that is for us. That is it for us today. We bid you farewell and see you next time. This is Choo Choo. I'm Keith. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
the air I bounce, we're hailing home. It's loud, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe is electric, new era, we're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era time by pass. No, we will never be alone. We're waking up, going forward together. We're fighting the treadmill sound. Going forward together, forever you and I. We got the words to discover. We're holding each other. Whatever comes our way, yeah, we will survive. With gold, you know, and the truth we know. You can edit it now. You choose it all. It's gonna